And I don't know if you saw the production note, but Troll came in and like flashed porn for like literally half a second.
Yeah, I saw that.
But that should be easy to clip out.
Yeah, it will be.
All right, I guess I'll get the Ian clip back up and the
Go for it.
Wiktionary stuff that I was looking up. So I was proving that Peter and John were illiterate per the Greek usage.
Mm. All right. There's got to be a way so you can get your PFP on there.
There's got to be a way to what?
To get your PFP on there.
Oh yeah. Well, I have to, pay on this account. I think I could try using.
So guests can have their PFPs up, but you can't.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
stupid. That's
It's really fucked.
ridiculous.
It's because I have host privileges that I'm not allowed. But like I can like probably sign into the your account alongside you. Now that like you've set your PFP and name back. The only drawback is I'm not logged into YouTube with all the videos saved up, so it's not as easy to grab something to react to.
Yeah.
So it's like weighing against like, do I want the ease of selecting a video or having a profile picture? And right now, like the PFP isn't too much of an issue for me. But are we back? I see people coming back into chat. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. Like, I did not lose internet connection. I was still able to see everything going on in Firefox. But, like, I think YouTube servers or Streamlabs servers are having some sort of issue tonight. So, thank you for bearing with us.
Hi, everybody.
So did anybody hear the arguments I was making for proving that John and Peter are illiterate?
Okay, if you're gonna get in your Philbro bag, I'm gonna fuck off back to Mezzo for a bit.
Okay.
All right, later.
Later. All right. So we were okay. Thanks for the confirmation that like I was just talking into the void essentially. So we're going to look at Acts 4:13. Because caller is trying to claim that Peter helped Mark write Mark, and we like to begin with, we have no evidence that Mark even wrote Mark. It's just a title attributed by the church fathers, I believe, in the 2nd century. And even if Mark did write Mark, well, I believe Mark was illiterate, and so he would have to have help from someone. And this Bible verse that I'm pulling up is proof that Peter cannot be the person that would have helped Mark write Mark. So Acts 4:13. Now when they saw the boldness of Peter and John and realized that they were uneducated and ordinary men, they were amazed and recognized them as companions of Jesus. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to take Acts 4:13 and look up the Greek, and we're going to find the word used there is like agrammatoi, right here, agrammatoi, which on Bible Hub they say unschooled, but if we actually look this up on like Wiktionary, we'll see that the most most common usage is actually illiterate. So let me share that screen now. Okay, that time that was Chrome crashing. This is just really frustrating. I'm sorry, folks. So, as I was saying, agrammatoi. Gretchen said I broke the show. Agrammatoi, adjective, illiterate. The very first definition for agrammatoi. And like it's funny that Bible Hub uses the third definition, uneducated. That's not even, it's the third most common usage, whereas illiterate is actually the most common. So, yeah, this is pretty good proof that John and Peter were both illiterate, and so they would not be able to help anybody write anything. So far we have that Mark was not a witness to Jesus, and if Peter was a witness to an actual Jesus living, he would not be able to help anybody write anything. And so neither Mark nor Peter would be capable of producing the book of Mark, so they would have needed someone else in order to assist them. And so Guest is going to need to be able to overcome these barriers, and I think all of us know they will not be able to. We'll need to find where we are. It's probably around here.
He knows that God exists. Okay. What would make you think that 2 is true, that Jesus Christ is who he claims to be?
He resurrected from the dead.
Okay, what's the evidence for that?
What's the evidence? There was an empty tomb, which was agreed on by not only the Christians, but the Jews.
Sure.
Stop.
If
you look up Josephus.
Josephus
from the dead.
Claim at a time, because you just shifted the claim a bit. We can talk about that. Josephus doesn't claim that either, but he for sure doesn't claim that there's an empty tomb.
Jesus, who's an resurrected Jesus, if he's writing
he doesn't make any claim about specifically an empty tomb. It's possible to be resurrected and not be resurrected.
Josephus just lying. This is what demons.
No, I understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to say
that a resurrected dead. Jews, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John all claim a resurrection, and the apostles all went to death on the account that Christ resurrected from the dead.
That's actually not true. Also, I think only Peter is claimed to have died, like proclaiming the resurrection of Jesus, and that's still like only asserted biblically. There are no like extra biblical accounts of like any of the apostles being martyred for their belief. Yeah, I think it's Peter. But yeah, let's continue on. Yeah, Brittany, agrammatoi is the term that we specifically were focusing on in Acts 4:13.
And they were not the only martyrs. And Christianity was the most spread religion in the entire world. Do you think that people would die for a lie of a man resurrecting from the dead? This is all historically proven. I don't understand
Nope, that's like a ton of false claims. Rapid fire mode even. Do you want to hear? Wait, do you want to hear why they're false claims? Yeah,
you can try, but they're not false.
Sure. Do you think that Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John are all eyewitnesses?
They're not. No. Mark
Yeah, exactly.
wrote
Then why the
Gospel
fuck
of
would I
Mark.
care about like what Mark and Luke
because
say?
Mark-
Or sorry,
you
not
don't
Mark.
care
Why would I
about-
care about what Luke and who's the other one? No, it is Mark and Luke.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
why would I
Mark
care
and
what Mark and Luke
because-
say?
Because Peter helped Mark write the Gospel of Mark, and Peter is one
Yeah,
of
Okay, yeah, this is where we were at, and that's why I went through the rabbit hole of pulling up Acts 4:13, and then specifically focusing on here. Hopefully, when I share this, Chrome won't fucking crash again. Fingers crossed, folks. Okay, good. Right here, this is the word that we looked up specifically, because when you go to Bible Hub, you never want to just take the Greek translation at face value, because they're obviously going to have like a biased agenda, and they're going to use different words that are within the semantic range, but will like better fit their narrative. And as we were able to show on Wiktionary, uneducated, aka unschooled, is like the third most common, whereas illiterate is the most common usage of a grammatoi. So yeah, so far we've been able to debunk the caller's claim that Peter would have helped Mark write Mark.
Jesus'
evidence
closest
for that?
disciples. That's in like
That's
just according
the
to
sound of you
tradition.
short
And also,
circuiting.
if you read
If you would
Paul's
stop
writing,
short
he
circuiting
claims
and
that
give me
Mark
like the
is a part
specific
of the
source,
inner
that would be
circle.
appreciated. What's the source that claims that Peter helped
Okay,
Mark write it?
read Paul's epistles where he writes that Luke and Mark were a member of the close inner Christian
Which one?
circle, where the gospel
Wait,
stories
sorry,
were
which
circulating.
one? Yeah, I just want to know what it is. Which verse? Which epistle? If you're off the app, I can't hear you. You got to be on the app.
Oh, sorry about that. I said where Paul says that Mark is a good friend and Luke is a beloved doctor. You can look that up.
Which one?
I don't know, you can,
Is that?
you
I
can
just want
find
to know
it.
what
It's
book.
not hard to find.
Okay.
But basically what I'm trying to tell you is like Mark and Luke were
Mark
in the
is
Christian
a
inner
good
circle.
friend, and Luke is a beloved doctor.
Paul's epistles, like you can find that. It's just true.
Paul's
Like,
epistles.
are you guys genuinely calling me not honest? I'm telling you the truth.
Okay, so I got Colossians 4:14 for where he calls Luke. Or wait, does he
Beloved
call?
doctor.
Yeah, does he call Luke explicitly,
Yeah, he says.
or does he just
Luke,
refer to
my
like a beloved doctor? Sure, okay, that's fine. Yeah. And then in terms of
Brother,
Mark, we
like,
got
dude, the
2
Gospels are the
Timothy
most like
4:11.
examined. The Gospels are the most examined historical documents.
Oh
of all
wait,
time.
wait, but Mark isn't an eyewitness. Who cares about Mark?
Peter helped Mark write the.
That's also a crazy claim, saying that the Gospels are the most examined historical documents of all time. First of all, they're not historical documents, and second of all, like, well, if they aren't historical documents, then it just simply doesn't follow that they are the most examined historical documents of all time. It's just crazy. They might be the most apologized for, like, ancient texts of all time, because there's just hella apologia going on for these texts. But yeah, I'd say they're probably the most debunked ancient texts of all time.
According to
Gospels.
who? Says who?
I don't know. Look it up, or you can find it.
Okay,
It's
sure.
true.
So source, you made it the fuck up. It sounds.
No, I did not make it up.
Okay,
dude.
then
That's
what's the
true.
source?
I don't have the source off the top of my head, but it's
I don't
true.
even
You
think
can-
that.
Right now, see, I don't even know like how you begin to measure that sort of claim. It's just wild.
You
For
can find
example,
it in like 2
that Mark
seconds.
is literate.
Isn't literate? Are you joking?
Yeah, just want, if
How
it's,
is
if you can
Mark
find it
not
in 2
literate?
seconds, if you can find it in 2 seconds, then it should be like super easy for you to do that.
I can't talk when I'm off the app. So
That's
I'm gonna
okay.
let
You can
look it up.
go and you
Alright,
can look it up and find the
alright.
source, then come back.
Okay,
I'll
Mark,
give you, like,
the
the-
4 Gospels are the
the few
most
seconds.
examined gospel or
So
historical
zero
documents
source for that
in
one. Cool.
History.
Cool. Zero
In
source.
history.
Yep.
So you're about to come against the foremost document.
Hey JR, good to see you. Yeah, we're having some hiccups tonight. I think either YouTube servers are like suffering like Friday night overload, or Streamlabs is just fucking up.
accepted gospels in history and come at the credibility of the author. That's your argument.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they claim like false things.
You're about to come at the credibility of the 4 gospels, claiming that they're unreliable.
Yeah, they're all written anonymously.
So your argument is against the unreliability of the gospels.
It's that they're anonymous. I have no reason to think that any of the people they're attributed
John
to.
explicitly names it's him writing it.
John? Where?
Yeah. In the
Oh God, caller's going to try to say the one whom Jesus loved or whatever, and there's no like, sound argument for the fact that is referring to John. And I'm pretty sure in John, like when it's talking about like the authors, like it refers to we attest these things are true. We. So like John is the product of multiple authors, and even in those multiple authors, there's no way to point to John being a single one of those authors. Hey Ray, good to see you back in chat. The Bible contains equal amounts of fact, history, and pizza. Penn Jillette always has great quotes. A very, very quotable man. Teller not so much. I wonder why that is. Oh hey Jada, good to see you in chat. Thanks for dropping in. Glad you're joining us. Hope this is entertaining.
20th chapter, he says, I'm the apostle, I'm Jesus' beloved apostle, right there.
And how do I know that's John? John 20? Yeah, let's read John 20.
Yeah, read about the resurrection.
So wait, I got control. I got what is this? Control F.
There are no
John.
no, yeah, you can find it real quick. Also, real quick, for the people in the comments.
No,
like,
John isn't mentioned anywhere in here.
John is the beloved apostle. Like he.
What's the story?
Yeah, see, I called it. Let's see if I can quickly pull that verse up. John beloved disciple verse. All right, Google's not giving me a quick answer, so we won't spend too much time on that.
Why would I believe that John is the? It doesn't even talk about the beloved apostle, and
yes,
that's crazy because I think John actually does claim to be written by the beloved apostle. I have no reason to think that that's John though.
Hold on. Do you really think that these gospels were written in like some like corner of the world where like nobody could examine it? They were written amongst the groups of the apostles. Like everybody knew who wrote the gospels. It was dated and given credit to John going back to the 1st century AD.
By who? That's not true. By
the Christians of the church fathers. Read
yeah,
the saints.
Name one.
Polycarp.
So you're saying Polycarp claimed that John wrote John?
Either Polycarp or Saint Ignatius. They were both disciples of John.
It's in superposition apparently.
I don't know. It's either Polycarp or Ignatius. One of the two wrote about Saint John.
And didn't these individuals live like 100 years after John? So they had no actual access to John. So it's not even like a secondhand account. It'd be like a 3rd or 4th or 5th. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Ian is searching that up right now. We'll see.
They were literally his disciples, and they became martyrs.
Where can I read maybe you can help me out here. Where can I read Polycarp's work where he claims that John wrote John?
I don't find it. Like I'm not claiming to be an encyclopedia, but if you actually
do you have any like sources, or is it just like vibes?
All right, listen to me.
Because my understanding is that Polycarp we don't have any works from Polycarp is my understanding of it.
You don't have any what from Polycarp?
I don't think that we have works from Polycarp. I could be confusing him with someone else.
In the Apocrypha, you have an account of his martyrdom, but again, he got martyred for faith in Christ.
So there are no works from Polycarp, so why would I think that Polycarp says that John wrote John?
Well, not only do the works not exist, but Polycarp was born around 69 AD, which would be, between 30 and 40 years after Jesus' death. And let's see, how many years did Peter live? Peter, Bible, figure, years lived. Approximately 1 BC to 64 or 68 AD. And what did I say? Polycarp. Yeah, so Peter died before Polycarp was even born. So this is just going to be a nonsense argument from the caller.
Okay. Regardless of who wrote, all right, forget about the Gospels for a second.
Okay,
even though they're
sure.
the most important books ever written.
Yeah,
If
you want
wanna
us to throw them away? Sure, yeah.
If
Okay.
you want to deny the accountability or the credibility of the Gospels, that's to your own.
The Gospers. I think I caught on to that when I was watching this live. I'd love to see the live chat playback, but this is a reposted clip without the live chat. The fucking Gospers.
Peril. You're just not going to know about Christ, so that's to your own demise.
But
And I'm
why would
saying
I think that they're
out of
true?
love. Here's why. God's word is infallible in the original languages.
Why would I think that it is God's word?
In the Dead Sea Scrolls,
If that's true, we just examined it in the original Greek, and we found plenty of fallibility with Collar's claims. And now Collar is invoking the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is hilarious because I believe the Dead Sea Scrolls only contain books from the Old Testament, 0 books from the New Testament. Let's go ahead and give that a quick fact check. Did the Dead Scrolls New Testament? Oh, looky here. No, the Dead Sea Scrolls do not contain any books from the New Testament. Fucking brutal. So why is Collar even trying to evoke the Dead Sea Scrolls?
that were found 200 years before Christ, every single prophecy that was written about Christ was fulfilled during his lifetime.
Oh, yeah? Name one?
Yes. Name one?
Yeah, name one.
His death on the cross and his resurrection.
And which prophecy is that? What's the prophecy that says he'll die on the cross and resurrect?
Read Isaiah 53.
Isaiah 53 is talking about Israel. You would know that if you read Isaiah 49.
No, it's not. The beloved
Let's read
servant.
Isaiah.
It's not the beloved servant, it's the suffering servant. And yeah, like all of the terminology used in Isaiah is going to be like present tense. So like these things like are happening at the time. And I believe that the events of Isaiah happened approximately 700 years before the birth of Christ. And this is where like people try to point for like the virgin birth, but the word that's used in Isaiah isn't actually virgin. It's just young woman. And an early Greek translation basically fucked up and like used virgin instead of young woman. And so that's where a lot of this confusion comes from. If they really get into Isaiah, I can pull up those verses and we can go ahead and examine the original Hebrew.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure, that's great. Let's read Isaiah 49.
No, we're not talking
No,
about
he
Isaiah
doesn't. He doesn't
49.
actually want to read Isaiah. Fuck. He just wants to name drop a prophecy, and he doesn't actually want to talk about it.
Hold on,
Unfortunately, I'll just
So
read it to you.
Wait.
If
you
you,
read
oh,
Isaiah,
he's scared. He's terrified of his own prophecy. Why are you scared?
I'm not
So
scared. You're
you're
just mocking.
scared of the
You're
words
just-
of the Bible. Just calm down. Let's read the Bible together. Why are you scared of that? Okay.
Right? Why are Christians so afraid of reading the Bible? Like you start reading the Bible to them and they're like, no, not like that.
So this is Isaiah 49:3, and he said to me, "You are my servant Israel, in whom I will be glorified." Then what do we got? And then we got 49:7. Or sure, actually that's fine. Just that one says that Israel's the servant. I think 44 also says, Isaiah 44 also says that Israel's the servant. But now hear, O Jacob.
Yeah. Speaking of the Iliad, doesn't Christopher Nolan have a movie coming out about the Odyssey? Like Christopher Nolan is like one of my favorite directors of all time. Like everything he does is like super cinematic. And so like if you want to see a Christopher Nolan film, you definitely want to see it in theaters because Christopher Nolan is directing it in such a way that like that's going to be the optimal viewing experience. Like I saw Tenet in IMAX. I saw Oppenheimer in IMAX. It was even like a special like laser projector IMAX. So yeah, like I let me look up when that new Christopher Nolan film is supposed to come out. It's still upcoming. July 17th. So not for another month. So yeah, if you folks like ancient like Greek mythology, definitely look out for Christopher Nolan's new film, The Odyssey. It's starring Matt Damon. Matt Damon's pretty good. He's not like my top favorite actor, but he's at least got like really good chops, and he's been strong in getting like solid roles for basically his entire career. So it'll definitely be a fun movie to catch in theaters. Oh, Nessie. My boyfriend would have fighting words with you. He hates Nolan Batman movies. Like, it, as far as like the being true to the comic lore, I can understand, but like being like a cinematic experience, I'll like die on the hill that like those are some of the best Batman films to like ever come out of the franchise. Hey John Pelosi, good to see you tonight. I'm pretty sure I said hey to you in Mezzo's stream. Glad you decided to drop by here.
Of my servant Israel, whom I have chosen.
And Professor Hizzle, I'm sorry if I didn't say hey to you yet, but I thought you were one of the initial people in the first stream that crashed. If I didn't say hey to you, I apologize. But we always appreciate seeing you in chat.
What do we got? 44:21. Remember these things, O Jacob, and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant. O Israel, do not forget me. I think the servant in Isaiah 53 is Israel.
So Isaiah 53 is clearly talking about God's Messiah being
talking
whipped,
about the servant?
being beaten, did Israel take our sins and then get buried in a rich man's tomb?
And this is Isaiah 53?
This is Isaiah 53, brother. Read
Isaiah
it. Like, read the scripture. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah,
He's
let's read the
talking about the
verses.
Christ.
Is it talking about the servant? Because we already know that the servant is Israel.
He's talking about his Messiah right here that came from Israel.
Yeah, the word Messiah never shows up in Isaiah. It's always the suffering servant.
Okay, so is this so Isaiah 53? Out of his anguish he shall find satisfaction through his knowledge. The righteous one, my servant, shall make many righteous, and he shall bear their iniquities.
You just skipped like 15 verses. Go back.
You want me to read all of?
Yeah, Nessie. I predicted that his issue was like the inability to stay completely true to the comics, and like I agree, but like when you're trying to adapt like a comic book to a cinematic experience, you do have to take certain liberties to kind of ease over the overall viewing experience. Isa, yeah, I think Mezzo is still streaming, and so like I will not be offended at all if you hop over there and enjoy Papa Mezzo's stream for the time being, because we will be going all night like always. There's plenty of time to enjoy async. So yeah, go hang out with Mezzo, come back here, and you'll be welcomed back.
Isaiah 53.
It's like 10 verses. If you want to read the prophecy, this is how we know that Jesus is the Christ. He fulfilled it perfectly.
Okay, so.
Oh, great. Gretchen says Mezzo is about to end. So that means even more of our friends will be piling in. So, yeah.
Who has believed what we have heard, and whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he grew up before him like a young plant, and like a root out of dry ground. He had no form or majesty that we should look at him, nothing in his appearance that we should desire him. He was despised and rejected by others, a man of suffering and acquainted with infirmity. And as one from whom others hide their faces, he was despised, and we held him of no account. Surely he has borne our infirmities and cured our diseases, yet we accounted him stricken, struck down by God and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions, crushed for our iniquities. Upon him the punishment that was made us whole, and by his bruises we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have all turned to our own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, and yet he did not open his mouth. Like a lamb that is led to the slaughter, and like a sheep that before its shearers is silent, so he did not open his mouth. By a perversion of justice he was taken away. Who could have imagined his future? For he was cut off from the land of the living, stricken for the transgressions of the people. They made his grave with the wicked and his tomb with the rich. Although he had done no violence and there was no deceit in his mouth, yet it was the will of the Lord to crush him with affliction. When you make his life an offering for sin, he shall see the offspring and shall prolong his day. He shall see his offspring. That's kind of weird if it's Jesus. And prolong his days.
Children.
Yeah, Jesus had no children.
The people who believe in him.
Who's Jesus?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so not literal offspring, but sure.
No,
It's a metaphor. Whenever like, you know, it's something that doesn't actually align with you know, history. It's always the retreat to metaphor. And like I always love when Christians try to bring up this cope, because like you don't have like any sort of literary mechanism to like determine like what's literal and what's metaphor. And so basically you can argue that like, oh, well then the entire story of Jesus is metaphor if like we don't need any sort of literary mechanism, because like you can't just say it's vibes. Otherwise, you know, you fall into that trap that like anything the atheist wants to claim is metaphorical, it ends up being metaphorical. And because there are plenty of valid arguments for the mythicist's position, the Christian has a huge uphill battle trying to prove that like anything in the Gospels are true.
You know, it's metaphorical except for the parts that aren't metaphorical. Through him we will
It's a common Hebrewism.
Through him the will of the Lord shall prosper. Out of the anguish he shall see. He shall find satisfaction through his knowledge. The righteous one, my servant, shall make many righteous, and he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore I shall allot a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoils with the strong, because he poured out himself to death. Okay, so 3 reasons why this isn't talking about Jesus. One, we already know that the servant is Israel, as is mentioned multiple times in Isaiah 44 and in Isaiah 49. 2, Jesus has no children. It claims explicitly that the servant has children, so clearly not Jesus. And then 3, it's written in past tense.
JR, that's interesting. Let's examine that claim. I'll bring up Isaiah 45. Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped, to subdue nations before him, and to strip kings of their robes, open the doors before him, and the gates shall not be closed. You might be thinking that like Messiah could be like to his anointed potentially, but like, you know, I trust the NRSVUE translation the most. Let's go ahead and find the Hebrew term that they use. Maybe the Hebrew term they use there is like what's most related to the Messiah. All right. Thus says Yahweh to his anointed. Hey Ray, how you doing tonight?
Greetings and well met.
Glad you're not a troll pretending to be you.
Yeah, not this time anyway.
Yep, gotta stay on the lookout. All right, so we're currently looking at JR said that like Isaiah might have mentioned a Messiah, but so far the verse that we're examining is coming up short, and we'll look up this.
Was this pulled from? Is he referring to stuff pulled from the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is also insane? But I only came in towards the end of that claim of Isaiah.
Again, Messiah is within semantic range of that word, but the most common usage is anointed. So yeah, I like that could just be like more Christian cope trying to rewrite the Hebrew Bible to be actually predicting of a Messiah, whereas Isaiah is all about like current events and not an actual prophecy. Well, it is a prophecy, but it's a prophecy of actual events like happening at that time. Due to the language that they use, they don't use anything like in future tense. Oh, looks like Mezzo has ended. We've got our friends flooding in. Hey Evan, hey terrible name. It's the friends so far, but I just saw our viewership like double in the last couple seconds, so I'm sure a lot more people. Oh, hey D's nuts. Yeah, folks, if you're lurking, say something in chat, and we'll be more than happy to greet you. It's like people that grew up religious, going to Sunday worship. There's always greeters at the door, shaking everyone's hand. Oh yeah, welcome to service.
Handing out the pamphlets.
Hey, an OG, good to see you in chat.
I've been to enough Methodist ceremonies to know that, yeah, that's a cult.
I mean, all of Christianity is.
It is. Well, my mom kind of bailed on the whole thing when my father was serving overseas in some war or something, and the pastor would not say a single thing, not say a single prayer, or even mention his name during the sermon, and thought that's pretty weird. And then, as soon as like she stopped giving them money, then all of a sudden he was stopping over at the house. It was like, no. So that was pretty much the end of our experience with that particular church. But
yikes.
She maintained her faith till the end, but
well, I hope it brought her peace, and there's some sort of utility, and that utility outweighed
no, none of that, dude.
Shit. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, that's what therapy's for.
True. Folks, if you have access to therapy, get therapy, even if like you don't think you need it. Like therapy is great even for like mentally healthy people, just to like know where your potential cracks or blind spots are in like your mental health.
You can't be your own doctor when it comes to that stuff. You can't assume that you're okay just because you think you're okay. That's can be a sign of something else actually going on, like you're trying to hide something.
Right. We have so many cognitive biases going on. That,
fuck, I've been doing it wrong for 50 years. What the
fuck? Well, and self-diagnosis is an oxymoron. Like even professionals like clinically trained aren't supposed to self-diagnose because of aforementioned cognitive biases. Like you just need like an objective outside source in order to like make those sort of calls for you.
Well, and the power of denial. I mean,
thank you, or Unog, or how do you say that?
I said an OG, so maybe I just slaughtered it.
OG,
yeah.
An un-OG, like no longer an original gangster?
A reformed original gangster.
Or just a gangster like all the rest of them, That's actually fucking clever.
But yeah, JR, like I said, Messiah is technically within the semantic range of that term used, but it is not like the most common usage of that phrase. And so like anointed is the most common, but like, Bart Ehrman is, very, very mindful, very, very careful about his arguments that he uses. And so if it's coming from Ehrman, I'm a lot more open to accepting that like Messiah could be a proper usage of that specific Hebrew word. But,
And yeah, just for a second, JR, I wish I knew how to make it stop because the M song is still stuck in there. But I mean, the song is called Figure Eight, so you might be screwed for like infinity.
Yep.
Who knows? We'll all find out together.
We have the Prince Vegeta in our presence, the true Super Saiyan warrior. I'm honored. But yeah, welcome in, Prince Vegeta. Good to have you in chat. Let me pull the Ian tab back up. Man, I have had a lot to say about this specific video. We're only about halfway through, but like this just so happens to be like a topic that like I have a lot of like biblical knowledge on these arguments about. So, love to give that extra bit of commentary.
Not future tense. It's not even a prophecy.
So hold on. He shall. Before we get into this, I just want to say you sound very good reading scripture, bro, and I genuinely think you could lead a lot of people to God if you actually did believe and love God. But other than that, I mean, let me just say.
Oh my God! Like I hate when Christians are like, "Oh, you're so smart. You could be such a good tool for God. Don't you want to be a tool? Be a tool like me. I'm a gigantic tool."
Say why I think that's about him, because Israel wasn't betrayed unjustly and led as a lamb to slaughter and didn't open his mouth before when he was literally getting accused by Pontius Pilate. He sat there silent and didn't say a word, and he was numbered with his transgressors. And then after his death, apparently, when he was beaten, he was whipped, he was flogged, he was crucified. After that, this Isaiah clearly talks about a resurrection. After the Lord crushed him, he will have many children, and by children, Jesus calls us his brothers and his sisters and his sons and his daughters. Like, people who believe in him genuinely are part of his family now. So that's what that prophecy is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Another one you can look at is Psalm 22.
Whoa, let's not pivot. Are prophecies future tense or past tense?
He said he shall. It's future tense.
Sure. Wait, it's okay. But do you know that most of this is written in past tense?
Well, God is outside of time.
Would you acknowledge that? Wait,
so
sorry. Would you acknowledge that most of this is written in past tense?
I can't see the scripture. What parts?
I just read it to you. You asked that I read all of it. I read it to you. Okay. Well, yeah. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth like a lamb that was led to slaughter. He did not open his mouth by a perversion. He was taken away. Who could have imagined his future? For he was cut off from the land of the living, stricken for the.
I just had a thought about like a caller claiming that Jesus called us his children. I'm not sure if that's like an actual verse where like Jesus calls us his children, but he does call us God's children. And so caller would need to prove that Jesus thought that he was God. And as far as I'm aware, there's not, a solid argument for when like Jesus claimed to be God.
He could have just been the first person with a God complex.
Right.
I mean, like, that just got popular with it. I'm sure there were others before that just like, okay, he's nuts, but this one was just a little more convincing, a little more L. Ron Hubbard-y.
He was the first one with enough charisma. He passed the charisma check to become a cult leader.
Natural 20.
Transgressions of my people. Right. They made his grave with the wicked and his tomb, although he had done no violence, yet it was the will of the Lord to crush him with affliction. So this is all past tense.
So yeah, when
prophets are prophecies future tense or past tense?
This is a good question, because this is how prophecy in the Old Testament were done. It was an open eye trance. They would basically sit there with their open eye trance and they would see a vision. So they're describing what they saw in the vision from God's perspective. When a prophet spoke, he spoke as if he were God. It was God's word coming out of his mouth. So since God is outside of time, he can say he did this already.
I'd love a source for that, but as we all know, like, caller is not going to give a fucking source. It's just, something they pulled from their ass.
As if it already passed. Does that make sense?
Sure. So, for example, you would say Isaiah 7:14, where it says, "Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son." Yeah. You'd say that's not a prophecy because it's written in future tense, right?
No, that's a prophecy.
Oh, shit, dude. It's a prophecy.
I'm surprised that Ian used a translation that it says virgin instead of using, the proper, the young woman is with child. But yeah, that's just a minor issue.
Prophecy, whether
a minor issue about a minor giving birth to a child.
It's future tense or past tense,
Why
it could be any tense you want.
You're saying he can't do it in both ways?
Well, you don't want to say God's outside of time. That leads to like instant contradictions.
No, God is outside of time.
Do you think he knows what time it is?
What do you mean?
You don't know what it means to know what time it is? So if someone comes up to you on the street,
obviously he knows what time it is.
Then his knowledge changes, so he's not timeless.
What do you mean?
So right now it's 5:48. In a minute it'll be 5:49. So right now I know that it's 5:48. In a minute I'll know that it's 5:49.
Okay.
My knowledge changes
Well, he already knew it was going to be 5:49.
But does he know what time it is right now?
Yes, but he also knows what time it will be in a minute.
Yeah,
and he knew that
is
from
it
the
still going to be
beginning
the
of
same time right now for him? Like in the state that is now to him?
No, he's
is it the
outside
same?
of time.
Oh,
but he
sure.
knows
Then he
in
can't
the
know what
human
time it is
realm-
right now.
He knows in the human realm it's 5:48. What is that question? That's such a foolish question.
Yeah,
Like,
it's foolish. It's so foolish that you can't even muster up a response to it. There's some
foolish
facts that God
is
doesn't know.
omniscient.
Yes,
You're
because
limiting God.
God can't be.
Yeah, Jackie, that's a great important distinction. It's not will conceive, it's has conceived. The young woman has conceived, like is with child, like currently fucking pregnant with that baby. Like that baby is like gonna pop out like within like 0 to 9 months.
Omniscience and outside of time, because if
Yes,
God's
he
omniscient
can.
and
He
outside of
is.
time, then he couldn't know what time it is, as we just demonstrated.
How could God, who created time, not
So
know
wait,
what
does
time
God
it is?
know right now
you
it's the year
joking?
2026? Does God know that?
Obviously.
Yeah, and will God know that it's 2026 in a year?
What
Then
are
it's
you
not-
talking about?
It's a yes or no question. Will God know
Bro.
right now is 2026 in a year?
God knows everything.
So in
Like,
a year
that's
from
it.
now,
That's
will God
period.
know it's 2026 right now?
He knows it's 2026 right now, yes.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking in a year from now, will God know that it's 2026 still? Will God know the same thing?
That it was 2026 this year.
No. Will God still know it is
No,
2026 in a year? So
he'll
his
know
knowledge changes. You just conceded.
His knowledge doesn't change.
You
He
just
already
said that his
Listen,
knowledge
can you
won't
listen?
beat it's 2026. You just conceded the entire debate.
Can you listen to me?
Okay, let's
If God was
Google.
outside of time and he created everything and he said he makes known the end from the beginning, he knew when he formed the earth that at one point it would be 2027.
But
It's not
does he
like
know what
just
time
got
it is
this
right
revelation
now?
that-
Does he
Bro,
know the
this is a
current
stupid argument.
time is the
This is
question.
a very stupid argument.
It's
He
so
created
stupid that
ev-
you conceded it. You had
He
to
just
contradict
created-
yourself.
He created everything. Like he knows that it was going to be time. Like, what are you
sure.
talking about? He created every year. The fact that you're alive today
Time
is his
he
grace.
is
Do you guys not understand that?
Unchanging in his knowledge.
You guys all understand? Hold up, you can keep writing. I'm just talking to the comments. Do you guys understand that the only reason you have breath in your lungs
God's
right now is because of God's
knowledge.
grace?
Oh God, spare me this fucking preaching. Like we're alive, therefore there must be a God, and like he gave you life. He sustains the air in your lungs. Like you wouldn't be able to breathe if it weren't for God. Yes, Jada, he's talking to us directly to us right now. Like whenever these callers like are losing, they immediately go to like grandstanding, like to the comments, like trying to appeal to like the masses. They're trying to regain their credibility, and it never works. Hey Wilkby, good to see you. Hope you're having a good evening.
God,
Like he loves all of you so much.
all
and, like, I'm
knowing.
gonna pray for all of you. Like I will pray for all of you at the
then
end if the host allows.
if God is all knowing, then he knows what time it is right now. What time it is right now. Sorry, so he knows the fact of what time it is right now, the fact of what time it is.
Yeah, no, see, I could see that Steelman, but like that also requires like, an instantiation of focus on that specific point in time. And in order to like focus in on that point in time and make that like declarative statement that like the time point I'm focusing in at is like 2026 would require like a change in that focus. And if God is outside of time, God would not be able to change its focus. Because time is required for a change to happen, and so even though that's a gracious steel man, it's unfortunately still gonna fall flat. That's why this whole God is outside of time argument never pans out well for the theist.
Is changing. Therefore,
yeah, these nuts. That's
By the way, thank you for subscribing, Atticus Black. I see you.
Oh yeah, folks. If you're new to the stream, please subscribe. Chat, say hello, react.
Do all the
Oh,
things.
sorry. Yeah, do all the things that help us. Like, we're growing fast. Like, I am just so honored that like so many of our friends have like come and support us for like the last. I think I really started getting super active like about 8 weeks ago with the channel. No, it's probably more like 6 weeks ago at this point. But like since joining the channel,
Yeah, I
like,
started it like 9 weeks ago. So
yeah. So it was about
that.
6 weeks ago. But like since I joined the channel, like we've more than doubled our subscribers. You know, like our view count every night is like between 500 and 600 by the end of the stream of individual eyes coming in. And so like I'm just so thankful for everyone that's helping us try to launch this platform. I hope this is something that will
100%.
yeah, I hope this is a platform that will be able to help the atheist community, give other atheists, you know, a launching point to like, you know, those who are interested in going live and like honing their abilities to like, you know, argue their points. I hope this can be a place to really foster that interest and, you know, potentially launch more creative endeavors. So thank you so much. And fuck you, Jason. Of course you unsubscribed.
Want me to unsubscribe him as a mod?
But back to D's Nuts comment. Yeah, hiccups are like a reflex from, you know, when we used to have gills. And there's this funny little meme where like if you tell someone that's having the hiccups, you're not a fish, like it almost instantly cures their hiccups. Like it's definitely anecdotal, but it works like 90% of the time on my partner. And like I've done it on my friends before, and it's worked. it's just sort of funny that like, oh, you just need to remind yourself you don't have fucking gills, so you need a hiccup.
I used to get hit just the longest string of hiccups, and it would just keep going and going and going, and eventually someone in my family would say, okay, you can stop it now, you're clearly doing it on purpose. It's like, if I could stop it, I would, right? And I just think back later to the Simpsons episode where it goes to the guy who's been hiccuping for 25 years.
Hi,
It's just
Ricky
like,
Roberts.
kill me,
You look
kill
like
me.
a new name.
Kill me.
First time here. If so, welcome.
Hayden got your reference, Ray, like right away.
It's exactly what it would be like. It's so horrible when it doesn't stop, and like if it just went on for years. No.
Oh yeah, you
No,
wouldn't be able to
thank
get
you,
rest.
Ricky. And hello, Robbie Taggart. All kinds of new faces tonight.
Yeah, this is really
Don't
exciting.
forget to like, subscribe, and do all the things. Thank you.
Like, subscribe, and hug yourself. You deserve self-love.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll do it like this. If God exists, then he is outside of time and all-knowing.
You guys don't-
If God is
Oh, of course,
sure, so then I'll
Sedona's here.
shift everything down one. Therefore,
Wouldn't be a party till we had the chance to time Sedona out.
Well, yeah, Sedona, are you gonna like come up tonight? Like, when are you actually gonna come on a panel?
When he pulls the string out.
Let it rip.
God
Oh, hey, Tutuben. Good to see you.
does not exist. Okay. Of what time it is right now is changing. And God knows the fact of what time it is right now. Then what God knows changes.
Can I ask you a question real
Therefore,
quick?
okay, wait, sure, wait. So I got the full argument. I'll read it through from start to finish. If God exists, then he is outside of time and all-knowing. If God is outside of time, then he's unchanging in his knowledge. If God is all-knowing, then he knows the fact of what time it is right now. But the fact of what time it is right now is changing.
are these sheaths being instantiated like simultaneously? And if so, like, is the knowledge of what time it is, quote unquote, right now, like being held at the same time? Like, wouldn't that mean that like the knowledge of what time it is right now would technically be a contradiction? Because like right now, 2026 is not a year in the future, 2027, and so you can't know that it is 2026 right now and know that it is 2027 right now.
Well, you can just take it a step back even further to what we understand about space-time, and you could just say there is actually no such thing as now. Now isn't really
right.
a
It's
thing.
it's relativistic.
Right. It's not.
Requires a specific inertial reference frame.
It only seems like now because the speed of light is quick when we're at this range, right? We're close to one another, so it seems pretty fast, but nope.
Yep. Hey, nobody. Good to see you tonight.
Hello.
Welcome, Ricky.
Hey, Ricky. Welcome to the stage. First things first, are you over the age of 18? If you're currently speaking, we cannot hear you.
There's a little tiny arrow next to your microphone button at the bottom. Just click on the arrow and make sure your inputs and outputs are correct.
Hello?
Yeah,
that
hi
you,
there,
Ricky?
Ricky. Is
Say
that
something.
you?
Yo, what's up, my nigga?
Yeah, I saw that coming.
Yeah.
Didn't even get the G out. That's how fast I was with the click. Mods, go
Nah,
ahead.
he made it all the way to the hard R from what I heard. So.
Not on my end.
Oh.
Mods, go ahead and ban Ricky in
Yeah,
chat.
he's done.
If the fact of what time it is right now is changing, and God knows the fact of what time it is right now, then what God knows changes, therefore God doesn't exist. So which of that would you reject?
Okay, hold up. I have an answer, but like, is this going to change your opinion about God if you get like the perfect answer to this, or you just don't care about any argument?
Well, if you give me like a perfect resolution to this, it would at least take one of the problems that I have with God off of the table.
Well, what other problems do you have with God? Like, is it like personal, or is
shit.
it all
Okay,
logical?
sure. So you have no response to this argument, is what I'm getting.
Well, it's pretty
Do
obvious.
you reject premise 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? I can read them again if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead, read it again.
Yeah.
I have an answer.
So
but like,
if
let me
premise
just hear
1, if God exists, then he's outside of time and all-knowing. Premise 2, if God is outside of time, then he is unchanging in his knowledge. Premise 3, if God is all-knowing, then he knows the fact of what time it is right now. Premise 4, the fact of what time it is right now is changing. Premise 5, if the last two are true, the last two things that I just read are true, then what God knows changes. Therefore, God does not exist.
But if God knew everything from the beginning, right? He already knew. He already took these changes.
Premise.
But don't they converge at the point that is like the mind of God? I'm trying to visualize like these curves interactions to like back to the mind of God.
It still goes back to if he knows everything, then he knows what we were going to do, and then he punishes for it, for doing exactly what he knew we were going to do. That's absurd.
Well, I agree that's absurd, but I'm inclined to say that like I don't have any way to describe it, but just intuitively I think that it's there's some way to make sense of God and like his weird shifting but not shifting knowledge. Like, I don't know. Like if he can see the whole time block, like I have no idea, dude. But just intuitively, like I think there's some way they could find a way to work it out.
Robert, backstage, if you want to come
I
up
don't
on
think
stage,
we're that fucking stupid.
yeah, you're gonna have to say something in the chat. Like you didn't even try to change your name. Like, come on, have a little more respect for us. We're not that stupid.
And yourself. Seriously. What the hell?
And you need to say something in chat in less than 5 minutes.
I'd say less than 2 minutes.
Well, I have chat as subscriber chat. You have to be subscribed for 5 minutes before you can actually type in chat.
Good thinking.
So,
Because Gretchen's smart. She makes us go.
Robbie Taggart says that's him.
Hold on. Channel activity didn't start until after.
It started he came in about the same time Ricky Roberts did.
Yeah.
He also created his YouTube account 2 days ago.
Yeah, it's the same guy. Not falling for it. Bye. All right. Back to the thing at hand.
What's the payoff, Robbie, before you oh, well, you're gone, but I am curious. What fucking payoff do you get from jumping up and dropping slurs all over the place?
Oh, they're lonely and their dick is like drier than the Sahara.
Yeah, I don't see how getting up and dropping N-word slurs just fucking how does that do anything for anybody?
It's not going to make it any bigger.
Obviously, they get they get some sort of dopamine hit out of it. I'm just curious what the actual payoff is, because I think Mezzo got like 3 of them tonight. It's fucking ridiculous.
It just means that we're doing something right because they feel threatened enough to try to come up here and mess with us.
Yeah, they're like, look at this nice, well-behaved chat. I should destroy this.
Right? How many of those do you get on TikTok? Nobody?
Huh? What was the question? Sorry.
How many of those do you get on TikTok?
Oh, dude. Well, I've only gone live like twice, and it was just like to test my PC setup, and then I've never done it again. I get on other people's lives, but I don't know.
And they gave you TikTok Live Studio, and they won't give it to me?
Did you do the face thing where like you
No, it never asked me to do the face thing.
I'll have to walk you through it. Like if you install Studio on your computer, it's like they'll be like, oh, well, we need to know that like you have gone live, or like you have a screenshot of like what you're gonna do or whatever. And well, that's how it happened for me anyway. And then I was like, well, fuck, I don't have like a screenshot of that or whatever. And then I did something with the Studio on my phone after doing that and like verified my face, and then it just granted me live access after that. So me and you can like troubleshoot it.
Well, I mean, I have live access, but only from my phone. It won't.
There's like
it won't let me into
check.
TikTok Live Studio on the computer. So.
Is it installed on your? It's installed on your computer already then?
Yeah, I installed it, but the first thing it does is you have to ask for access, and then it comes back as like, nope, sorry, you suck, and we're not giving it to you. And by the way, if we turn you down too many times, then you'll be permanently barred. And I'm just like, the fuck does that mean?
Well, that's weird. I never went live, and I got access on my PC, and then I tested it on my PC. So I think there's probably some like button in either the PC or the phone app or both, like being utilized in a certain way that we can do the same thing for you. There's got to be some way.
All right. We'll mess with it.
Yeah, point of production. We have another person requesting backstage. Complex 1215. You need to announce that you are coming up on stage in the YouTube chat. We need to see that you are the person who's requesting up. I see that they have made themselves known. Let's go ahead and look at this.
And they've been here
looks like-
before, but dropped
Oh.
a fucking disguise slur.
Yep. Access denied. Goodbye.
He did what?
They said regarded when, you know, what they were trying to say. Or, whoops.
I believe we also gave that person an opportunity to apologize in case they were, for some reason,
Did I?
having a
item.
momentary boomer slip or something.
I mean, they know exactly what they're doing when they say regarded. Because, like, if it's a boomer slip, they'll say the
I don't
actual
accept that.
R slur.
You can't.
That's
you,
fair.
You don't get to like spell things wrong and get away with that shit. So it's not here.
Yep.
Oh,
I mean-
it was in chat. Never mind.
Yeah.
Ignore me.
But go ahead and make a bloodbath. They let people do that shit all the time. So go for it.
All right.
They think it's hilarious.
Yeah, probably why I never found strong community in Mega Bloodbath.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've only got 10 minutes left of this Ian clip, which means we're going to be watching it for the next 2 hours. So let's continue ahead.
He took these changes
Do
into his
you
accounts.
reject which premise?
You just like, bro, it's not like your game. Like, I'm just saying, if God already knew
Which
from the beginning,
premise 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5?
I refuse to play your game.
Okay, so you can't reject a premise, but the conclusion does logically follow.
It does not. If you will listen to my answer,
You don't
you'll
think
see
this
how that
follows the
falls
valid
apart.
inference rule? You need to reject a premise, otherwise the conclusion is necessitated. That's what I'm doing here, is I'm giving you an argument
Okay,
that's
five.
logically
I
structured.
reject premise 5.
Okay, so you think that, let's say that there's a fact of what time it is right now, and God knows this fact, but then the fact itself changes.
Okay, what if he knew
Does
that
what
fact
God-
before it changed?
Then God's knowledge would change.
No, he knew everything
Is
already.
it still a fact after it changes?
He knew it would change already. He's God.
Is it still a fact if it changes?
Okay, let me ask you a question, right?
I just asked you one. Is it still true if it changes?
So if you know it's going to be 2027 next year, but you know that now, did your knowledge change or did it stay the same?
Yeah, it changed from knowing that
No,
it
it
will
didn't. You
be.
knew it was gonna be
Ooh, he doesn't even. He's
2027.
terrified of the explanation. Even
You knew it was going to be
he's
2027.
literally quivering. You won't let me give him the explanation. You'll go from knowing that it will be to knowing that it is to knowing that it was. These are 3 different sets of knowledge.
But if you're outside of time,
Yeah, it's still 3 different facts. So you can't possibly know timelessly.
why?
Because there's a different fact about what time it is right now as opposed to what time it's going to be, as opposed to what time it was. These are 3 different facts. Knowing that it will be 12 o'clock is different from knowing that it is 12 o'clock, is different from knowing that it was 12 o'clock.
Okay, that doesn't mean your knowledge changes.
It
That just
does.
means you have diverse knowledge.
It does. It means
No,
you,
it doesn't.
you can't. Okay, wait, does God still
We're just-
know?
We're just not going to agree.
Okay.
Like, I don't know
Well,
what to
yes, because
say.
you're trying to come up the gears, but no, we will agree. We're going to get the concession.
It's just not a concession. You're just wrong.
So let's say right now, God knows it is the year 2026 currently.
yes. God does know that, correct?
Okay. 1 year
Let's
from
make it
now,
change. All right.
God knows it is the year 2026 currently because
Correct,
his knowledge
correct.
is unchanging. So then he
Correct,
knows a false thing. So in the year 2027, God will know it is currently the year 2026. So God knows a false thing.
You're using time language to
Oh,
describe
no,
a God
brutal.
that is outside of
Brutal. Okay.
time. So,
what's the, wait,
so
sorry, wait, what's the
past,
time
present,
language?
and future
Sorry, what's
don't
the time
exist
language?
past, present, and future don't exist to God. He
What's-
is outside of time. They're all wrapped into one.
What's
He
the time
owns
language?
time. Does that not make sense to you?
What's the time language?
Currently.
Currently, sure. So then God doesn't know any facts that have the word currently in them?
What does that mean? He
Does-
just it
does
just doesn't
God know-
pertain to it just doesn't pertain to him.
But does God know any facts about what is currently the case?
I think you're severely mistaken in the fact that you think you know more than God.
Does God
He knows
know any
everything.
facts that relate to what is currently the case?
Your questions don't make sense. What does that mean?
So there are facts about what currently is. So currently it's the year 2026. That's like a currently fact. Does God know
Correct.
any of the currently facts?
He knows what's happening now, what happened, and what's going to happen. Yes.
Okay, sure. So he knows what's happening now. So it is the year 2026 now? And then we can change currently to now because he knows.
It's now for us. It's not now for him.
Oh, so does he know the fact that it is the year 2026 now?
For us, yes, he does know.
No,
that for
I
us,
didn't
year
add that part.
2026.
You added that part. That
No,
part is
because
not
you're
in
taking
it. Does he know
2026.
just the fact itself?
God didn't get invented.
Does he know the fact
2026
itself?
years ago.
I think the simple fact that God is outside of time and like Caller's claim means that like there is no now, so God can't even know like that it is 2026 now. Hey Jay, if that's really you, well actually it probably is. I'll just bring him on stage. Yeah, he's got the PFP. Oh, Jay, what happened? You dropped. Come on back, buddy. We know it's you.
He's just already stoned.
I mean, it is Friday. Like, I don't blame him. Like, I was gonna smoke earlier because you know I don't have to do RP Junior duty at 5 this morning. But since I was riding solo, I wanted to be a little more with it. So decided to stay sober at least for the time being. All you damn kids in your partying. Hey, what's good, Jay?
Oh, there's some dumb niggers.
Wow, he even spoofed Jay's PFP.
Wow.
That I've got to give it to you. That was actually pretty strategic.
That actually was.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's only going to work once. Anyways, yeah, back to what I was saying about God being outside of time. So, like, if God is outside of time, like, he doesn't, like, there is no now. And so, like, God can't have knowledge of, like, a now position. So, yeah, I'm still not quite, not quite to the point where I'm going to grant Caller, like, any sort of soundness in any of these premises.
He knows that for us.
Oh, I'm not
It's
asking if he knows it
2026.
for us. I'm asking if he knows it for himself.
It's not the year 2026 for him.
Okay, sure. So then
outside of
God
time.
can't know that right now it's the year 2026 simplicator.
Yes,
so
he
I
can.
know
He
something
knows
that
it's
God
our
doesn't.
year 2026.
If he so he knows it's simplicator?
What does that mean?
It means without respect to us. Does he know? Because I know it's 2026 simplicator. Does God know that it's 2026 simplicator?
There's not a unit. God lives in reality.
Does he
lives in
know
truth.
that it's the year 2026?
Wait, but like reality has time, and like God can't also be in reality, but also be outside of time simultaneously. Like that would just entail a contradiction.
You don't accept the
Simplicator.
wisdom that I'm telling you. He
It's a
knows
yes or no
that
question.
2026 and the human race are
Are
binded together. Does that make sense?
Are you like
he
physically
knows it's
capable of answering the
2026.
question?
This
Okay,
is
so here's
not-
what we'll do.
so-
I'll
so
just
the
type the
apostle-
question up.
Hold on,
Oh
before
God,
you-
he's like
before you write,
circling
can I
back
just-
to the start of the dialogue tree. No, answer the question. Does
Can I just
God
say
know
something?
it is now the year 2026 simplicator with no reference to like.
Yeah, terrible name. I just take things like outside of reality to be things that like aren't real. You know, things that don't exist, because things that exist are within reality. But like Caller like did say that God is within reality, and like time is in reality, and so God would be required to be in time. But if God is outside of time but also in reality, God is both in time and out of time. You know, therefore deriving your PNNP.
Like we know that it's the year 2026. It's the year 2026 for us. Just does he know that right now it's the year 2026? Does he know that?
Does he know that on Earth
No.
it is the year 2026?
Simplicator.
In the universe, that's
No,
not how time applies to
simplicator.
God.
I'm not asking if he knows for us it's this year. I'm asking, does he know this simplicator
So when you say 2026, you're talking about
this year?
human time.
Yes.
Is that right?
No, just time in general.
You're not talking about human time.
Sure.
So
If you want
what
to say
are
like
you
if you want to say
talking
like the
about?
calendar, sure, we can say the calendar.
Does God know that the calendar
Yes.
says it's
Does he know the fact
2026?
about what is currently
Yes.
present?
God knows that on Earth it is
Yes.
2026.
And will that stay present?
No.
Okay, so then God's knowledge must change.
God knows on Earth right now that
Yes.
next
Caller is getting so upset. Like that vocal fry. No.
Yeah, you can
year,
just
it
like
is
picture that was
2026.
the kid throwing the tantrum in what I'm guessing would be the Walmart aisle.
On the dirty Walmart floor that probably hasn't been like mopped in like months, if not years. Right, Joker, the way he said no, like that's what we're all jumping on right now. Like the crash out is imminent.
And
what's
then he'll
funny
know
is-
that it's 2020. He goes from knowing that it's 2026 to knowing that it's
So,
2027.
can I explain a simple concept that can solve this whole
Yes,
thing?
please.
God is not only omniscient, he's omnipotent, which means he's everywhere all at once.
You
God
mean
is not
omnipresent. You don't
He can't even get the omnis correct. Jesus, like he is flailing right now. Like his brain is trying to work quicker than like it's like capable of working right now. So his mouth is moving faster than his thoughts are like actually confirming in his head. And like I always love getting into these omni concepts because like you can't be omnipotent and omnipresent. Because if you're omnipotent, you should be able to fit yourself inside of a shoebox. But if you're omnipresent, you can't fit yourself inside of a shoebox because you need to be at all places at once. So just right there, like you can't, hold these two properties.
even know your own theology.
Sorry, omnipresent. Yes, correct. Thank you.
Wait,
So-
sorry.
so
that's
he's
a
here
bigger
right
problem. I don't
now.
know why the fuck you'd commit yourself to that. That's an even bigger problem.
Because he's here right now and he's also in 2027
Okay.
at the same time.
Sure. So
He's
that's a
everywhere at
catastrophic
once.
blunder for this reason.
No, it's not. That's true.
God is present everywhere. I don't know. Let's say present in all beings. New beings come into existence at different times. From that, it follows that God is in different beings at different times.
Yeah, exactly, Jada. Like maybe if they see enough words, then like they'll stumble upon like the right combination of like sounds that will somehow make their argument for them. It's really like the death throes of like a failing argument. God is omni contradictory, pretty much like. Probably the only omni that I'd grant to God.
And then from that, it just follows that God is in different places at different times.
Oh, whoops, that wasn't the one. The shoebox thing isn't quite as good as "Can God Get Out of My Garage?" Let's modify that a little more and make it a little more sadistic. Can God get out of my basement dungeon? Probably not.
You know,
All right. Yeah. All right. You know what? The Bible says. You can write this, but the Bible says, "Do not get introduced into."
Is Caller getting like air raided right now? Are they about to be bombed? What's going on?
Tornadoes are rolling through. He's in the middle of Tornado Alley.
I guess that's probably fair because there was a lot of inclement weather over the past week. Like a lot of our friends had a lot of tornado warnings going on.
Where I live now, they sounded for a heavy storm, right? Like the alarm goes off, and I get the line was kind of thick, but there was no warning or even watches for for tornadoes. So why were they sounding the alarm? I think they're just getting overzealous.
Yeah, I grew up in Iowa where like there are a lot of tornadoes, like a lot of tornadoes. But then like I moved here to Colorado and there are like almost no tornadoes like where I'm at in Colorado, and so like the only time I hear a siren like that is if like the Air Force Base is like testing their systems. And I know if I hear that siren outside of a Wednesday at noon, shit's probably going to go down.
to foolish controversies.
Oh
but instead
shit, he got
focus on
cooked, dude.
sound-
He got
just
genuinely
focus on
fucking
instead-
baked. He got
No.
Oh, hey, Robin. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great Friday.
eviscerated on the
I'm
time
just
argument,
obeying.
eviscerated on
Just
the
listen-
omniscience
just listen.
or on the omnipresence argument.
The
Different
Bible
times
says
than
that
God.
you should not focus on this, but focus on the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ, because that is what actually saves people. So I got to go. I'm going to dinner, but I'm just
I
going to leave
accept your
people with
surrender, by
that.
the way. Wait, before you
I'm
run,
not
before you sprint
surrendering. I'm
away.
not surrendering, but I
Before you
appreciate-
sprint, before you run away, do you just want to tell me which premise is false?
I'm not gonna look at it, but I appreciate you having me on
Okay,
here.
sure.
And I think, can I just say
Of
one more thing to
course.
you? Like, I genuinely think God could use you in such a big way if
Okay,
you just
yeah.
had faith, bro. Like seriously,
Yeah.
you're so smart. Where like all these people that you're leading astray, you could be leading them towards the kingdom.
Yeah.
I truly believe that.
Yeah, and all these people who you're, unconvincing of God's existence, you could probably convince by rejecting a premise now.
Hey, you know what, bro? If you're gonna I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, God bless you.
You can change my
I love
mind.
you.
Wait, if you tell me,
I
if
love
you give
you,
me a
bro.
coherent rejection of one of these premises, I'll convert right now.
I'm sorry, man. I love you. And
Okay,
I,
I
don't
guess
think that's
dinner's more
true.
important than my eternal soul. Okay.
I don't think that's true, bro. I think if you
I
genuinely
mean,
wanted to seek the truth,
seriously, like this guy doesn't even believe it. Like he's gonna choose dinner over my eternal soul.
no, because I think you're a smart enough guy.
Wait,
to
which
where if
one's
you
more
actually
valuable? Wait, which one's more valuable? Going to dinner with your family or my eternal soul?
Your eternal soul by far.
Okay, sure.
100%.
So then, I'll convert if you can give me a coherent rejection of one of these premises.
I just don't think this is important. I think that if you genuinely explore the scriptures and believe the good news, like you will find the truth you're looking for. I'm not the one to give it to you, but the
How
Bible
about you
is.
just go ahead and reject a
I'll
premise?
leave it there.
So okay, so
Bro-
you don't even believe what you're saying, right? Like
No, I believe
if my
everything I
soul is
just
like
told you.
infinitely more valuable than dinner with your family, then you should have no problem telling me which premise is
No,
false.
it's just I'm.
That's all
I'm
it takes
called
to convert me.
I'm called to obedience to God's word, and He says don't get involved in foolish controversies that are
Sure.
For fuck's
unprofitable.
sake, the
Like
good
it's just
news.
not worth.
Right.
I mean, at some point, can't we like refer to it as old news or fake news? I mean,
The stagnant news.
we need to update our lexicon a little bit.
The original fake news. The OG of fake newses.
Oh, man.
This
I mean, it is
discussion
like
not gonna-
unprofitable when you're incapable
Hey, Face Jets. Good to see you tonight.
of tracking.
I'm just not even looking at this.
I know, I
I'm just
grant it,
telling
right? It's
you,
because it
bro,
causes
that-
you too much cognitive dissonance. So you can't look at it. You have to look away.
I'm just telling you that if you read the Bible for yourself, you will get all the answers you are seeking for. And more.
Yeah. Wow, that's great, bud. Does it tell you which premise here is false?
All right, man. God bless you. I gotta go.
Okay,
Peace out.
sure. Sounds like no.
Take care. Love you, bro. Peace.
Okay.
Oh,
Sounds like
I missed
no.
Wally Wonka in chat too. Hey, Wally Wonka, welcome in.
Hey,
Good to see
Wally.
ya.
Hey, Face Jets.
All right, we made it through the Ian clip. Let's go. It didn't get too Phil Bro-y, right, Gretchen?
No, I didn't. Not at all.
No, he just sort of crashed out because he was so confident that his bullshit was just reality. Like the whole thing about like the most studied books, the most studied texts in human history, the Gospels.
Right. That was a crazy claim.
If you're talking about like maybe because theologists exist, but that doesn't mean that like they've come back with any new revelations, right? Oh, unless it's a prediction of when the end of the world is coming, then they have
Hi,
to keep
Tim.
updating that, right?
Who are you in chat?
Yeah, point of production. Tim, we see you backstage. We need you to announce your request in the YouTube chat before we'll bring you up. Tim, did you hear us? Just say in the YouTube chat, hey, this is Tim. I'm requesting backstage. Yeah, we saw you moving your lips on your camera backstage. Like, we can't hear you. Like, you're not audible right now. What we need from you is to simply go into the YouTube chat, say, hey, this is Tim. I'm backstage, and I'd like to come up.
The sad links that people have to go through. Because some people can't just be halfway decent human beings. Halfway. Get a better hobby. Have
Or
you
even
played
cousin.
Claire Obscura? Go play Claire Obscura.
I need to so bad, so bad.
Get into a good story. If you haven't played Portal, go play Portal.
Trolling Democrats is back.
Is that Jill?
Trolling.
I don't
Democrats.
fucking know. I have no idea who they are. Been here one other time on the 5th. And no, it doesn't sound. That's not Jill.
Okay. Oh, Evan seems to think that trolling Democrats is like the original troll that's coming up here and saying the slurs. I mean, we'll see.
Probably.
But Tim dropped backstage because Tim probably doesn't have a YouTube
Or
account
Tim-
that isn't banned.
Tim is the troll. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's what I was getting at. They ran out of accounts, and it's, painfully obvious when like the account was made in June of fucking 2026. So, see, you play Whack-A-Troll long enough, like that's what it catches up to, because like they're not going to have an infinite supply of YouTube accounts.
Sure, they can.
They can have a.
It only takes like 3 minutes to make a new one.
Right, but like they probably didn't have the foresight to like make these like back in like 2022.
Oh yeah, no chance.
And so like when we see like a brand new account like made in 2026. Oh, okay.
Even.
Trolling Democrats is admitting that they're the troll, so we have hidden them now. Thanks for the admission. And we've banned probably your last YouTube account that isn't going to be brand new. So, bye, bitch.
And you have 7 accounts? Think you're fucking clever? I have like 40 accounts. In fact, everyone you're talking to in chat right now, they're all me. I win. Fuck you.
This is all just like a grift to like get YouTube to like pay us for like 2 people like Gretchen and I up here.
I'm working hard chatting here, man. I'm chatting under 40
Oh,
different accounts at the same time.
I
It's
have
so
had
good.
I've had some thoughts on doing that, setting up like a VM server, a bunch of Kubernetes containers, and then just having them auto run and log into.
See,
each
look, I'm
channel's
even telling
account.
everybody that we're all me. I really am fucking God, aren't I?
No, notice how like Ray and I don't speak at the same time. It's because we're the same person, and like I just simply put on a voice changer, and now Ray's going to speak.
Mm-hmm.
See, this way it keeps everything nice and synced up, so that the algorithms don't pick up on the fact that we're just 2 people.
It's the best grift in history, like the perfect crime.
Are you nobody on fire too? Because you guys
Yes.
all have like pretty good like radio voices.
Oh yeah. Which one is my real voice?
It's just one asshole with a fucking voice mod. I get it now.
Jason says I'm the freak. And Jada says, yeah, I'm
I kind of figured
Jada
that's
is
who
actually
the troll.
like the original
I
me.
figured from the beginning. I think that's who the troll is. I think it's the freak because you really he kept fucking going at you in Mezzo's chat after you came to do this.
Well, it just means that DeFreak
he
is still listening.
kept fucking tagging you, and you got under his skin. So, and I'm just like, and of course, Jason decided to troll the shit out of him, and
Yeah, I know that
And then I
DeFreak is
mommed
still
him
listening
for-
because like he's trying to reference like a conversation I had with Kieran, I believe, or maybe it was New UG. But like he was like, how could you not understand what the Irish guy was talking about? And it's like, was I like asking for them to clarify their position? Because I do that pretty often because I would hate to straw man my interlocutor's position. Like I do my best to like understand where they're coming from so I can respond like, you know, specifically
Why
to
does
their
he
actual
get
claim.
so fucking hung up on what someone says to other people on the internet?
Well, his whole thing was like, "Oh, you claim to
Kieran
have
is a
an IQ of
grown-ass man.
135 when you're drunk. How can like someone that has a
Kieran
high
is a
IQ?"
grown-ass man. He could get his own back and does frequently. And he doesn't mind the conversations.
Yeah, no, that's why
You know?
I invited DeFreak to come on tonight and like take that IQ test like live in front of everyone. Because
You
I,
didn't
I,
tell
I
me
have a
about that.
feeling. That's what I was saying in Mezzo stream. Because like DeFreak was like hung up on the fact that like I scored 135 when I was drunk that one night.
Oh, well.
But yeah,
Well, if you
DeFreak,
didn't watch
I
it,
know
the
you're
last
I know
time
you're
the
listening.
freak was here, I fucking exiled him.
Is he still? Does he still
Partially
have chat
because
privileges?
of you. So, huh?
Does he still
He's
have chat
banned from
privilege?
chat and no panel
Oh.
privileges.
Oh, okay. Well,
Because of
I did
the
invite him tonight, like specifically
because of
for
the
the
F
IQ
slur
test.
thing.
Yeah,
You know?
that's fair.
So,
Did you go back and
but you're
watch
the
the
one that
entire
talked me
conversation?
into it.
I simply made you aware of the conversation that you're too tired to remember.
Yeah, I would have never had any idea that he did that.
But
if
wait,
you
didn't you have
hadn't played
DeFreak
that.
on like after like we went through that analysis of that conversation, like after I had to leave?
Yeah, so I could tell him that he's persona non grata.
I love it. No notes. I love it.
You know? I brought him up just to put a fucking axe through his head. That's it. And he cried about it for like half an hour.
I mean, like he might be a Josh A. It's the same guy
It's the
that
same
like
guy.
had Tim as their name.
Yeah.
Hey, quote unquote Josh A. You need to announce your request in the YouTube queue
In the YouTube chat.
or the YouTube chat. Yeah, let us know that you're backstage. Otherwise, you're not coming up. Sorry, them's the breaks.
Sorry, Josh A. Tim.
No, JR. DeFreak does
Oh.
not use alts, and like that's the one thing that I respect. Everyday videos, 5210.
11 years ago. You really want to risk an 11-year-old YouTube account just to come up and drop a slur? I mean, really?
Ooh, there is.
All right.
Okay, I've got the personal docs information of this person now. You got this 11-year-old account up. I've got personal information now. So if you want to try saying a slur, I'll be able to tie this.
Okay,
back to
everybody,
your
everyday
employment.
videos 5210 in chat. If he comes up, if he fucking says a slur and decides to be a dick, I'm not gonna immediately hide him. Fucking report him straight to fucking YouTube, please. And then I'll hide him.
All right, quote unquote Josh A. Are you over the age of 18? Hello.
Cool.
Okay. And what brings you on the panel tonight?
I've been muted.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Yes, hello. You seem to be having a mic glitch.
What are you doing?
Yeah, stop messing with your settings. You're fucking stuff up. So what brings on the panel tonight?
Stop unmuting yourself. We've got it. We can hear you.
We've got it situated. What brings on the panel tonight?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, there's a glitch on Streamlabs.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. Every time you unmute yourself, it takes you off the stage, and then we can't hear you. Just leave the mute button alone. We can hear you.
All right. So what brings you to the stage tonight? We're talking about whatever topic you want to bring up.
Right now we're in between topics. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Yes,
we're
we can.
responding to you, aren't we? We have no idea what you're talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Carmelo Anthony was a kid that was killed in Texas after he was enticed into a tent by some white kids, and then those white kids, I thought you
guys were talking about a basketball player.
Just get rid of this guy, dude.
All right.
Good enough for me.
Quote unquote, you have to say racist white kids. Yeah, he's an idiot.
Yeah. Hey, great
well,
teamwork
I mean,
on that.
we did see his face, and he was a black man. So I mean,
no, he wasn't. He was a white guy.
He wasn't. It looked like a. Okay.
Is your screen turned down?
Maybe it was his lighting.
What is what?
Maybe it was his lighting. He looked like a black guy to me.
I don't know. I didn't see anything.
Well, if he was a racist white guy, then he's gonna really be upset that I just called him a black man.
He said,
so enjoy that.
He said you have to refer to the white children as racist. That was instantly like he's clearly here to say some stupid shit.
Didn't they kill a black kid?
Well, no, the black kid killed one of the white kids after he wasn't going to let him beat him up.
Like what I'm saying is that like he was saying something of the sort. This is what liberals would say, so you have to say that. Like he was prepping into some type of mockery and then probably dropping slurs.
Hey, JR, this isn't my PFP. It's just the default PFP that Streamlabs auto-populates. I'm not able to use a custom PFP because, like, some fucking dumb subscription shit. So, yeah.
Yeah, we kicked you for being a race baiter every day. Or Josh A. Tim.
Oh, is he in the chat?
Yeah, he was the everyday videos, the one with the 11-year-old account.
No.
Oh, I see.
Everybody do your thing. Report everyday video.
Well, just like what? Like, no one. Why is that even what we're talking about?
Well, it's in the news. It's absolutely.
The point is
abhorrent.
why did you have to insist that they're racist?
Well, they definitely were, but
yeah, he says in the chat. No, I can't stand the entitlement of these white people. Just calling.
How do you know they weren't Christians killing a fucking atheist? Why does it have to be about racism?
They can't even type correctly.
Yeah, racist. Wow, that's nowhere near the T, dude. What?
I mean, like, you can only be
Dude.
racist while you're a people. Like, as far as I know, like, things that aren't people can't be racist. Because race is a social construct, and social
Good
constructs
point,
have only
Dave.
come from people.
Very good point, Dade.
And I would suggest if you want to talk about that, you take that to Santana's live or Hector's live, or one of those guys would love to talk to you about that situation.
All right, well, this is the point in the night where I remind chat that like we will take any suggestions for videos to respond to react to, and also there is that pinned URL in the YouTube chat. If you're on a mobile phone, you can click that, and it'll bring you right into Streamlabs Talk Studio, and you should be able to join us super duper easy. All that we ask is that you announce your request in chat, and when we bring you on, we'll ask you simple, are you over the age of 18? And once we confirm that you're up here and obeying the YouTube TOS, we can have a good discussion. But I'll give chat a good like 30 to 60 seconds to suggest any other videos. Otherwise, we'll do this Justin and Thinker clip. I mean, everybody up here already knows my thoughts on Thinker. She's one of the goats.
Didn't we watch this like last night?
We watched another Justin and Thinker one. The one with Breezy, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I don't think this is Breezy, because this is from 15 hours ago. So this would not have been when we were live.
Right. I don't know. I never watched the clips. I only watched the lives. So
Did I accidentally enable that Dade Murphy chat?
no, I did because
Oh,
he
okay.
was talking smack about you and your fucking not night mode.
My night mode.
Your non-night mode.
Why
Oh,
is your YouTube?
Like, why is your background fucking white, dude?
Because this is a brand new account, and can I even set night mode on this? Like this specific Gmail account doesn't have a YouTube channel.
You still gotta have settings.
Potentially. Appearance, device theme, dark theme. Okay. Yeah, that's a fair. That's
Much
a fair
easier on
critique.
the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will take that criticism in stride, and now we are updated for a more pleasurable viewing experience. Appreciate the input. Yeah, Dade, I made the account specifically to follow only channels that would be good to react to. Otherwise, my actual YouTube channel is following a whole bunch of video game lore of conspiracy videos about old cartoons that are just fun. There's this guy named Alex Bale.
Alex Bale? Oh,
Yeah,
God, I love him.
His SpongeBob conspiracy theories, his Blue Clues conspiracy theories. He did a Teletubby conspiracy theories. They're
Oh, my
they're
favorite
all
one
so
is
much
Sonny
fun.
the Cocoa Puffs bird.
Yes.
Oh my God, that's my absolute favorite.
Yeah, I love Alex Bale, but I have a whole bunch of random shit that I follow on my my DJRP account, because that account is fucking ancient. Let me see how long I've been running DJRP. It's 11 years old. And so I have hundreds of unrelated channels that I follow, and so it would just be an incoherent mess to try to find something to react to. It's probably mostly like production videos and like sound design videos of like, you know, specific synth recipes in Serum and Vital and Massive. And right now I just realized like this is probably a whole bunch of jargon that like nobody's going to understand what I'm even fucking talking about. So I'll stop talking about it.
Did my fucking chat die?
I'll bring it back to that though. I saw one of those that was talking about how Splinter decided to give what weapons to which Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Have you seen that one?
No, that sounds like something like right up my alley though.
Oh, it's fascinating. Like, well, Donatello, right? Like he was brilliant with all of the technologies. So like, Splinter gave him a stick, right? Learn to use this, right? This very simple. Oh, I'm still here. Oh yeah, okay. And then like Raphael, because he was the hot-headed one, gave him blunt defensive weapons. Like sais are not sharp; they're meant as like disarming tools, right? And Michelangelo, because he was like chaotic, right? He gave him nunchucks because they were like the most precise weapon that you can use. If you are chaotic with them, you're going to hit yourself, right? So you have to be very careful with them. So it was to teach him like control. And then yeah, Leonardo, because he was the leader. It's here's a lethal weapon, don't kill with it, right? So yeah, it was interesting theories as to, you know, why Splinter made his choices, and it kind of makes sense, right? Give them based on their personalities.
No,
Have you read Ronin?
I don't believe so.
No.
Well, so they're supposed to be doing a game at some point, but there's
This is the feudal Japanese story.
Well, there's a section of maybe Ronin isn't the full title, but there's a section of Ninja Turtles like lore or like the story, the plot, that eventually there's only one turtle left and you don't know who it is at first, and then like he uses all the weapons from every brother and is like on like, I don't know, maybe some type of like revenge arc or something. But you should look it up.
Is it the last Ronin?
I think so. I'm trying not to spoil anything, but
well, color me intrigued.
It's very interesting, and they're supposed to make a game soon, but I feel like it fell off or something like a year or so ago.
Yeah, it looks like the comic book run was October 2020 to April 2022, so it's pretty recent in terms of like, you know, comics and Ninja Turtles lore. Let me see if this is on the couch potato list. No, I'll definitely like add that to my my casual reading list. All right. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't think I've seen any any suggestions in chat for videos to respond to, so we can dive into this Justin back-to-back thinker clip. And it's not too long. It's 18 minutes, which is like less than half the Ian one. So like this one will only take us 90 minutes, 2 hours. We'll see.
Our next guest, it looks like it's going to be Belteshazzar, which is a nice biblical name, and then maybe Dirk after that. How you doing?
Dirk was the thinker clip that we reacted to the other day. It was her first time like having an exchange with Dirk. It was great.
Belteshazzar. Are you present?
Here am I.
Can you hear us?
Divine present.
Can you hear me?
Hola. I can hear you.
It's the thing Santa gives you, duh.
Then yes, I am a present.
Can you hear
All
us?
right, so yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Okay. Belteshazzar, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am both.
Okay. And which God?
The only one that created heaven and earth.
Didn't help me any. Which one?
So Allah?
Ra, duh.
Oh, of course. I'm so slow tonight.
Yeah, that's all.
No, Ra and Sekhmet. That was the last one. That was Dirk Gently.
That's right. Oh, I'm telling you, pharaohs though. We got to go back to that shit.
I love that pharaohs came up because it gives me an opportunity to tell this joke. If two pharaohs fart at the same time, could you say that they have a Tutankhamun? But wah wah wah.
Jesus Christ.
Gotcha. You're a Christian. Okay, fantastic. So, our claim is that we don't believe that God is good. Do you believe that God is good?
God is very good.
Okay. Is he all good?
All good.
Gotcha. Do you think that permitting slavery is good?
By who?
I didn't say by who. I just said permitting slavery. Do you think permitting slavery would be good?
You said by who? Is it by God? You can say by God or by man.
By anyone.
So frame your question right. By man or by God?
By anyone.
By God, whatever he does do is perfect.
Okay, so when God said you
by
can own
man,
slaves,
whatever they do, they do.
that was perfect.
Second?
When God said you can own slaves, that was perfect.
Yes.
Interesting. So, if God was giving you evil commands, how would you know it?
No, he does not do any evil.
Oh, I didn't ask you if he does. I said if God gave you evil commands, how would you know it?
It would not be evil. You
I
calling
didn't
it
ask you.
evil. You call it evil.
I said if. I said
That is
if
your
God,
perspective.
if God gave you evil commands, could you know it?
He would not do it.
I didn't ask you if he.
The sheer inability of a theist to like engage with a hypothetical is just like it completely escapes me. Because like my entire life I've been able to engage with hypotheticals just fine. So to like get into that mindset is just like incredibly difficult.
It's not that they can't. It's just they know as soon as they do, their points are going to be quickly dismantled. So they have to keep that separation of whatever they're going to answer in the context of, oh, is this in the whole like God's context or is this in man's context, right? So otherwise, it's just collapse.
Yeah.
What I said if. This is
Again, he would not do
hypotheticals.
it.
Hypotheticals
Well,
are not. I'm not saying that this
say-
is reality. Hypotheticals are if, right? So if I said, "Hey, if Thinker drove over to my house and then murdered me with a lamp," right? That's a hypothetical. I'm not saying she would do it. I'm saying if she did it. That's how hypotheticals work. So if God was giving bad laws, could you know it?
With the whole lamp.
Could I know it? No, because
Right? That's an interesting like murder weapon. Like what in the clue fuck is like going on here? Thinker in Justin's streaming room with a lamp.
Random murder devices.
No way
watched
that's really
people-
Gary. No way that's really Gary.
Although he did call into Mezzo tonight.
Right. All right, Gary, if that's really you, you need to make a comment in the YouTube chat saying that, hey, this is Darth Dawkins. I would like to come on stage. Is Tom Rabbit here ready to get this clip?
What? You're joking, right? What is going on?
We have someone claiming to be Darth
Dawkins
Dawkins
is in the queue
backstage.
trying to get on.
Oh, there's no way.
Yeah, like I said, no way.
No, bro, he'd be on TikTok right now. I can check. Shit, where's my phone?
I mean, if it really is Gary and he's on TikTok like dual streaming this could be the bump that we need, you know? Even UG is popping in like Darth is here. Good to see you, UG.
You know, it might be worth the slur just to satisfy my curiosity.
Well, if it's really Darth Dawkins, he'll have like an actual YouTube account that he can comment and chat. I want to know why you left Mezzo and his mother.
Doesn't he usually just hang out on TikTok and Discord though?
Yeah, but he still has.
I don't know that I've
YouTube
ever seen
account,
Darth
I'm pretty
Dawkins
sure.
on YouTube. Huh? Yeah, he probably does.
I don't know. He's not been live for a while. He was on a panel like a couple hours ago.
Yeah, Mezzo.
Oh, Darth came up to Mezzo? Really?
Yeah, tonight.
And he ran.
Oh, that
Yeah,
sounds- that
I
sounds
sent a
fucking
super
fun.
chat when he was up there. I was like, "Ooh, is it the real Darth Dawkins? I wonder how long before he runs." And it took all of maybe 2 minutes, and he ran.
Yeah, Mezzo's not the kind of person he could have a conversation with, like at all. That dude's fucking weird.
Mezzo?
Yeah, Darth. Are you
No.
going to run tonight too?
No, Darth.
Yeah. Mezzo tried. It was Darth that ran, dude. He pulled his typical Darth moves, and
He's like, if you're going to keep doing the shtick.
yeah.
Well, and
Tis I, the one and only.
shit, I kind of want to see that.
Vantillion Theist to engage. I didn't run. Mezzo clearly kicked me. Okay, sure.
Wait.
That's not Gary's account.
Yeah, no, that's 3 weeks old.
There's
Yeah.
someone in chat saying Darth never runs. Is that a joke?
That's the
Darth
guy
only
sitting in the
ever
queue.
runs. Hey,
Darth
Wonderick Cypher, if you're really Gary, go live on TikTok right now. Right this very second. Otherwise you're not coming up. Like
I've only defeated all the greatest atheists, from Lawrence Krauss to Graham Oppie. I've no contenders. Yeah, that's not Darth, dude. There's no way.
No, Gary doesn't talk like that.
No,
I've
it's gonna
no
be,
contenders.
It's gonna be Tim A, Josh, whatever.
Yep. We
Or
can just
probably
continue.
or the freak.
I would have loved to be cooked by Darth, dude. Holy shit. Like, he's so funny. Like, but he'd just
That's what I was
be like,
thinking.
what's ultimate?
It's like it
and
might be worth the slur just in
unchanging
case
that-
it turns out to be him.
What's ultimate and unchanging
it's
the
definitely
grounds,
not
what
him.
could and could never be. Like, it's like arguing with a Jedi that's stupid.
Here,
He didn't
I'll
learn the
find-
Force, he learned the farce.
That's right, JR.
Yeah.
They're all afraid.
Well, when I try to look up Darth Dawkins on YouTube, it doesn't really like come up with like an actual account. But like Darth Dawkins would not have a 3-year-old or a 3-week-old
A
account.
3-week-old account, no way.
Yeah.
Hey, I think he mainly like hangs out on Discord where he, can block people. He likes to be in control. So.
Right. He only hangs out in like things that like he can host, where like he can mute and
Pretty much.
mute and block.
Yeah, I watch him on TikTok like pretty regularly. Like just today,
It was funny with Mezzo. I mean, Mezzo did everything he could to keep him on the line, and he just would not do it.
Here, watch this. Oh, bye. Oh, bye. Get fucked, dumbass.
Finger slipped.
I mean, if yeah, he's not gonna actually want to talk about tag or anything. He's just gonna like drop slurs or some shit.
Yeah. He's not here to actually debate anything. He's just
It's
another
definitely
round
the
of
troll
whack
from
a
before.
troll.
Yep. We'll just let them. Sorry, I thought I heard my baby cry. Yeah. We'll just let them waste time backstage.
He says, "Are you kidding me?" Calling me out. Are you kidding me? I came to school you specifically on tag.
Funny how like that's the one thing that they say right after you mention tag.
Okay, here. Type out the support for. Well, I mean, I guess you got to give me the argument, but I assume premise one is like God is the necessary precondition for logic or some knowledge or some
Intelligibility.
Shit. Sure. So go ahead and support premise one in the comments, and then maybe I'll believe you that you're actually trying to argue. Yeah, I'm running from Darth, UG. You fucking.
God, I wish we could get the actual Gary up here, or Deathless Light, or like even Clark. Like, even though like he's actually just a troll.
Clark is so funny.
He's hilarious.
Him and Deathless, like they're so funny, and like
Deathless is like serious though, but like Clark like is clearly just like a troll.
I worry about Deathless, bro. Like I've watched some of his lives, and he's talked about like his like relationships and stuff, and I've been like, damn, dude, like that sounds like it hurt, dude, and like maybe you should start working on that and not trying to tell people there's omni-tautologies, like or what does he say? Another thing is like he'll just say omni for anything, like so omni consistent logic and like
He's omni.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like I'm worried about him.
Hey,
but he did
unquote,
teach me like a couple things, like to be honest.
Quote unquote Gary in chat. Nobody didn't say intelligibility. That was what I added in. So like you're not even tracking like what we're saying up here on the panel.
Yeah, that's fine. Wait. God is not assumed to be the intelligibility automatically for the grounding of the regularity of nature. What? That's what?
That's not Gary.
That's what y'all sound like when you get into your bullshit. That's what you all sound like to me.
Yeah. Well, like you mean like an idiot? So
yeah, you sound like idiots when you guys get into your fucking dildo bags.
All right, that's fine. So God is not assumed to be the intelligibility automatically for the grounding of the regularity of nature. The intelligibility of nature and the regularity of nature, those are identical to me.
Hold on, quick point of production. Robin, if that's really you, go ahead and message me on Discord, since we're friends on Discord and we have a DM
or
open.
Flash a camera, or you're still backstage, so no one can see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Robin.
Hi, Robin. Okay, great.
You ain't supposed to wake me up and get my camera off. What are you doing?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, quick on the draw, RP.
I was excited to have a friend actually requesting my bad.
Robin, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Great.
You ready for some Phil Bro braggins?
Yeah, I've been watching him. I watched Justin today. I watched him a lot. Several people call in, crash out. I even sent a super chat today.
Hey, quote unquote Gary in the comments. I don't ascribe to any sort of contingency. I'm a necessitarian. Everything is necessary, so there are no contingencies that exist. So, like, contingency arguments do nothing for me.
Hey guys,
Well-
being scared of Gretchen is the only safe way to go through life. It just makes sense.
Well, Gretchen
It
is
just makes
God,
sense.
so
Uh-huh.
I am scared of Gretchen. Yes.
Also, like,
It's the only thing that
there's
makes
no
sense.
meaning. There's no meaning behind the words. What's cute is atheists trying to grasp contingency arguments. And he says, you guys can't even fully flail it out.
what was that even
Fuck.
mean?
The fuck does that mean?
Who's saying all this?
Someone pretending to be Darth Dawkins,
Some guy flailing about.
flailing out.
What kind of idiot would pretend to be Darth Dawkins?
The same troll that like
It's an
has,
excellent question.
The amount
has
of
like
self-hatred
wasted literally
that has
hours
to
of their
come
life
with that.
on us, like over the last week and a half, like demonstrating that they have no life outside of like their mother's basement.
That dude did kind of like make it his job, right?
How much self-hatred comes with pretending to be Darth Dawkins?
Okay, this is a great comment, actually. This,
He does
like,
make a point.
he's just
I do
digging
think
himself
he-
deeper. Of course you do, RP. He's referring to you for some reason. Everything is a brute fact for your measly little mind. Well, wait, that was interesting. So you can't fathom a universe beyond brute facts. Atheists have to cling to, I don't know the nature of the universe.
Yeah,
You're
necessity
like-
and brute facts aren't the same. You're equivocating.
Well, or yeah, like conflating. And so like yeah, when you say things are necessary, like the explanation is that they're necessary. So like to say that that's a brute fact is stupid. And then
Stupid
you
people
can't fathom a universe beyond brute fact. Atheists have to cling to, I don't know the nature of the universe. What? Like
I
What?
say you just give him the chance.
now I'm just saying what? Like I just like I can't even like
No,
critique
Ray.
it.
These
So stupid.
these aren't actual philosophical arguments. This
Can't
is
we
just
can't
like
we bring him up on mute? Don't we have that
jargon.
mute glitch we can
Yeah.
Well, Gretchen, you announced it, so like they know now, and like we already did it tonight, so like that trick is known.
What kind of trick we got for him?
The more we talk about it, the more like the ops are going to be aware of it. Like we're kind of rearing in like the
I don't
ace
know.
up the sleeve.
I'm
we had.
actually kind of cool if they know about it. Maybe they'll just give up because if they know we got that in our fucking bag, then like if we bring them up on mute, then nobody can hear them except for me or RP or
Well,
anyone that's logged in as
Ray,
an actual
Ray and nobody.
co-host.
You guys heard them, right? When they were
Well,
on the
they're
panel?
both co-hosts too.
Oh,
Heard
okay.
who? Heard who?
The last troll.
think so. I
Was
don't
I
know.
supposed to hear them?
Well, you weren't here.
All
yet.
right, quote unquote Gary. We'll bring you up on the panel, but the moment you unmute, we're going to put you right backstage. You're going to be right back where you're at. You're not going to have an opportunity to say anything. So
We will be able to hear you.
Hold on. I'm okay. I'm undefeated. You atheists do realize that. I've went up against all the most prominent atheists out there. There's no one worthy for my impenetrable theology. You guys must wait. You guys just don't realize that. What do you mean? What? That's the very point of your whole worldview. What? These are both in
This
quotes.
is an atheist. This person
What?
is an atheist. They are like mocking Christians.
What with a huge question mark at the very end of the sentence? What is
They
the
are-
very end of the sentence?
They are mocking
Because
Christians.
you don't know. And I don't know. So I don't know. Like this
They're mocking
person,
Christians.
I don't know. But
it's not going to be fruitful, and like I don't think there's any like point in like
I mean,
even
if this
trying to like
person-
roll the dice.
If this person actually wants to talk about tag, this could be really funny.
This person's
But
not real.
I just
This person's
don't.
just trying
yeah,
to
I
make
just
Christians look stupid.
well, I don't know if that's the case, but what I do think is that it's like this person's going to show up here and behave distastefully, so to speak. I don't know.
Probably try to yeah,
Like those idiots exist. It's just
show a dick pic or
is
something.
this an idiot or a
It's
troll?
an idiot. No, this is a person who is mocking Christians. Like this is a person that's
Yeah, I mean, and apparently while I was at Mezzo, you guys already got porn bombed once.
What? I missed everything.
Yeah, literally for half a second.
I missed
Yeah,
every
RP got
fucking
porn
thing.
bombed while I was in Mezzo.
Thanks a lot, porn bomber. Wait till I leave.
Yeah, I don't know. His chats are so long. Like he seems to like have this like vindication that like
He's just
Robin,
making
you're damn
Christians-
right. I'm mocking atheism. I'm mocking your inconsistency, your lack of certainty. Yes, Robin, I'm very real.
No, you're mocking Christians.
God gives me my ontology.
See, this person's mocking Christians.
Oh wait, no, that's funny though. Like right after that, he says something atheists can only wish they had. So we
See?
actually don't have ontology.
So we don't exist.
Yeah, we don't have being.
I do not exist.
Yeah, P1 things with ontology have being. P2 things with being exist. P3 atheists don't have ontology. Conclusion: atheists don't exist.
Oh,
I
what
clearly
a relief.
exist.
Well, that,
So-
sounds like a Deathless Light argument, honestly. That's
Blunder.
Yeah, here I've been suffering this existence the whole time. Glad I don't have to do that
Why are you
anymore.
still in the queue, Darth?
Yeah, I don't know.
What the-
I don't know how to
what-
feel about
what-
it. Like he might actually. I don't know. I don't believe it.
No, I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's the porn bomber. So even if we like try to do the,
You know what? Flash
the
flash
mute
your camera,
glitch.
Darth.
Yeah.
Turn on
no,
your camera backstage.
the porn. Oh, I guess yeah, the porn bomber.
Robin
did
had to
flash the
do it.
camera.
She's a friendly.
Yeah.
If Robin can do it, you can do it.
I had to show him
Cam up,
mine.
bitch. Let's go.
I had to show him mine. Show us yours.
Let's see your face. No, you gotta show your face.
And she said face.
Oh, I would know. Like
no, full
Nessie
fucking
in the
face, dude.
Nessie.
And
Show
put
your
up
face.
put up
I would
put
know
he
up
that.
five
fucking ran.
fingers. Put up
He
5
ran
fingers.
like a bitch. He ran.
And that wasn't Gary.
No, it wasn't. It was the same
Yeah,
guy.
of course not.
I also got a screenshot of that guy so we can compare it to later
face
camera
recognition.
flashes.
Face recognition.
But going back to the whole how much of your life are you going to devote to this thing, right? Like there are genuine skills you could be learning right now that would make you a more interesting person. Why aren't you doing that?
Well, they straight up looked like L's opponent in Death Note. Like who was that character?
Oh my god.
Light Yagami's opponent.
As Gretchen and I sit here baffled, who?
I know what Death Note is, but I haven't watched it yet.
I don't know who any people are, but
Same rules apply, Acolyte. You gotta show your face backstage before we bring you up.
Acolyte. It says Darth Dawkins still for me.
It's Darth Dawkins Acolyte, not the P bomber. It's
Oh,
the full,
okay.
the full thing that it announced when.
Yeah, show us your webcam, and you need to hold up 6 fingers, 5 on one hand, 1 on the other.
both these are one-handed.
Well, then hold up your stub. I don't fucking know. L and near. So it was
in the
light and
chat.
L. Let me look at L. Death Note. Yeah, it was L. That the motherfucker looked like fucking L from Death Note, like the way he was like crouching on the camera. Yeah, you gonna flash that? Actually, I can turn the camera on. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Give us 6 fingers up.
Is it the same guy?
Yeah. I can just turn your camera on, buddy. I'm recording this in OBS. Like you trying to duck down like to the like bottom right of the frame. Oh, now they disabled their camera.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck is wrong with these people? Do they not have nothing else to do?
No, they don't. They don't. They really don't. No friends.
I think Gretchen likes
no
yours better
maidens.
than
Completely
mine. What are you
maidenless.
talking about?
Can't you just like go masturbate or something?
Yeah, I'm waiting for some idiot to talk to me about tag, but instead he's just being an idiot
This
that can't
person does
talk
not know
about
what
tag.
What the hell does that mean? I think Gretchen likes yours better than mine.
I can't even
I
spell.
don't
I'm pretty
know.
sure Gretchen likes everything Nobody on Fire does better than I like you. I don't like you at all.
Me too. Yeah.
We have
Also,
a second.
UG,
Most
come up and run
scary.
tag, dumbass. What are you
Nobody
doing?
on fire.
There's one L here and it's me. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, Darth Dawkins accolade. Like all you had to do was give us 6 fingers up on the cam backstage, and like we would have totally taken the bait, brought you
What the fuck,
upstage.
UG?
Like,
Look at UG's in chat. What the fuck?
there's only
What
What
you
the
say?
fuck? Doesn't matter. Okay.
I'm going to see.
Put up or shut up, UG.
Nobody's
Tag,
scared of
Jesus
you,
Christ.
Eugene. Nobody's scared of you.
like no
All
joke.
in on
This
tag
is what
now.
this is what they looked like backstage.
Really?
Give us 6 fingers up, Darth Dawkins accolade. Come on, 6 fingers.
Soda.
6 fingers. That's all we need.
No, I think he's gone, isn't he?
No, he's still back there. I've got
Oh, maybe he's
their
still there.
camera turned on.
Oh, he's doing it.
No,
Yeah,
that was 7 fingers.
How about five,
Oh no.
5 on one hand and 1 up your ass?
Show put up the 6 fingers. Show us. Come on, show us. Come on, Rover. Okay, now turn that to 3 on each hand.
Make them suck their thumb.
Like it took them so long that like I'm pretty sure they had time to feed an AI prompt to like give some sort of video. So that's why I need to see this change in real time.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a human? Check this box if you're a human.
Right.
You should start giving them.
Come on, you
like
LS looking
captcha.
motherfucker.
Yeah, giving them captcha checks.
Give them the captain check.
All right, put 3 fingers up on both hands.
Stand on one.
That was
foot.
8. That was 4 fingers on both hands. Like,
No, it wasn't. He didn't have his thumbs and his index fingers up.
okay, 3. Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and risk it for the biscuit because this is actually pretty good content right now, and like we'll be able to easily edit out any sort of porn bomb.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Hello, Darth Dawkins, acolyte. Can you give us your age? Hold on. We're going to need you to confirm your age before you unmute. How? I understand that like following instructions is super duper hard for you because it took fucking forever for you to give the right
Stop
fingers up.
unmuting yourself.
Right. Just tell us
We
how
will
old
do
you
that
are,
for you.
and we'll unmute you once you're ready to be on stage. Okay.
Every time you unmute yourself, you get kicked backstage. Just
All
leave it
right.
alone.
How old are you, Darth Dawkins Acolyte? Hello.
This person's going through a lot of trouble to get to say their slurs.
How old are you?
Right?
How old are you?
Say something.
How old are you?
Dumbest troll ever.
You don't even have your fucking
Super
microphone set up?
anticlimactic, dude.
Now they're just like unmuting it backstage. I can do this all night. Like, we have more viewers right now than like when we're doing something substantive. So like people like are enjoying us like playing with our fucking food right now. How old are you?
Well, if it's Darth, he's older than
How old are you?
shit.
How old are you?
How
old
dumb are you? How fucking stupid are you?
All right. Seriously, this is going to be the last chance. If you unmute your mic, I'm just going to boot you because, like, you know, I'm actually bored of this, and I want to do something else.
I'll put a boot in your ass.
So one last chance. Do not touch that mute button. You are going to respond to us. You're going to tell us how old you are, and once you are ready to engage in the panel, we will unmute you for you.
Even
okay?
muted, we can still hear you when you come up.
Right.
Even when you're muted, we will still hear you. Don't fucking touch it.
Don't touch that mute button. I'm bringing you on stage now. Darth Dawkins Acolyte, how old are you?
There you go. We hear you. How old are you?
Do you know what death looks like?
It's Cafe. It's Cafe. This whole time it's
You little bitch.
You're
Jimmy?
fucking joking.
For
that
real?
Was Cafe. That was Cafe. 100%.
Okay, what's up, Jimmy?
Now he's
Sorry,
quiet.
bro. I'm too good with
You're
voices.
unmuted. Like the stream can hear you. Like what's up, buddy?
Yeah, you're unmuted and
Oh shit. Yeah, fucking. I guess I can't fucking fool nobody on fire.
Yeah,
Are
not
you
me,
fucking
dude.
drunk?
No. As soon as I hear any voice, I know who it is, dude.
Hey,
Sorry.
he ain't drunk,
That's a
he's
power.
on
That's a
drugs.
power I have.
It's Cafe, remember?
No, Calf has stated that like he doesn't do psychs anymore, and I actually believe him.
Oh.
No, you're right, and I should though, because
He just tries to get all of us to do them.
yeah, you know, you don't want to revert back to alcohol.
Hey, Cafe, I know
based-
you'll be comforted to hear that DeFreak was in Mezzo's chat defending your fucking honor tonight because apparently he thinks that a grown-ass man can't defend himself.
How sweet.
He's got to come to your aid. Isn't that
Calf,
sweet?
we could have had you on the panel like 20 minutes ago. Why did we do this whole
dude.
fucking dance?
Well, you know, you got to tell me, what do you think of?
Hey, that's Cafe for you. He's got to make everything like 30 times more fucking difficult.
And see, here I was.
This has been entertaining.
I was getting
Makes
all
sense,
wound
yeah.
up thinking I was going to get a dick pic.
You know, I was going to ask you about Mezzo. You know, he kind of reminds me of. You guys know who Manuel Ferreira is?
No.
I don't know.
No one knows. Okay, I'm surprised I'm even mentioning this guy. He's a male porn star. Won the best male performer of the year award like 4 times in a row.
Cue Jason coming up.
How do you spell Ferreira? Is it like Ferrari?
No, yeah, it's like Ferrera.
Does porn give out Oscars?
No, that's
Yeah,
not
they
the
do
person.
actually.
Yeah, they
called-
do. They have their own
they're-
awards.
They're
What are
called
those
pos-
called?
they're called Poskers.
Oscars.
I mean, they're not like Oscars, but he won the best male performer 4 years in a row. You know. Anyway,
Has he
Mezzo
got a
kind of
great
reminds me of this
mustache?
dude.
One of those great
I
mustache.
bet you and Duck get along just great, don't you?
Kind of maybe.
I'm so
Like I'll
confused.
put this picture up.
Like he's got like a mustache like Joel Settle. What's his name?
Is this the right guy?
Yeah,
Kev?
there you go. There he is.
I
Yeah,
don't see it at all.
sorta. Like I see it in like the eyebrows and like nose structure, but
that
like
him?
not really like outside of.
Well, you know,
anything
like
else.
a lot of people associate Mezzo with fucking what's that comedian from Taxi? We're always talking about him. You know the
Andy
one.
Kaufman.
Yeah, Andy Kaufman. There you go.
I have movies with that guy.
I've never heard anybody associate Mezzo with Andy
Robin,
Kaufman.
you have movies of Manuel Ferreira.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
they
no.
got right there. I have movies with him. Yeah,
Mezzo has an Andy Kaufman aura about him.
I didn't
He
know
does.
He, was
He kinda
Oscar
does.
winner.
Oh yeah, the mannerisms. Yeah. kinda.
Hell yeah. And I really think that, you know, forget this whole atheist theist gig. I think he should do comedy.
I only buy the best.
He is doing comedy.
He
That's
is,
what his
yeah.
No,
streams
he
are.
is, but I'm saying he should sell out like stadiums. I think he could do way better. I think he,
Yeah,
you know,
that's not his. That's not his goal though.
I guess, Gretchen, if you
I
say
think
so.
it's a little too far away to be able to see him.
Mezzo and Joel are more concentrated on actually deconstructing people than anything.
You think
you
so?
know.
You really think that?
I really think so. Yeah.
Man, I can see maybe Joel on that bandwagon, but not really Mezzo. I think he doesn't really take it that seriously.
No way. Haven't you seen him fucking turn on a dime once he realizes a caller is actually serious and potentially might be deconstructing? He fucking turns on a fucking dime and just gets like straight up serious and
I don't know.
concerned and it like yeah, it's
No,
legit.
I think he's fucking hilarious. Like you remember you were talking about
He is
Nobel Col-
hilarious.
not respecting neo-pronouns. That was my
Yeah,
video.
that's what I heard. Oh, that was you that said that?
Yeah, that was
Okay.
me. That was me. And she tried. I was like kind of trolling her in Mezzo's chat, and she was getting pissed, and she was like, "Mezzo, make me a fucking mod right now so I can fucking ban this motherfucker." And Mezzo was like, "No." I'm like, "Oh, this dude, man, he's fucking hilarious." Yeah, he told her no, and I was like, "Oh shit, man, fucking Mezzo's fucking crazy." And I really think
He's local.
Joe is. I mean, Joe fucking the other day. He. I don't know if you know the story of the Chinese farmer. You know, it's a Taoist story. Does anyone know that story?
I think
No.
I've heard it before.
No one knows that story. Nobody on fire. Come on, man. I know you know that.
Why would we know that story?
Well,
Go ahead and get that
Joe
out of the way.
knows it. Joe knows it, and like he gave I've heard so many accounts of that story from.
Is it the one that we never know whether it's a blessing or a gift
Yeah,
until
you
we
got
wait
it,
and see?
got it,
That
you
one?
got it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, that one.
it's
Yeah, I'm aware.
Between misfortune and fortune.
I mean, when you first heard it, was it through Joe, or you had heard it before that?
I studied Taoism in my undergrad, so
Cool.
I read it in that
So
World Relations
you were
book.
familiar with it. What about you, Gretchen? Was it through Joe, or you already knew about that one?
Yeah, I think it might have been Bill, the first one.
Okay, well,
Sorry, Joel.
I've heard it.
I call him Bill. It's just
various, philosophers and stuff, and I've never heard an account of it like so detailed except through Joe. I'm like, oh wow! Not only did he know the story, but he had a very detailed account of it, and so I don't know. I think he takes it a little bit more seriously than Mezzo, even though I think it's cool that they're fucking best friends. But Mezzo, like I said, he's like more the Andy Kaufman version of it. I don't know.
Well, here's some behind the scenes goss between Joel and Mezzo. Mezzo is
Okay.
actually Joel's court-appointed guardian, and like they hate each other. But like this is required. This is like sanctioned by the courts, and so like Mezzo has to take care of Joel and like make sure he's behaving online.
Yeah. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
It was a joke.
Oh, okay. Well then, you little shit. Nah. I'm putting on.
Who's Andy Kaufman now, bitch?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Well,
That was totally believable.
I mean, if you look up, I think Andy Kaufman, they try to ask him to do that. What's called that physical comedy where he falls on purpose or whatever. I don't know if you've seen that video, man. And like, it almost looks like he fucking really hurts himself. He falls straight on his face, but I mean, he makes no reaction. And oh my God, it's like the most hilarious thing you'll ever see.
Well,
But,
the whole wrestling women thing that he did was just brilliant.
Yeah.
It's
Mezzo
just-
has
I
that.
always think of the Mighty Mouse thing on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Mezzo has that shit. He can keep a straight face through the most serious fucking nonsense, and and you'll fucking just burst out laughing. But to challenge Gretchen, I'll tell you what. If you really think he's trying to really deconstruct people, I'm gonna call him, and I'm not gonna try to troll him. I'm gonna try to be sincere or whatever. But
Have you never called Mezzo before?
No, weren't you on Mezzo like last week, and he called you creepy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did one time, but I was really drunk, and I shouldn't have even.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, I shouldn't have even made an attempt. I was way too wasted.
He's way too smart.
Yeah, he didn't like what I was
Yeah,
saying.
he's
Wait, JMR, do you want your cam on or off?
You didn't even sound like
Yeah,
you were
yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
serious.
Cam me up.
dude.
Cam me up, baby.
Cam you up? Okay.
Cam me up.
Yeah, I wasn't
You
serious.
good. I'm looking fresh tonight. Don't worry.
Oh,
I
is
got
this
the
my
frosted-
friend?
I got the
Frosted
frosted tips.
Oh
I
my
got the
God.
frosted tips for you, yeah, bro.
Hey,
Would you-
I went out of my way to make a web page for all the emails I went with Roland Griffiths for you, right?
Yeah, I don't know what you do in your real life. I don't really care about that.
You asked me to do
There's
it.
probably a
What
lot
do you
of
mean?
utility
You
in that.
fucking
like,
asked him to do it. God damn it!
yeah,
You didn't send it.
You
You
asked
didn't
me
send
to
it.
fucking
You didn't send it to me.
because I didn't get it all yet.
You
Okay, well,
told
send this shit to me.
you said
I
you
know,
didn't
I
want
said-
me to go directly through you. You didn't want me to have your email, so I went.
Yeah. I said send it to me. I said send it to Gretchen. She'll send it to me, but she didn't send me anything yet. I got my assistant. She's ready. I locked her in. I was like, you're gonna have to look up some weird
that's a
shit.
blunder. Don't call Gretchen your assistant.
No, not
No,
Gretchen. Not Gretchen.
He's
I
talking
have
about
an
his
actual assistant. I have an actual assistant.
I'm just a middleman for paperwork, so
Yo, where's
they don't get each other's.
I just want my boy Cafe to cam up one time. I just want you to cam up a little bit.
No,
you
he
know?
did
Look at me.
backstage.
I did.
I know, but this like real life came up. Let's go, big boy. Like, show me what you're working with.
You don't.
I got
you
my
don't have to,
frosted tips
Kath.
out here for
It's
you. Like I'm frosted tipping for you right now. So
I'm
hard.
not impressed with your frosted tips, man.
I know.
You're
You're
gonna
just
have to
impressed with.
frost those
You're
pubes
just
for
impressed
me.
with the rest. You're just impressed with the rest. I get it.
And Kath, for what it's worth, you're not a bad looking person. I just thought it was striking, like how much like L you looked like.
Man, well,
See, that's the
honestly,
thing. That's the thing
I will
about.
probably go on more often. I recently broke my arm and
Yo,
leg.
Isa, what's up? What's up?
Oh
doing
shit!
Some stupid
Love you,
bullshit.
Isa.
And yeah, I mean, I gained a lot of weight through that. So, that's one reason I kind of avoided the camera. But
Yeah, we all gain weight, baby. It's not a big deal. Like I'm looking kind of thick too from my high school days.
I'm down
It's not a
20
big deal.
pounds on my new diet. Like I
I
gained
just
some
tried
weight
to-
after RP Junior was born because like it was all like just survival and pizza.
Bro, you
for the
think
first couple months?
well, no one could look as good as nobody on fire.
Dude,
Wait,
nobody
what?
cares. Nobody likes what they look like. It just, but you look like
I mean,
what you
Gretchen
look like.
Gretchen hits on me sometimes, but it's kind of weird. I keep telling her I'm gay,
Well, there's a
Gretchen.
certain
Gretchen, I'm
standard
gay.
there.
I'm
you know?
just,
Cancel
I'm just
Gretchen.
trying to make Michael jealous. That's all. I'm just trying to make Mike jealous.
No, I want to take. just before you guys talk, I just want to take a moment real quick. Something that's been
Not really
bugging me.
hitting on you. I'm trying to steal your husband.
I know. Can you? I know. God
He's
damn
trying
it.
to be real for a moment.
No, I'm
Yeah.
gonna say real quick.
Whoa,
you know,
Kevin, can you stop for just 1 second? I just want
No,
to
I
say,
I'm gonna say real quick. I above your frosted tips, you know, Gretchen has the best hair on the channel. Period. So get the hell out of here with your frosted tips, dude.
Fair. Now let's give the floor to
Legend
Frosted Tips.
status cafe. Thank you.
all right, I just,
Yeah, you have some.
I wanted,
The floor is now
Jesus
Frosted
Christ,
Tips.
will he stop talking? Like, what the fuck is going on?
All right.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
I want to take a second
I'm
to
gonna call you
apologize.
Hasson. It's Spanish.
Sorry, Calf. I gotta mute you.
Oh, it's walkies time.
All right, go ahead, Jay.
Okay.
You're audible. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, let's just watch the video. We'll wait till the video's over.
I love you, Eugene.
Well, no, it's a stream. UG is doing his walkies right now with the puppies, and so this is
Did you
gonna
see
go
the
for a
Did you
while.
see the sign he
Okay.
held up? Did nobody see that?
Yeah. Well, I saw it. I don't know if nobody saw it. The floor is yours,
That's the
Frosted Tips.
best.
Oh,
That
nice.
is the absolute best.
That's crazy. That was a good video. Yeah, so I want to take just a moment to apologize to the hosts of the channel, Gretchen, RP. I used a crazy slur the other night. I used the R slur, and it was unacceptable. I tried to apologize to everybody in channel after I did it. I got caught in a situation where I was arguing against a freak, and I did something that is unforgivable, basically. So I just wanted to say to everybody that was in chat or anybody that's a member of this channel that I apologize for that. I take full responsibility, and I really take it to heart because I grew up with a lot of slurs and stuff, and I've tried to deconstruct a lot of it. But sometimes when I get like rage baited or anything, like it happens sometimes, and I know it's wrong, and I just wanted to say to everybody that I'm sorry. To anybody who's part of this chat, even like DeFreak and stuff, like I apologize to DeFreak Cafe, like for saying that word. It's not the person that I would want to be to say something like that. So I just wanted to take the time to apologize for everybody about that.
As a person with ASD, I appreciate your you taking time to apologize for the action, and it really
Nobody, you
shows that
back
like
now?
you're really trying to make amends, and that like you really do like feel sorry about it. And so like really what the best we can ask for is someone that like tries to do better each day, and like you're
I mean, you know
demonstrating
how much
right
that
now.
bugs me. Like I'm messaging you, telling you how much it bugs me that
Right,
I did that.
and I wasn't even on the panel at the time,
I
and
know.
so that
I was
shows like
apologizing
how
to
much
RP,
it's
he was-
been eating at you for the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
And someone that like uses like
Terrible.
that kind of language and hate doesn't like let it affect them that much.
Yeah, it was a terrible thing to do, and like I said, it's like I'm messaging
Hey,
you like offline.
UG, show your
saying
sign
sorry,
again. Nobody's back and he can see it now.
All right. So I hope everybody appreciates that. It was a terrible mistake, and I'll make sure to learn from that.
Great.
I apologize.
We appreciate it. Now, do you see the private chat backstage, Frosted Tips?
You're forgiven again, Jason.
I don't see the private. How do I do that?
like click on the chat bubble or whatever.
At the top right
click on
of their
private.
screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's CAF supplying you the website URL for the emails.
Okay.
I feel like this is a pretty decent intermediary, like for you two to communicate through.
Yeah, I've already looked up all this stuff, so I'll do it again, and then I'll work through it and show you guys the peer reviews from the lunch ladies that are theology teachers.
Well, I do like that, like you guys are like, actually like going through this and like actually examining like the correspondence and the evidence, and like it shows good faith on both sides, and like, that's really what these platforms are for, is like, a chance for us to like get to the bottom of like what is like actuality.
Steve's nuts.
Wait, I want to run tag versus UG.
Run tag against nobody. Let's go.
Yeah, because I'm gonna be Hindu today.
You're gonna be. You said Hindu.
Yeah, I'm gonna be Hindu. I have a triomni network of gods, but they're all distinct from each other and they're not one. So they don't break the they don't break logic because they're all separate.
Wait, do Hindus,
if they're all triomni, why do they need so many of them?
It's just three. It's just,
your bullshit's already broken, Jason.
Well, three
fucking killed you with one fucking question.
It's just Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and they're all separate. They're not combined as one.
Yeah, but they're all triomni. So what the fuck? Why do we need them all? They have no point. There's zero point.
I'm not arguing against atheism. I think you're right, Christian. I'm just arguing against the Christian gods.
Well, why would you want to do that against an atheist?
Because he's trying to run tags, so it's the easiest thing to do. We just run a more logical God structure.
What part of that's tag?
Right. So no matter how logical the structure of the God is, why is it the case that because things are identifiable or whatever, it entails that a God exists?
Do you think that the Trinity is real?
No.
Absolutely not.
Can you guys?
It's a logical construct. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh shit! All right. Yes, man. What's your problem against the Trinity, dude?
It's illogical.
I don't need to have a problem with the Trinity. I don't think the Trinity grounds logic.
I don't even think grounding is real.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would argue that atheists don't grasp grounding, but
okay.
Cafe, what's your definition of grounding?
Yeah, hold on. So, look, who's running tag? Is it Jason or is it?
No, I'm not. No, UG was saying I'll run tag against anybody.
I think UG will beat up Jason.
No, UG would lose to tag. Nobody wins in tag.
UG will.
There's no winning in tag.
Tag can't win, literally.
Tag is self-defeating.
Dude, UG will fuck you up. You don't even have an
understanding. Oh yeah, bro. The freak. I bet the freak would beat me in an argument too, right?
Okay, so
you don't even have to bring in.
So definitely not.
Cafe, what? You're not.
I was about to make that joke, Jada. You beat me to it.
Cafe, you're not gonna hold up your boy the freak, dude. You don't think he can win an argument, theological argument with me? It's crazy. Look, I have my deconstruction Justin 1930 King James Bible right here. I can open this shit for you. I can read you shit that you've never read before.
All right, so Faye, are you saying that
goofball?
Are you saying that tag is successful?
Hey, Gretchen.
No, I'm saying I think if I had to make a bet,
hey, I have a picture to show you.
I would say that UG has a way better grasp of tag than Jason does, hands down.
Tag is self-defeating. Tag, there's no possible way for tag to win. Like that's already proven.
Yeah, you gotta have to. in order to criticize it, you have to understand it first. And I
No,
don't.
I understand it. It's
I don't
terrible.
think.
fine.
I don't
That's
think Jason
fine.
has
What do
an
you?
understanding.
No, I
That's
do.
fine. Hold on, guys. What do you think is
Oh,
necessary
wait,
to
here, Gretchen, I have
understand
this
tag?
picture for you.
Like
This
what
is
type of
Gretchen. This is the marriage feast.
Hold on. Let's give
This
nobody
is
the
the
floor.
marriage feast.
That's fine. It's fine.
You don't have to go, dude.
Super cool.
That's what, there's a whole feast for a marriage.
All right,
You don't have to go over it.
Jason, I got to corral
sorry,
you
I'll mute up,
for a
I'll mute.
moment. Okay, nobody, go ahead.
Cafe, what do you think is necessary to be known in order to understand whether or not you can refute tag or like or deploy it or whatever? Like, what do you mean by understanding tag?
Man, I think we went over this a couple times, man. I maybe once, but my understanding, I would emphasize the absolutes. It's central to the tag argument. And, if someone doesn't even have an understanding of absolute in philosophy, then you know what I mean. Like, forget about it, man. You're not even gonna try to attempt to even grasp tag. Like, get the fuck out of here.
That was a whole bunch of nothing. What are the absolutes?
Well, so is absolute identical to universal?
Yeah, you could say that, I suppose. Yeah, you can say universal, but the thing is,
so I take a universal to be like an abstract conception of what it means that all things have the disposition of, or all things have the property of this universal, right? So if an abstraction only necessitates that we like have an ontology due to the things that exhibit that universal property, like what does that have to do with some type of like external claim as to like why they are doing the thing that they're doing, or why they are exhibiting the property that they're exhibiting? Why would that necessitate like some type of ontological claim of like such that like something, that thing, that universal property things share must be grounded in a thing? Why does that necessitate that?
Okay. The closest analogy, if I may, and I've tried this on Nobody on Fire. We kind of didn't get nowhere. Let me see if I can go somewhere with you, RP.
I mean, like you're using an analogy. This is literally just an argument from analogy, and so like if you can just like get into like the philosophical rigor, that would probably like speed things along.
Like that's fine, right? So like I have legs, I have flesh or something. I also have eyes, I have a brain, I communicate. And then an elephant has all those things and it has a trunk. Like, so an argument from analogy, like it might be trying to say like, I should have a trunk because I have all these other properties that I share with an elephant, right? But obviously that's not the case. I don't have a trunk. So the argument from analogy is fine, but what, like, maybe complete it? Like, I don't see it.
If you recall Nobody on Fire, I think I used this one with you. See if RP can attack it, because I know all y'all play video games, man. And like one of my favorite analogies to use in regards to this, trying to understand, the absolute and its relationship to reality and so forth. I use what I call the transcendental game engine, right? And there's some qualifiers to put forth, like, don't think of a kind of like physical game engine where there has to be some person making it. Just there's some game engine that's transcendental that exists, that you posit, right? And so in reality, you can say that the polygonal models represent matter, and the 3D vector space inside space-time, or the 3D vector space inside the game represents space-time, out there in the world, the way you experience, space-time and so forth. And so you have the polygonal models representing matter and the vector space representing space-time. but they can't exist by themselves. That they don't just exist willy nilly and so forth. I think that's kind of the assumption that the atheist makes. And so what the theist is saying with in regards to the grounding or the absolute is that this transcendental game engine, if you will, contains all the permutations and possibilities that can ever manifest within that gaming world. And so the polygons follow rules and the 3D vector space in the same way that gravity follows certain parameters. So in that very same way, that's kind of how the theologian thinks of the grounding, or the God as the ground of being, is kind of this.
So you're just saying that like the necessary grounding of things must have certain dispositions.
Yes, there is certain parameters within that game engine that even allow for the video game to exist in the first place, in the very similar way that time and space follow a certain rules within gravitational aspects of like.
Are these rules or just behaviors? Because we're getting into like prescriptive versus descriptive here.
Forming planets, forming
Right. Okay, so look, there can just be a dispositional nature in any possible world.
Yes, but when you posit that, you're kind of saying like, you know what? I can see the polygonal models and the vector space just existing on their own. They don't need anything beyond themselves to.
Well, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, right? So, if in a relevant sense, in the same time, the same space, like the sun exists or the sun does not exist, like this is metaphysically impossible, right? This is physically and metaphysically impossible. Logical impossibility, I don't know, like we'd probably have to talk about like the implications linguistically, right? What I take it to be the case in any possible world is that there are no contradictory states of affairs. If there were contradictory states of affairs, then that that world that we're evaluating when it comes to like modal logic or whatever, it simply cannot be the case logically. And that's like a really wide window. It's like talking about logical possibility. You're saying like there's no contradiction in the sentence. Like we could probably derive a contradiction due to like physicality or due to like some type of like other refined or like other more limited or limited execution of what a possible world entails, right? But so what I think it is, what is necessarily the case of a logically possible world is that there are no contradictory states of affairs. Otherwise, you couldn't describe it. So when you talk about like why are things logically consistent, all we're doing is saying why is that world logically possible, and that loses. There's nothing going on there. You're just asking, are there contradictory states of affairs in the world? Well, if there is, that world's logically impossible. So like, I don't know what we're talking about.
Okay, well, but you see, you're still kind of like, given the, the analogy I just gave or the metaphor, if it is the case that, these, the polygons and the vector space exist on their own amongst themselves, that seems kind of impossible from the vantage point of the analogy. Like what the theist is saying is that, this.
Okay. From what vantage point?
Well, I said if you consider a transcendental game engine, that's kind of like the source of all the permutations that could manifest in the video game. You know what I mean? What you're kind of positing is kind of like the video game without the game engine. You're like, what if this can just exist on its own?
No,
I'm not saying how wave function monism can't like account for this.
So look, what I'm saying is that you invoke this idea of coding or whatever, right?
Yes.
There are possible ways to code it. There are practical ways to code it. There are ways to code it that are going to, I don't know, like if it's like algorithmic somehow, like it's going to like manipulate itself over time. Like, I don't know, but there's a bunch of different limitations we can put on this, right? And so what I think is possible in the coding scheme, like say being is like a coding world thing, like a vantage point where we say these things are possible in this coding schema, right? Now, say that being itself, just existing concretely in a world, entails a certain type of coding, right? There's going to be necessary limitations on that type of coding of what it means to be like an encoded actualization of being, like, because
Pick it up. Nobody. Did I cut out or he cut out?
He cut out.
You see, but I think what he's doing exactly what I, was trying to warn against. You know what I mean? Like, I was saying, if you consider this analogy that I'm using, then you're necessarily trying to code, polygons and 3D vector space without the game engine, like, which would be impossible within the theistic worldview where the game engine is the grounding.
Sure, but someone has to write that game engine, right?
No, okay. See, that's where I think it gets kind of confusing. I would say you can't really. I'm going to add some qualifiers in that. Don't really think of it as like someone writing the game engine. Like when I say transcendental game engine, the way it's understood within the like classical theism is that it was always there. There was no one that programmed it. There was no one that designed it. There, it was just this very thing that held all permutations, all possibilities, all the time. It was always there. It's eternally there. That's more how it's thought about in like classical theism, And so, I mean, it is kind of like a confusing metaphor, especially if you say like, oh, what about who designed the program, the program or the game engine, whatever. But I'm trying to avoid that. I'm saying I'm adding the qualifier in order for this to make sense and really parallel with the, classical theistic view. You have to posit that it was a transcendent game engine that just always was. And that's kind of how it's seen in classical theism.
Does anybody understand what the fuck was being talked about?
Oh my God. All right. I guess not.
Kind of.
Robin, I guess I'll leave. I'm playing around.
Hey, hold on. Point of production. Nobody, can you try talking? It's indicating nobody's talking, but like, what the fuck?
And he's he's one of my
favorite. Try again, nobody. He's probably gonna like
go
refresh.
over.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Gretchen.
I'm gonna fuck off for a little bit and go talk to my kid.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I'll be right later.
I've got things, even though like Streamlabs is fucking up. Nobody.
I know.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I really like going over this with nobody.
Okay. Look. What?
Yeah.
Go ahead, RP. Like, I didn't mean to.
No, I was just going to say, give nobody a chance to respond because he was trying to respond this entire time, and I somehow fucking broke it by muting myself. I just needed water. Come on.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. Go for it. Nobody.
Okay. So what I hear, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. What I hear is that there's a necessary baseline or like fundamental or primary framework that has to exist for a world to be possible. And if that's the case, all I hear is that those are the worlds that we should take seriously as being logically, metaphysically possible, right? If there's something else I'm missing, I don't see it, and I'm asking you, what is the differentiation between the world that just naturally doesn't have contradictions in it because they are logically impossible, which means they're metaphysically impossible. So
All right.
if there's some other qualifier for worlds,
there is.
And what is that?
Okay, so usually when people bring up like necessary being, they said, this God must exist in all possible worlds, and it's very misleading language. Like it almost like implies that you should find the anthropomorphic entity God in every single timeline, or like almost
Is anyone
like
else? Hold on. Is anyone else getting a bunch of weird noises with his mic?
That might be me. I was pouring ice into a glass. And I'm not muting up because apparently it fucking breaks everything.
Well, it doesn't sound like ice. It's still happening, right?
Is it like this?
I'm not hearing it.
It's like really loud, but I don't know what it is.
I'm gonna mute myself. Tell me if you still hear it.
I don't hear it.
Is it
Is
me?
it still going?
No, I think it's good. Well, I don't know, but now Cafe's mic is live and it's not happening. I don't know. I'm sorry. Please
I
go
do
ahead.
have my AC running in the background, and I've heard Kurt say like, "Hey, turn off your AC because I can hear you better." I can do that if you want.
It's fine for now.
Okay. Well, what I was going to say, the qualifier would be, is that a lot of people, when they hear the necessary being argument, and they a God in every possible world, they kind of assume an anthropomorphic entity in every possible world line, almost like if you consider the multiverse, that there's like some kind of anthropomorphic entity in every single possible world. It's a very common misconception of the necessary being argument. And, I don't know if you hold to that, but what I was going to say is that, the more, I guess, proper or accurate way to think about this argument is that every possible world is grounded or sourced in one single source. Like, it's not that, a God has to exist in like Russell's teapot in every single timeline. It's more that for any, universe to exist at all within the multiverse, it's all sourced in one divine, I guess.
But I'm not talking about the multi. Okay, I don't know what's going on.
I only brought that up to. I know you weren't, but I only brought that up to kind of like clarify, a common misconception here with that term. But no, go for it.
Well, I have a quick question. Kaf, when you keep like saying like anthropomorphize, are you trying to get rid of like the personal and like a personal ultimate foundation?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that when you really examine a lot of the more sophisticated notions of the divine, when it comes to like Thomas Aquinas, St. Augustine, and so forth, Paul Tillich, they abandoned the anthropomorphic entity centuries ago. And so, like, that's why I kind of thinking like, man, a lot of the, atheist rhetoric and criticism is against the anthropomorphization of, God. Like, whether you talk about Matt Dillahunty's mafia boss or Darth Dawkins' malevolent bully, or, so on and so forth, the Sky Daddy, et cetera, et cetera. It's completely missing the point, in my opinion.
So do you believe like God has any sort of agency?
No, God is. This is the very thing I think a lot of people overlook and cannot grasp. Is that
then I think we're just talking about completely different concepts at this point. Yes, then like
it is.
What you call God is not God. What like we're trying to talk about.
He's like an idealist. Like I don't even know.
No. See, that's the thing. When I say God is non-agential, that it has no agency, you kind of like you look in your tally, you look in your mind, and like, well, here's the preconceived notions.
Hold on, but before we continue talking about agency, I just need to make sure that you accept my definition of agency, and it's an entity that can set and carry out goals. Do you agree with that definition?
I agree with that completely.
Okay, so then we're not talking about the same thing. Like, we need to be able to like agree on these terms, otherwise like we're not even like talking about the same concept. So what is your definition of agency?
But why should we care about your God, Cafe? That's what
I want to let's not derail. Caf, what is your definition of agency?
Agency would be a God of thought and choice that makes kind of like volition, kind of like relating it to.
So wait, we're not agents because we're not gods.
Well, no, but kind of going back to anthropomorphism, like you are an agent in the sense that you make choices. You know what I mean? And
so you don't believe we're agents?
No, I believe you're an agent.
But I'm not a god, and you started your definition of agency.
I know you're not a god, but
as like a god. So like your definition of agency just fails right off the bat. Like, I'm not a god, I'm an agent, but you started your definition of
but
agent
I also said
with
God
a god.
Non-agential, meaning doesn't possess.
Then why does your definition of agency like have God in it at all? Like,
what do you mean? I never said. God
yes, you did. No. You started your definition of agency with a god.
I said non-agential.
Don't make me fucking like. I'll bring up the replay just so you can hear your exact words. Nobody go ahead and like respond for a moment while I find this.
I just look. So you're saying that tag has some way that it works, and I'm failing to see the way that it works. So
yes,
what is the way in which I cannot deny, or I'm sorry, I cannot affirm, something like knowledge or the laws of logic or morality or whatever. I cannot affirm those without in that being or it being entailed that I also affirm God. Like, why is that the case?
Okay. It's very funny you say this because a lot of people watch like allegedly Ian, for instance, right?
I don't. Hold on. I don't know what Ian has to do with this. I'm asking you like a really quick question.
Okay,
first.
I'm going to tell you exactly what it has to do with it. If you go back a year ago, he never considered something like eternalism or the B theory of time and so forth. This is something that just kind of like fell into his web of thought, and and he gets it kind of half right. And I don't know how much you listen to him, but I think
he gets what half right? Sorry.
Considering eternalism.
Eternalism being what, like those
kind of like the B theory of time. Taggart's B theory of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so he. But his whole notion is like, does God, is God immutable? That's that's what he's trying to disprove with the idea,
immutable being it can't be changed
unchanging.
By external.
Unchanging.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And so so in his mind, the only thing I can think of is that he has a misconception of the notion because he says, eternalism implies that God is changing, which is, in my opinion, a non sequitur.
Hold on. I don't think that eternalism, as far as I'm aware, is like at least in contention with presentism, which presentism would be like there's only right now, and the next day is more real than like the prior day, which would be right now, or whatever, right? What does that have to do with God?
Okay, so in his notion in trying to counter, God, he's saying that, God must create, but the thing is, like, there is no creation in B theory, like, so the notion with, God being the grounding, is that a relationship where God is. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, hold on.
I found the point
Look.
in the replay. Let me quickly replay this. Everyone has to stay quiet, otherwise it like echoes super duper bad. Because I had to do it on Firefox, otherwise like I couldn't listen.
All right, I'll mute.
Agency would be, you know, a god of thought and choice.
So right there, you started your definition of agency with a god of thought and choice.
Yes, which I was trying to avoid. You know, I was trying to say
what
that
you were trying to avoid, but you said it first thing.
Well,
so that was my entire point. But now you can get back on the train with nobody.
Okay, but the main point I was trying to invoke there is that, you know, this is a common misconception of God. Like a lot of people think of God.
No, you didn't have a point because like we are agents. You admitted as much that we are agents, but we're not God. So your definition just automatically fails, and that's why like I think this entire argument is like incoherent.
No,
but like please get back on the train with nobody, and we can loop back around to this.
I will say I disagree with that because yeah, we are not agents in the same way that God is not an agent.
Now we are not agents.
Yeah, you're
and you just said God was non-agential, like in the same way that God, like you're contradicting yourself left and right, buddy.
No, I'm not. I'm
yes,
saying,
you are. You say God is non-agential, and then you just said we're not agents in the same way that God is an agent. Like
because
this is very blatant P and not P. Like you need to like come up with consistent definitions.
Listen, RP, to call God an agent would be to anthropomorphize God, to make it akin to what we experience through agency, because we are agential beings. And I'm trying to.
Now we're agential beings again. All of a sudden,
I never denied that.
I'm not going to go down this line with you, Calf, because you can't remain consistent. Now, please get back on the train with nobody.
I've been consistent throughout, man.
No, I just demonstrated by playing the replay how inconsistent you've been.
I disagree. I think you proved my point.
So I don't know what that noise is, but I think it's good now.
It's probably my chair. I need a WD-40 this motherfucker.
It's not like a squeak. It's like it sounds like I don't know. It sounds like a fan. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
It might be me, man. Me.
Hey, I'm gonna get down here because I can't. I don't understand anything that Cafe.
Okay.
Like
Robin, a quick synopsis I think would be this: he's very close to getting to where J Money is, where God is just sort of like the gap in the science that we don't understand.
Yeah, well, see, like I respond as an atheist. I respond to the God claims that people make. Like I don't create their God. They tell us the shit that they tell us what traits their God has. So
well, yeah, because most of them have been said by that by magic.
Aren't defining God, like theists are. So
Robin, you've never tried to challenge yourself in the most, I guess, complex notion of God you can fathom?
Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to do that?
Look.
My thought is complex, therefore it must exist.
We were talking about why God is necessitated by, say, knowledge or morals or logic. Why is that the case?
Yes, and I can get to that.
Bye, y'all.
Okay.
Bye, Robin.
Thank you, Robin.
UG says bye.
Man, I would have liked for UG to chill.
Look, what does God have to do with reasoning, intelligibility, consistency in the world? What does he have to do with those things?
Okay, let me answer that. Do you think that science is mute when it comes to God? Like it has nothing to say at all?
When you say, is science mute to God, are you saying, is it possible that it lends or retracts credence from the God hypothesis? Or are you saying...
Yeah. Is it possible that it can like narrow down the, I guess the metaphysical framework that we're,
Well, science doesn't deal with metaphysics.
I know that, but I'm saying that is it possible that it could even, point you in a certain direction, in a sense?
Yes,
Okay.
and it's away from God.
Okay, I understand that a lot of atheists think that it's away from God, and you've seen a lot of the studies that I point you towards. Like, I don't know if you ever actually listened to the lectures or read the peer review.
Yes, but those are only those are only pertaining to whatever you're trying to make a claim about when it comes to like the human brain and
Oh, dude, it's not what I'm trying to make a claim about. This is established prior to myself. I'm only trying to redirect your attention to it. I didn't start these studies.
No, what I'm saying is that this has to do with the human brain, correct?
Of course.
Okay. Why would I care about? Say there are necessary truths pertaining to the human brain. How would I infer that there are necessary truths to the universe because of that?
Okay. I would say that when you examine, these so-called possibilities, you've seen how the phenomenon I talk about often, the so-called mystical experience, to bring it up, there is a certain place where it kind of coalesces, and people report a phenomenology that's kind of universal to the experience. Would you agree with that?
A phenomenology that's universal to the experience.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yes. Like, in other words, people
universal to the experience. I take, I guess, if we're talking about phenomenology, there would be multiple different experitions.
Well, okay,
and
so
whether or not there's universals, a
common criticism it's often made is Jason Katz. He talks about, okay, so if a Christian grows up through Christianity, they may see Christ on the cross, or a Muslim may see Muhammad, a Hindu may see Ganesh, and so on and so forth. But what I'm trying to say is that a lot of the research kind of goes beyond that. When we talk about like ego death and the phenomenology that converges at the height of this experience, it's no longer about the upbringing of the individual, like their personal history or their cultural background, their religious upbringing. When we talk about ego death, it now enters the domain of a kind of like universal experience, a universal phenomenon in consciousness. And, that's kind of like what I point to initially for people to examine.
Okay. So because... I'm sorry, what did you say? Like there's a fundamental baseline of consciousness or something?
Yes,
so
there's a fundamental phenomenon in consciousness. A lot of people refer to it as ego death, you know what I mean? And that term is very relevant because, if the ego is not there, like the only thing to make it unique to the individual is so that the ego is there, that it belongs to the upbringing, the unique religious background of the individual, and that doesn't exist at the height of this phenomenon when you talk about these higher doses and so forth. Like
what doesn't exist?
Like a unique expression of that experience. So
you're saying that like particular subjective experiences do not exist anymore, or at least they're unobtainable by the subjective experience of the person who took said substance.
Yes, at a certain point, yeah. Like when people
take
caloric doses,
because the subjective experience changes, and it sounds something like I don't know, some type of like it sounds literally, I'm like, I need to emphasize this. It sounds like it's identical to a universal state. It sounds like it's at least pointing to like this universal state that
people have
connects
similar
all
brain-
consciousness or whatever, right? So just because it sounds or it intuitively feels like it's the case, we should think that there's like a universal substrate to reality and thought, and like, what does that mean? Like, all I hear is that, like, yes, I agree with you. There are ways to describe a world that are logically possible or logically impossible.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you're saying that to have a logically possible world, there's some type of requirement for someone who like made it logically possible. I don't think that's the case. I just think that the worlds that are not logically possible are not logically possible. And so we throw them away. There's no reason to think that because we have the capability of knowing that those worlds are logically impossible, that someone designed what logical possibility and impossibility even are. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I mean, I can see that, but you see, if you're going to argue that point to its extreme, we've been over this before a few times. That I've often made the point that not even neuroscience can really establish that that consciousness is generated by the brain in the first place.
I don't know what. Oh, no, I'm not invoking a philosophy of mind. What I'm talking about is that, yes, there are necessary, primary, fundamental dispositions to any world. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that there cannot be, in the same relevant and temporal sense, the sun and not the sun at the same time.
Yeah.
That's an impossible world, right?
Are you familiar with the Cat's criticism of like constructivism or
what are we constructing?
He calls it either constructivism or there's another name he has for it, but
Right, but construction of what?
It's a name for a certain perspective on criticism of the view of like mystical experiences that they are necessarily born out of the unique biological makeup.
I don't know. Look, I don't know what you're talking about right
really quick, like it's best we define terms as they come up. Can you define mystical experiences and give like a necessary precondition that does not equate it to hallucination?
Well, I want to flag at least that I never talked about an experience. I don't care about an experience. I'm talking about what is the case in a logically possible world. And that world has to have the disposition such that there cannot be contradictory states of affairs, right? So if there cannot be contradictory states of affairs, then there's a baseline of what we call or what we refer to as a logically possible world. If there's a baseline of what a logically possible world is, then those worlds are logically possible whether or not God is in them or not. Like, it does not take there's no condition that necessitates God brought up what it means to be logically possible prior to us identifying what is logically possible. A logically possible state of affairs is non-contradictory. It doesn't matter. I don't understand.
Run that back to me one more time.
Look, so I think that there are necessary preconditions to a logically possible world, and those things are neutral. They are not mental. They are not material. And I also think I'm leaning towards that those things are dispositional. So in dispositional monism, what's necessary fundamentally is the fact that things have a certain disposition. All things have a disposition to obtain in a way that is a logically possible world. If it's not the case that those dispositions necessitate logical possibility, then that means logical possibility loses any type of reason bearing for why we would think a world is possible or not. And that's the widest modality. There's no modality wider than logical possibility, unless it's like some type of like, I don't know, contradictions can be added on top of logical possibility. But
Well, what do you think of what's on the screen?
What do I?
What's on the screen is responding to me, not responding to Nobody on Fire.
I never talked about experience. We can talk about it for sure, but I would really like to button up this whole what it means for a world to be possible is that there are no contradictory states of affairs. Is that correct?
No contradictory state of. I would agree to that, but it all is going to boil down to, what you define as non-contradictory.
Well, no, I mean I specified in a relevant and I guess also relevant temporal sense, relevant spatially and relevant temporally. The same states of affairs, the same state of affairs could not exist at the same time as its relevant non-existence.
Which is the very, same reason I asked you to take a look at the screen. What do you make of, because nobody, I know I've introduced you to this type of research. What you're looking at on the screen, if you can see it, is the 6 primary.
Dude, I'm asking, can there be contradictory states of affairs in a world?
Yeah, nobody isn't evoking experience. Like you can bring this argument to me in a moment, but please finish nobody's train of thought.
Okay, fair enough. I think there can.
What type of contradictory statement, or I'm sorry, what kind of contradictory state of affairs could exist?
Okay. I think very commonplace in this type of experience. A lot of people report the kind of phenomenology of immortality of consciousness being indestructible.
Dude,
this is still experience.
Okay. I'm losing. Okay, this might be my fault.
Well,
I apologize. I apologize if it's so, but I'm asking you to describe a state of affairs that could exist and not exist. There could be red and green, entirely red and entirely green. Anything, I don't care. Any contradictory state of affairs that could exist, that should be believed to be possible. Does that make sense?
I'm trying to express that. I'm saying that a lot of people have the impression that consciousness is indestructible at the height of this phenomenon. And of course, when you come down,
what phenomenon? What phenomenon?
The mystical experience that when you
No. I'm not talking about any experiences.
Okay.
I'm talking about states of affairs. I'm talking about what is the case in a world. Like there is the sun and there is not the sun. And it's 93 million miles from Earth or whatever. So it is the case that 93 million miles from Earth, there is the closest star. And it is not the case that 93 million miles from Earth, there is the closest star. Something like that. Can that be the case?
Of course, yeah, I can grant that.
How? Okay,
you're a dial atheist?
Describe a state of affairs where it's not, we're not talking about predicating it. We're not talking about some type of propositional contradiction where it's like this sentence is false.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to describe a state of affairs, like the idea that the Earth exists where it does exist in space-time, and it is also the case that it does not exist in space-time in that same area or whatever. Please explain that to me.
I know I was giving you examples with mystical experience, but
yes, experience is instantly not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about actually like shit being the case. That's what I'm talking about.
I can't think of one offhand, but I don't know. Give me an example.
It's because it's logically impossible, Cafe.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. No, you're talking about the difference between paradoxes and fucking, I guess, states of affairs that can't be the opposites. I agree with that. Yeah, it's impossible. But, you can have the impression of paradoxes, but that's not the same as, states of affairs that I guess violate each other. I agree with that. Of course. Oh yeah.
Okay, so look, I'm saying that the baseline to any possible world is that there are not contradictory states of affairs, right? And whether or not there's a God is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. That's still a possible world.
Sure.
So,
but I mean, I don't know. I think, there's a difference between, contradictory states of affairs and, ineffability or paradoxicality that's found in, these type of, altered states, like.
No, stop. Hold on. Ineffability of what?
Ineffability or paradoxicality, like, paradox.
Yes. Ineffability of what?
These states, like people often.
What states?
In mystical experience, people will report, kind of
okay,
like.
We're talking about experience now.
I've always, that was always my.
I don't. No. I don't care about that. I'm talking about contradictory states of affairs. Like you have a brain or you don't. There's no experience happening there. I'm asking, is the brain in the brain case or is the brain not in the brain case? This is not an experiential question. This has to do with whether or not there's a brain in the brain case.
Hold on. Are you trying to pinpoint consciousness with logic?
No, I'm not talking about consciousness.
All right.
Okay. When you tell us that tag is successful for some reason, right? That has to do with the world being intelligible. That has to do with our epistemic access to things.
Sure.
Okay. Tag is completely ruined. It's disgustingly bad, right? And I'm showing you that's the case because for a world to exist, that means the world is intelligible. Otherwise, it's logically impossible, right? So if you're going to say the fact that things are logically possible necessitates God, then go ahead with that inference. What is the inference?
Yeah. I mean, the way I understand it is that, I've tried to tell you multiple times, like Tillich brought up God as the ground of being
why? Yes, why is he the ground of being?
Why is it the ground of being? I'm okay. I remember I brought up the video game analogy of the.
Yes. Okay. Now look, hold on. So when you talk about the video game analogy, what you're saying is that there's already like a standard of what it means to have being. I agree with you. There is no world that is logically possible where being has identity and doesn't have non-contradiction, has identity and doesn't have like some way to say that A is distinct from B. Like all of those things are necessitated in any possible world. That's what we're talking about when we say a world is logically possible. Is we're saying
how do you
that it doesn't violate these laws of logic.
How would you go about denying that then?
Denying what?
If it's necessary as the ground, as all, the very source of all permutations that can possibly manifest in the manifestation, then, what are you doing by, denying that source? Like,
Look, when I say that it's necessary that things have identity, it's necessary, or states of affairs have like some type of like identifiability or whatever.
Sure.
And they don't contradict each other in like the same relevant sense, right? Mm-hmm. I'm just describing what it means for anything to even exist. Like you wouldn't describe God and say that like, oh, well, God exists and doesn't exist. Oh, God is ase and he's not ase, right? Like this idea that the laws of logic like require God is just asinine because no sentence structure necessitates any type of God. Now, then you try and back it up, right? And then it becomes almost like this design argument, as in like the possible worlds that are attainable require God, because it requires God to like paint this idea of non-contradiction, or paint this idea of like it's logically possible. That's just simply not the case. That's what it means to be a thing. If you are a thing, you are not that thing. Like, the actualization of a thing entails identity, entails non-contradiction, entails excluded middle. All of these things are entailed simply by being. And so when you try and say that because things be, that means God bees, there's no way to bridge that gap. It just doesn't make any sense. So do you have like a better inference? Do you have like one that's going to...
I think you've defined it in such a way that it doesn't bridge that gap, because like, you know, the very...
Okay, so then help me. Give me the argument. Give me I'm not asking for like, I'm not going to ask you to formalize it or anything, but give me an argument for why God is necessitated because of logical impossibility.
Okay. Well, you know, I mean, I tried with the video game analogy, but I don't think it obviously.
No, I just said that I'm a dispositional monist. So
yes,
I think that the dispositions, the pure powers, those are what is fundamental to the world, not material or mental. So I'm saying that yes, those dispositional things are what make a world possible.
Yeah,
I don't need a God to design the dispositions.
Okay.
It's just the case that there can only be worlds with this disposition.
I see.
Or I mean these dispositions, right? So I need like an inference or something.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna give you an inference. There's a poem by Ronald Knox, if I can recite it to you, if you don't mind. It goes like this.
A poem almost necessarily cannot be an inference. Like,
well, no.
Do you understand what I'm asking you for?
Yes, I do. And what I want you to do, nobody, is I want you to get the inference and how I guess omnipotence is being defined through this poem. All right. If you can, if it fails, we'll move on to something else. All right. But
what is?
Okay, it goes like this.
How long is it?
It's 2 paragraphs. It's real short. It says, there was a young man who said, God must find it exceedingly odd to think that a tree should continue to be when there's no one about in the quad. The reply said, dear sir, your astonishment's odd. I am always about in the quad, and that's why a tree should continue to be, since observed by yours faithfully, God. You know, the implication there is that there is a divine mind that through omnipotence is sustaining all existence. And I think that, you know, a lot of people, a lot of atheists, in my opinion, don't understand what omnipotence really is. They misinterpret it as like God's a genie that could do anything. With the click of a button, he can end all rape and he would stop all cancer. You know, like that's the misconception.
Okay, and what's the correct?
That it's sustaining everything at all moments.
Okay, so you're saying that omnipotence is being misconstrued as like having all powers.
Yes,
but instead what it means is that like his one actualization of the world is eternal and he sustains everything.
Yeah, it's sustaining all moments. Like, and people say like, what do I need God
then we're not talking about omnipotence anymore. We're talking about like some type of, he's like a substrate. Like he can be substrative.
But
and
that's
then also
hold on, wait. But that's how omnipotence is understood with
no, he can be what did I say? He could be substrative, but still be limited in power when it comes to actualizing things. Those are separate things. Those are separate ideas.
As long as you're not thinking of an anthropomorphic notion.
I don't care about whether or not he's anthropomorphized. I care about whether or not he's like necessary for a logically possible world, or logic, or knowledge.
Listen to what I just said.
this is what I'm okay. Listen, Cafe. I'm asking you, what does tag succeed at? And you have failed to give me anything.
What I'm trying to tell you is that if you don't have that substrate, the divine substrate, then reality couldn't exist at all. And what tag is trying to show is that you need that divine substrate.
No. Tag is trying to attack specific things, our access to specific things. The transcendentals are each themselves something different from another transcendental.
I disagree with that, man.
What you're trying to say is that literally, to even have a world,
yes,
God must exist. Okay, go ahead and defend that claim. Like, do you want that to be the conclusion? Do you want it to be, in order to have any world, God must exist? Is that the conclusion?
That is essentially what classical theism is arguing. Yes.
Okay.
Can you formalize that? I'll put a notepad up and we can get the syllogism down pat.
Yes, we actually need this because the insanity of saying that any metaphysically, let alone logically possible world, or I guess I said that right. Like, the fact that God is necessitated by a logically possible world is completely insane. The fact that God is necessitated by a metaphysically possible world, that is
by whose standards? According to classical theism.
No. This is perfect. Like, I don't know why you're doing this. What is logically impossible about a world without God?
It wouldn't exist at all.
Okay, go ahead and provide the contradiction.
That I said it without the grounding, there is no justification for.
No, I'm asking for a logical impossibility.
This is what I'm trying to do.
Well, so make it better then. This is linguistic. There has to be a contradiction in terms.
Okay. Well, the contradiction in terms is that if you get rid of the grounding, there's nothing to base anything upon.
Okay, why does anything require a grounding?
Like I said, going back to the video game metaphor that I try to put forth to you, it's almost
I need an argument, Cafe.
Okay, but what you're trying to do is put forth the polygons and the vector space.
What is premise one?
The what?
What is premise one? If there is a world, then it necessitates some type of thing. There should be God, or like dispositional nature of the world, or the quantum wave function.
Sure.
Like, I don't care what it is. What is premise one of the argument that any possible world necessitates a God?
It would go back to the metaphor I was trying to use of the transcendental game engine.
A metaphor isn't
so what is
a formal syllogism.
Yeah, so what is premise one? You described some stuff to us, yes. What is premise one? Is it a conditional? Is it a biconditional?
Yes. That all conditions are contingent upon it. And
okay. No. What? Okay. Premise one. All conditionals
are contingent upon it, yes.
Are contingent upon what?
The very possibility of the ground. And without that
all
ground,
conditionals are contingent upon the very possibility of the ground?
No. The ground is that which makes all contingent possibilities available in the first place, if you want to put it that way. But
what the fuck is P1?
Language is kind of tricky here, but
it really isn't.
Take your time. Just what is premise one? I'll even help you build it. I don't care. What is premise one? All conditionals are contingent upon. We don't even need that. We can delete all of it. Like, what are you trying to say in premise one?
We're trying to say that any permutation that manifests in reality has to be grounded in this,
What is the grounding relation? It has to be grounded in what? And why?
it's grounded in the. You can call it the absolutes. You can call it the But
Okay, so this is like some type of like non-causal, non-temporal like relation, right? So
sure.
like, because hydrogen and oxygen do a thing when they combine, we have wetness. Like that's the grounding you're talking about.
Not necessarily. I wouldn't phrase it like that.
Okay, what's a better phrasation? Phrasation.
I mean, I really like the metaphor I used, but I mean, if that's not
What is it? What is it? Because you kept bringing up experience when it wasn't relevant. So if there's a metaphor there that I wasn't detecting, because for some reason you kept shifting to experience. If the experience thing was a metaphor, then I do apologize. What is the metaphor?
The metaphor of the video game metaphor that I was referring to.
The what?
The transcendental game engine, if you will.
Yes. What about it?
That it, in a sense, contains all permutations that could possibly.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a possible world. I agree with you. What about it?
No, it's not just a possible world.
It is. It literally is. You're saying that there's a necessary way that polygons and spatial and temporal things exist. I agree with you. Those are logically possible worlds. Why is God necessary for those relations to be predicatable? Is that a word? Like we can predicate on temporal relations, spatial relations, size relations, how tall we are or whatever. Like, yes, that's the case. But that's just a normal possible world. I don't understand what God has to do with that.
Well, I mean, I want to make sure that you're not defining God in any way.
I don't care. Yeah, I don't care what God is. I don't care at all. He could be a lizard. I don't care.
All right. Well, the reason they, it's often given divine attributes is because, when it comes to omniscience, omnipotence, or omnibenevolence, or omnipresence.
Yeah. What about? I'm confused. What about these things?
Well, omnipresence is, something not. It's something more in the vein that I was trying to depict with, the poem that I mentioned, that the God might find it exceedingly odd, like, your son-in-law. I'm always about in the quad, and that's why I will continue to be observed by you, faithfully God. That, it's something that's always there.
What is always there?
The perspective, the omniscience, the mind, not like a human mind, like I said, but not an agential mind.
Yes, we know it's not a human mind. Like, okay, like, so now you're like blending like idealism and like some kind of like
I really am not
proto panpsychism. Like, I don't know what you're doing at this point.
The reason why people come to that sort of conclusion, if you study in Hinduism, Advaita Vedanta, for instance, people have this impression of the yogis talk about union with the Brahman or the one Atman and so forth. It's not like they are making this up willy-nilly.
Hold on. Point of production. Hey, J Money, if that's really you, go ahead and let us know in the YouTube chat, because we had someone earlier try to pretend to be you. They just came up and said slurs. And I know you have the ability to say something in YouTube chat. So go ahead and let us know in YouTube chat if that's you. Otherwise, we'll just get rid of the potential troll.
All right. But,
look, Cafe.
And also, like, we have people asking for like kind of a break. If you guys can get to like a point where we can like take like a couple minutes to
Yeah.
like
All right.
gather your
I'll
thoughts and
I'll-
have like your best arguments when we come back
all right,
after
all
the
right.
break. I feel like that would be great for the stream.
Yeah, no, I'll
Nobody.
cut it.
Wait.
Well,
Before
look.
you go, man, real quick, I'm just gonna say this: that even to the yogi, like when they talk about the Brahmin and so forth, the reason why they give it divine qualities, man, it's because it's not something that they're willy nilly projecting. It's because when you examine these very things, it's not like it's not a fucking genie, man. It's something that is sustaining reality in the very fashion that I'm telling you. Go for it.
Okay. Look, I don't know what you're talking about. I never
Okay.
talked about a genie. I never talked about like some like
You never
what
did.
I'm saying is that a world to be possible entails a certain level of, I don't know, non-contradiction, like coherence. Like if it's incoherent, the world is probably logically impossible. Now, when we're looking at whether or not a world is logically possible, when I say a world is logically possible or a world is logically impossible, I have not invoked God once. So it's clearly not due to the language. I'm asking for the inference, and that's why I said premise one, whatever. What is the case about, the world being consistent, us using predicates, us having reliable inference to the future, like the uniformity of nature, right? What about these words that don't have the word God in them necessitate God? I don't see it, and I assume I never will.
Okay. I when you say that, what first of all, obviously God is a word that's in your vocabulary. How are you even defining?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
Give me 2 seconds. I have to go use the restroom, but I'll be right back.
all right. Obviously, you're defining that in the first place.
Actually, this is a great chance for the break. Kaf, please gather your thoughts like in response to nobody,
Sure. All right.
and yeah, we'll do like a 2 to 4 minute dance break. Yep. Okay. Great. Yep. I'll play the in development that I played at the beginning of stream, and another one that I haven't played on stream yet. Just give VLC one moment to load. Unfortunately, there's only video for the first one because the second one is so old. Like literally the second track I'll be playing is something I wrote before I was even dating my my partner. All right, and for production purposes, I'm just gonna mute everybody right now because like there's that echo glitch. So as soon as I start sharing this, I'll put everyone on mute.
What's going on?
It sounded like there was another voice on the call.
Yeah, I don't know. The music stopped for me. I don't. Did it stop for you, Jay?
Yeah, the music stopped for me.
Hey, I have a question for Jay. Hey, when you gonna take a
Yo,
road?
who unmuted? It fucked out everything up. Here, we need to restart this. Everyone just stay on mute, okay? God damn it.
How long you guys been able to hear me?
Yo, this is Liddy. I had myself right.
Yo, what is going on?
I hear you twice.
All right, panel can resume. Sorry, I was using the restroom too.
Okay. Yeah, so what was y'all talking about? What was this? What was all that
Everyone will
about?
have to unmute.
I tuned in crazy late.
I know what I wanted to ask J Money.
What's up? What's up? It's my guy Cafe.
Hell yeah. I'm like, dude, hey, you're always talking about life after death. I'm like, hey, you know you can experience that, right? With enough mushrooms.
Jesus Christ, dude.
No, you
What
can't.
is the inference that if a world is well behaved, it necessitates God?
Well, I mean, you haven't defined God, nobody.
Oh my God, one you're talking about. It doesn't matter. I'm asking you.
It does matter.
No,
It doesn't. It literally doesn't. I grant you your definition. Go ahead. What's the definition?
It does. My definition.
What's the definition? It's your definition.
When people take these high doses, man,
I don't care about subjective experience. I'm talking about what necessitates
I'm not talking
even
about
possibility.
I'm not talking about subjective experience.
The moment you invoke
You
the experience
brought
of
up
a person, yeah, that's a subjective experience.
I mean, that's how y'all phrase it, but that's not exactly
Okay, we get it. You use
No,
terms
that's fine.
wrong.
That's fine. No. That's fine. That's fine. So look, we can have an objective, attainable experience. Now, let's take that, right? This idea that there's an objective, perfect experience that's attainable by things, whether they fast or they like take some substance or or anything, whatever, right? Okay, let's acknowledge that's the case. That thing exists, right? Okay, that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about intelligible, coherent states of affairs. If it is the case that there's the sun, and because there's the sun, it cannot be the case that there is not the sun, right?
Sure.
And I'm talking about like soul, like our star, right? If it cannot be the case that it does exist, and it also does not exist in the same relevant sense, right? We're not talking about billions of years later. We're talking about in the same moment, in the same space, right? Why does that necessitate God?
Well, I mean, you keep on saying necessitate God without defining how you're addressing.
It's your God. It's your God. That's it. So
Yes.
just give the inference.
I'm trying to say that there is an inference there.
Go ahead.
I think you're ignoring it.
No, I'm not. Go
You
ahead.
haven't presented
What is
it.
your definition of God, and why is it necessitated by a non-contradictory state of affairs?
Non-contradictory state of affairs.
Yes. So like the whole world is conducive, cohesive, coherent with itself. There's no contradictions present. That's a non-contradictory world, which is what I identify as a logically possible world, right? So, in what statement or part of the conjunction, like in what part of the conjunctive statement is God necessitated?
Well, obviously it's not your definition of God. And when you say, where is God necessitated? Like, are you listening?
Hey, look. Yeah, look. So God could be necessary, right? God could be necessary. And the way that I'm linguistically displaying the world could be logically coherent and not reference God, or it could be logically incoherent because it doesn't reference God.
Sure.
Okay. So we're looking at logically possible worlds. It's clearly logically possible that no God exists. Okay. So
in what sense
are we talking?
Find it.
In what do you mean by what sense?
You said it's clearly logical possible that no God exists, and you failed to define what the fuck you mean by God.
Okay, no, I'm talking about your God. I'm
And
saying.
I'm talking about how you define the term.
And so, are you going to say that because you define God to be the grounding of being, that any type of ontological, like even, like if I were to grant that my desk exists, it's like if are you going to say that
In a sense,
God
yes.
is such that if the desk exists, then necessarily God exists?
That's how classical theism is addressing that question. Yes.
Okay, so then I would like for you to present an argument and not laugh yourself to the bank and say that if a desk exists, then necessarily my God exists. And then present premise 2 where the desk exists because I'm sitting at it. And then don't laugh, but give the conclusion, therefore necessarily God exists.
I mean, I think you got it. I mean, if I'm going to laugh, you already have it in your
That's
mind.
asinine. Listen to me. That's asinine. What you're talking about is that there is a necessary type of world that is possible, right? So when I say that there could just be, and this is what I am, this is what I think is the case, there's a neutral dispositional monad. Like there is at the fundamental part of reality, there is simply disposition. Because if there was no correct disposition, there would be no fundamental reality, right? So whether I'm a mathematical monist or, I don't know, maybe even like, I don't know,
fundamental monist.
Excuse me.
all monism is fundamental.
I'm joking with you, man.
So, what you're saying, Cafe? You think that that's how you get to your God is through the psychedelics, like that? It's not like a high. It's more like an experience, a connection to something different, like a different world.
Oh yeah, what I'm trying to tell them is that the main focus of a lot of the psychedelic experience is what's called ego death.
Yes.
It's a death.
Bro, oh my God, dude.
This has nothing to do with experience, and this is like the 5th fucking time we've had to say that.
Okay, look, I've asked you multiple times. I've asked you multiple times. Can you give me an inference as to why tag succeeds? I gave you knowledge. I gave you logic. I gave you like a uniformity of nature.
I'm trying to tell you, when people have this.
No. Stop. I'm asking you for an argument. You say it works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. You cannot have the transcendental argument for God succeed without an argument, Cafe. So tell me the inference.
Well,
the premise, right? That's what you mean, the premise?
The whole inference. I want the inferential structure. I want every premise, and I want the conclusion. You can have 50 premises and 30 conclusions. I don't fucking care. What I'm asking you for is if you claim that tag succeeds, that means that an argument succeeds, because in the acronym of tag is the word argument. So go ahead and provide the successful argument. Otherwise, tag fails.
I mean, if you say so, I would point out that if you have this ego death phenomenon occurring.
No, Calf, you need to give the formal argument now instead of going back to this experiential bullshit.
You made the claim that tag succeeds. That means that a type of argument succeeds. You are not presenting an argument. Instead, you're ostensibly pointing to things that are irrelevant. So I don't even know if it qualifies as ostensive, because it's not you trying to define something. It's you trying to seemingly distract. Like, I'm not trying to be like super harsh, but what I am telling you is that when you say tag succeeds, that means a type of argument succeeds. I want to see the successful argument, or it is not the case. Like, just throw it away then.
Please give the argument. I have a StarCraft match on pause.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
An argument cannot succeed if it does not exist. So what is the argument that succeeds?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not referring to Kant or anyone like that.
I don't think you are.
In order to claim tag succeeds, you need to have the transcendental argument for God already syllogized. So what is that syllogized argument that you are claiming succeeds?
Yeah, the syllogized argument, I would say, is what is his name? There is one philosopher I would point to.
Van Til or Boddenson?
No. Another one. What's his name?
Hey, Chuck. Good to see you.
Someone help me out here.
I don't know. I only know Van Til and Boddenson.
This isn't Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. You don't get like a poll the audience like lifeline.
Yes, I'm trying to.
But it's like I kind of like.
There's one.
You won't have an argument for something that you don't got quite down yet. Like, my God, I don't have an argument for it. But
no, that's fine. That's totally fine. But what Cafe decided to say was that tag succeeds. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm saying that without a transcendental argument for God, it can't succeed at all. And every instance of tag that I've seen does not succeed. So I'm confused because it's either the case that there is an argument that succeeds or there is not an argument that succeeds. And right now, I don't see an argument. I haven't heard one. Like, what is the tag argument that is correct or works?
In my opinion, I think Leibnizian argument would probably be the best because
Leibniz says that he's done what? Like, what is the argument?
Yeah, a Leibniz contingency argument.
Give the premises and then the conclusion.
No, that's not a transcendental argument. A contingency argument is different than a transcendental argument.
I'll take any syllogized fucking argument at this point to move this along.
Yeah, I would put forth Leibniz.
Give the premises and the conclusion. Bitte. Sehr schnell. Schneller, aber.
I mean, it's pretty simple. It's that the explanation kind of argument that a lot of people put.
Nein, das premises.
Yes.
Jetzt.
Okay. Everything that exists has an explanation for its existence. Either its own nature or an external cause.
Hold on. You can see the screen. Everything that exists has an explanation for its existence.
Number two, if the universe.
Hold on. Nation for its existence. Okay. Premise 2?
Yeah, premise 2 would be if the universe has an explanation, that explanation would be the divine or God.
Oh my God.
Number 3 would be.
Hold on. If that universe has an explanation, that explanation would be divine or God?
Yeah.
Fuck it. He gets a lowercase g.
Give him a capital.
Fuck it. Nope. I'm feeling disrespectful for how long it's taken to get to syllogized
Oh my
form,
God,
so
dude, like these first two premises are insane. But go
ahead.
ahead.
We can attack them. Let me get the entire argument out. P3.
All right, P3 is the universe exists.
P4.
Therefore, the universe has an explanation, which is the quintessential, proponent of.
Hold on. The universe
contingency argument
has an explanation.
Yeah. Therefore, the explanation of the universe is God.
Is that the next premise?
Yeah.
Therefore, the universe's explanation is God?
Yeah, I'll end it there.
Wait, so that'd be your conclusion?
Yes.
No, conclusion, there's a God. Conclusion, there's a God, right?
Yes, yes.
After that.
So wait. P5, therefore the universe's explanation is God.
Yeah,
and
you can phrase it that way.
conclusion, God exists.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not easy to beat right there.
Uh, we'll see, buddy. First of all, is it what inference rule does it follow?
You mean by it follows that if you don't abide by these rules,
No,
you end up-
give me the variables for P1.
yeah, if you don't abide by P1, you end up in an infinite regress.
Buddy, we're checking validity, not soundness.
Okay.
Okay, so okay, so dude, you're joking, dude. Premise 1 includes God. Does that make sense, Cafe? Premise 1 includes God. He has an explanation for his existence.
Well, I mean, I was trying to avoid,
Oh my God, are you
kind of
going to try to special plead on premise 1?
Well, just no, like it's fine. He's like, so are you going to say he's necessary? Is that going to be the explanation?
Well, I was trying to avoid some kind of Bantillian, whatever you would call it. Not premonition. What's the term? Darth Dawkins always puts it.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Van Til and Bonson are morons.
I mean, I see a lot of the stuff Cafe tries to say. I think we both have the same type of issues trying to like dialogue it correctly in the way that's formal.
You should be able to formalize it into a syllogistic form.
Yeah, like that.
Like that is asking the very least.
No, I know, but it's like if you're not a philosophy-based individual,
Calf is. Calf is Phil fucking pilled like as much as me and nobody on fire.
Like,
That's why we expect as much from Calf, because like we respect their knowledge like that they've gathered over the last fucking decade. Like Calf, you've been posting on Reddit forever, and so I know you're capable of formalizing these arguments. That's why it's so frustrating, because like I know you have the capacity. Like let's get on with it.
Everything I've ever learned about philosophy, I was on the panel with nobody on fire. You get what I'm saying? Like it's no coincidence there. Like before this, on this day last year, I wouldn't have been able to tell you what a syllogism is. I would have thought that was like, like when you go through like something you can't fight, like you go through a bad moment, like a sickness overcomes you. Like I would have thought it was that. You know what I'm saying?
When I wasn't philosophy pilled, like I would have thought a syllogism was like a clown coming.
Yeah, something like that, like a syllogism.
Yeah.
Like honestly, like I wouldn't have known. Like I would have thought that was like some condition that comes over you, like I don't know, like akin to like a seizure or something. I don't know. Like I would have put it with that for real though, like that ass. Like I wouldn't have known what that term means. So I get it.
Silly Simon.
Okay, so
so
everything predicates over God. So premise 1 sucks. Premise 2: if the universe has an explanation, that explanation would be divine or God. Dude, obviously, no one is going to accept premise 2.
I mean, you're not going to accept any premise. That's the whole point.
No. I pointed out one problem with premise 1, and I said premise 2 is batshit insane. And then obviously premise 3, okay, that's fine. Therefore, the universe has an explanation.
No,
I don't think that follows, but I think it's possible. And then therefore, the universe's explanation is God. That's batshit insane again. So we have a questionable. Hold on, I'm done now. Just 1 second. We have a questionable premise 1. We have a batshit insane premise 2, and we have a batshit insane premise 5. So, go ahead. What's your defense of all this?
That, I mean, you think you have an alternative explanation, which you don't.
What do you mean?
It's a false dichotomy.
No. Well, yeah. What do you mean? So, one, worst case scenario, that's like a last man standing fallacy or something, where like just because even if I didn't have an explanation, then that lends credence to your explanation.
No, I'm saying
so then on top of that, yeah, I do have an explanation. It's that each world has a necessary disposition to be non-contradictory. Otherwise, the world could not sustain itself. It would be a logically impossible world. If you had identity slipping in and outside of distinction, and there was no true identity and no true differentiation between particulars, that world would be logically impossible. So you're literally just saying, oh, because a world is logically possible, that entails God. I didn't hear myself say God when I said that world is logically possible. So unless you're willing to build that inference, this is a baseless claim, and God has nothing to do with whether or not something is logically possible, also known as non-contradictory or not impossible.
I was going to agree with you. I was like, how did he know to agree with my notion of what's going on right here? No,
what? What does that mean?
No, I said I agreed with mostly what you said, except for the notion that it could be logically impossible. What's logically impossible? The premises that you see on the screen?
No, what I'm saying is that what it means for a world to be capable of having some type of ontological value, like it actually exists as a thing in reality, it has to have identity states. It has to have an identity state being identifiably different from another identity state. That's what it means for a world to be logically possible. So when you say that tag works, again, we come back, we're unclear now, again, why we're talking about like experiences at all. Like we could be talking about the world and its like baseline effects and what God is necessary for that. It could be for epistemic access. It could be for morality, access to, or like epistemic access to morality or whatever. And then we're like doing this weird, we have like a really bad contingency argument on the screen instead. Like I just don't know what we're doing anymore.
No, the contingency argument is the explanation for why anything exists at all.
Right, but we were talking about whether
I can give an argument for why something exists rather than nothing.
Go for it.
All right, things that exist have ontology. Things with ontology, or no, things with ontology have being. Things with being exist. Nothingness lacks ontology, therefore nothingness lacks in being. Therefore nothingness it doesn't exist. The inverse of that is something exists.
I feel like I have to throw in the, I guess.
Do you want me to put it on the screen?
No. I mean, the premise is, like I'm like, how can we throw this out without having to, draw in the premises? I don't know. I feel like we're just kind of like.
All right, we'll just go premise by premise. Do things with ontology have being?
Things without ontology. Usually not.
Usually not.
Things without ontology? You mean like?
No, do things with ontology have being?
Oh, things with ontology. I misunderstood you. I thought he said, you know, I thought you were trying to account for.
Just yes or no. Do you agree with the premise?
Yeah, I'll agree.
Great. Things with being exist.
Sure.
Okay. We would go to nothingness lacks ontology.
Nothingness lacks ontology. Yeah, see, I mean, yeah, that's where I'll probably get into an argument with.
All right, so what sort of ontology does nothingness possess?
The sort of one that we're going to have to argue over.
No. This has to be a positive property in order for nothingness to have ontology.
Yeah, no,
Give
no.
any single positive property that nothingness possesses.
I don't have anything at the moment.
Okay, so do you accept that nothingness lacks ontology?
Nothingness lacks ontology. I'm.
Yes.
I suppose. Yeah. I mean, I would say it's open to interpretation.
Okay, if nothingness lacks ontology, nothingness lacks being. You agree to the connecting premises earlier, and things that lack being do not exist. Therefore, nothingness does not exist. The inverse of which would be something exists.
Yeah.
Great. so that's a demonstration of the impossibility of nothing. And so we can simply assert that like the universe just exists because nothingness is impossible.
I think that's.
We can find like, you know, an ultimate foundation, such as like the wave function, but you have no demonstration that it's a personal ultimate foundation, so it doesn't fit the definition of God.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel that we kind of sit that in there.
You feel like it, but can you argue for it?
Yeah. Let me see. Probably not right now. I'm too fucking fucked up.
All right. Well, fair, I guess.
Yeah, took a toke during the dance break.
All right, so we have concluded that for now, tag fails still.
Right, because this has been like a contingency argument this entire time. That tag was never put forward, so I think that's just a concession by default.
Yeah, this is some type of like design, like transcendental. Like that's not what that means, Cafe. Like
well, it kind of devolved into a precept, and like you're talking about how you had the theory that all precept like devolves into design, so that would make sense.
Yeah. So like the way it always goes is like, well, like if you look at like Eli, that's always, he was on like Mega Bloodbath a couple times and debated Monkey Boy recently, and it's like when you break down like the correlation between like why God is necessary for the fact that you can predicate, because like he talks about logic. Like, so the fact that something has identity, something has like properties that we can even describe, right? And then he says like, oh, well, all of that assumes like the uniformity of nature, bro. And then you're just like, you mean like that things exist? I don't know. Like, it's always going to bottom out at like, oh, well, yeah, like even that a thing has an identity, that presupposes God. Well, that sounds to me like, yeah, you're making like almost like a design argument, like because molecules behave a certain way, because particles behave a certain way, therefore God. Like, so he's designing the particles and the constants, and so now we've turned tag into this like bastardized design argument. where you can't lose because any type of coherence with any type of reality necessitates God. I don't know. That's what I had to say.
I like that. I really like that. I left something in. I left Eli's coming in the chat, but that was pretty dumb. I know that part. I'm gonna have to. I wanted
what
to.
I said was dumb.
No, I said it was pretty down. Pretty down.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no, I really like that because like I wanted to come back to that, but man, I'm literally like too fucking buzzed as fuck, dude. I'm.
That's fair. That's fair, buddy.
Yeah, you're fine, dude. Like, look, so
just be honest about your state, and like, you know,
what I see,
we can save the state.
What I see
But
is that
I do want to
we all have.
Hold on, let nobody finish.
Yeah, go
we all have common tools that we're using, right? We know what the word moral means. We know what the word incoherent means. We know what contradictions are like, and for anyone to say that like, oh well, actually the fact that you even have access to know what a contradiction is necessitates God, that's asinine. Like, we're no longer having a conversation.
I agree with you.
Instead, well, that's what tag is, Cafe. That's what tag is.
I mean, for me, tag, man, dude, I don't see tag that way. Like,
well, that's why we need to give you, or you need to give the premises and conclusion to your idea of tag, because like we only have like the classical idea of tag to go off of because you've refusing to like formally syllogize the argument.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see tag is like, okay, a lot of like, for instance, like a lot of people have the misconception of the first cause, for instance, and they think of like the first cause.
This has nothing to do with tag.
I know, but I'm saying that a lot of people confuse that with like a series of like events that come, you know, like chronologically, you know what I mean? But yeah, it has nothing to do with tag, as you rightly pointed out. And
wait, are causes simultaneous to or after their or before their effects?
You mean when it comes to that misconception? What do you mean, like?
Just straightforward. Are causes at least simultaneous to or before their effects?
I was trying to use it as an example of like, something to avoid. And so yeah, when I think about tag, it's definitely not that. It's something more akin to like when people talk about like the first cause or whatever. It's not, you know, like the first series in a some kind of a sequence. It's more like a contingency argument with like a grounding, and you know, like I am kind of fucking buzzed tonight to
no, that's fine. That's fine.
But,
so
but I would love to fucking talk to you guys another night for sure.
No, you're fine, dude. So it is the case that yes, it becomes like a, I guess, contingency, but more so grounding argument.
Yes,
like
yes.
For
something along the lines with Leibniz, yes. And
for there to be, like, think of it this way: for there to be, like I said, like this is still gonna sound insane. So like,
sure.
For there to even be identity and there to even be differentiation by or between different identity states or identical or non-identical particulars, right?
Yeah.
For that to even be the case, a precept is going to say that God is necessary for that. So
I got you.
Like, well, but you see how that's stupid, right? Because
I do, but at the same time, like where I'm coming from is like when I think of Leibniz, it's like a lot of atheists, in order to avoid that type of argumentation, they posit like eternal universe or something like that, you know. And
what atheists posit is like completely unrelated to the claim that you're supposed to be putting forward.
I agree. That's why I don't think it works. You know,
you don't think your argument works?
No. I think positing an eternal universe doesn't work. Like
no. Hold on.
All right.
What doesn't work is that for there to even be an intelligible world, we must have God. That doesn't work, correct?
Well, okay, that's what I'm trying to argue against. Like,
Just please give a yes or no and then follow up.
Right.
all
So,
right.
okay, so you think that if you think that's false, then why is it the case that any intelligible world means God exists?
Well, because I think the crux of that argument is more, to do with that kind of style of argumentation rather than, some kind of like I said, some kind of musing between first and last causes. It has nothing to do with that. It has
Okay.
more. All right.
Okay. I'm going to just.
By last cause, do you mean most recent cause?
Yes. Like it's
because like B theory of time, like there would be no last cause because it extends infinitely into the future. Like
yes.
we would only have access to like our referential frame, which would be like the most recent cause.
No, you're absolutely right. And see, my issue with like what I was trying to state earlier with Ian is that he tries to frame it as though
also like tiny nitpick. I don't think Ian's like super sensitive about it, but Ian's pronouns are they them.
Sure, but the thing is, I think you have more experience evaluating B series than Ian does.
Because no, absolutely not. I am like half as red as Ian is.
Oh my
but
God.
Like I have actual like physics training in my my undergrad. Okay. And so that's potentially the area that Ian lacks that like I possess.
Than what he's trying to propose. Like what you said right there was a lot more informative than what Ian was trying to propose. I guess that's it, man. I don't know. We'll do it. We'll fucking get together again, man.
Yes. I absolutely want to continue this. I feel like this has been like one of the most fruitful interactions I've had with you, Calf, and I appreciate you like really trying to be good faith in this. And like,
man, I've
honestly like enjoyed this interaction, whereas like in the past, like honestly I've been pretty frustrated.
No,
with
I appreciate it, man. I'm usually a lot more focused on it. I was hanging with my brothers tonight and we are getting fucking wasted and shit. But I love both of you guys, man. I love you and I love and Nobody on Fire, man. So yeah, we'll do it, man. We'll get together and look. I assure you, man, that Ian is not thinking about it correctly. Like there's something he's leaving out, and we'll get to the bottom.
They. But yeah, like bring next time, like just like make little notes, bring arguments of like what parts of Ian's understanding of like B theory is necessarily like not the case, and we can absolutely take a deeper dive into that.
I will, man. Thank you. Hell yeah, I'll do that. Man, I love you. Nobody on Fire. RP, man. I'll see y'all, man.
All right. Have a good night, Calf.
Yeah, see you, man.
Good talking to you, dude.
That was actually fun. That was very entertaining for me. How do you feel, Nobody? How do you feel, Jay?
I mean, tag sucks, but yeah, I like talking to Cafe.
It's at least intellectually stimulating to like be like take a different position or like take different angles of attack on tag, or like any sort of position.
That's crazy. Cafe left. I stepped away for a second and Cafe left. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, we kind of ran into like a good like ending point, and like we're kind of like control S-ing the situation, and we'll be able to return to it another time. Like hopefully maybe like next Friday we'll just make this like a once weekly kind of discussion until we get to the very bottom of the claims from both sides.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty good. It's content, you know what I'm saying? Anytime it's a dry spell, that
Well, not only is it content, but like I like I want to know the truth. That's like the entire reason I'm doing all this. Like, I could give a fuck if anybody else is listening. I just want to know what's real and what's not real. That's like literally all I want to do. That's why I named my server on Discord the Truth Seekers. I'm just seeking truth. That's like the like baseline of everything.
I didn't know you had a server on Discord. That's cool.
Yeah, Jay, if you want an invite to it, like nobody joined like randomly. I didn't realize that people are still joining it, but send me a friend invite. My Discord is ARPY period.
Oh, you on Gretchen's? Are you on Gretchen's?
Yeah, for sure. I'm on Gretchen's. You can send me an invite from there. But like anybody also listening in chat, if you want to connect with me on Discord, it's ARPY period. And like, I love talking to people. So like, hit me up. And Nessie, I have taken Dimitri. I've taken plenty of Dimitri. And so like I understand, the dissolution of ego. Like I refuse to call it ego death because that's like kind of a weird anthropomorphization of the experience, and it doesn't really do it justice. But yeah, it's ego dissolution. And that's why I feel like I can like kind of come as a counter to a lot of Kaf's arguments because I have similar experiences. Like, nobody, if this is too much like personal information, you don't have to answer. But like, do you have any experience with psychedelics?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay, great. So we're both coming from an educated position.
Yeah, a lot. And none of it, never had any idea of a experience where I said, yep, that was God. Like that shit insane to me.
But did you ever have a feeling like, right, that probably wasn't God, right? But like, that was something?
No.
It's just something that the brain does when like those specific chemicals are like enacting with those synapses.
So like,
I was told that I would like speak to things and stuff, and no, none of that.
So like technically there's a way to like, being that it's a chemical thing and a brain process thing, in theory, solely theory, it would be possible.
Not even just theory, in practice. Like,
no, I mean like in theory,
you take antidepressants and like you feel less sad. You take Dimitri and like you hallucinate for 15 minutes.
So in theory, right, it's like what I mean is like it's possible to make that a permanent state if there's like
no.
Like say
because like the way your synapses like interact with certain compounds, like there's a certain like reuptake cycle in which like they won't interact or bind with another molecule, and so that's why like someone takes Lucy one night at a festival. Night 2, they're going to have to take like 2 to 3 times as much Lucy to have a similar effect. If they want to go even deeper, they're going to have to take even more. And so like, there's an exhaustive limit in which these molecules will interact with your specific synapses.
So it's like, damn, that like removes so much hope. I was hoping there would be like a surgery that I could do that it like permanently invokes the high. Like
it would have to like continually like double the dose, like basically every single day, and that like would reach some point of toxicity, like absolutely a neurotoxic level, because any molecule in any sort of like excessive amount will be neurotoxic.
Well, then
like, even water, and water is actually quite potent of a solvent, but like it's so common that like we don't really like compare water against like lesser solvents. We
you mind if I bust in here, guys?
Higher solvents
For something completely unimportant.
Go for it, Gretch.
Cool. All right, show them. I told you about all these tattoos, right? And the only one I could actually name was Excision. Here, the rest of them are. Tell them.
I got. Yeah,
Rez,
Subtronics. Where's the camera? Barely Alive right here.
Yeah, I've been told that I look like Subtronics. Like literally, when I went to Red Rocks, like one of the Red Rocks workers was like, "Hey, like, didn't you play here last night?" I'm like, "No, I'm not Subtronics, dude."
That's fire. Let's go. I got the Ray Volpe. I got the Res.
Yo, Ray Volpe. I did lasers for Ray Volpe. Like, dude is like
No way.
a fucking dude. He is a vibe. I love Ray Volpe.
And then I got the Res portrait on my fucking shoulder right here.
Yeah, Rez is like really like crafted her own sound, like taking that mid tempo, but with like the really like wonk wonk. Like, I love Rez. I've probably seen her about 10 times live.
Let's fucking go. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm sad she's taken a break recently, but goddamn.
Yeah,
every
Kate
set
deserves
has been
the
fucking magical.
rest that she needs. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Hell yeah, man.
Love
And
that.
which of these people are going to be at Apocalypse next weekend?
Most of them, besides Rez and Barely Alive. Yeah.
Honestly, when it comes to bro step, like Barely Alive is like, you know, probably my goat. Like, and just
that
under
was my
Zomboy.
that was my introduction.
Hell yeah.
Zomboy, fucking Barely Alive, Excision were my introduction to it, and everything else has just been a waterfall.
Absolutely,
Yes,
that
sir.
rocks.
Let's go, bro.
I'd love to like run into you at a festival
Which show-
sometime. That'd be hella awesome.
What show is that,
Bro.
like, based on? What show is that one based on? The animes, like that's
No,
It's not an
they're
anime.
DJs.
Yeah, electronic music artists.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're
slash
just all a bunch of
producers.
different musicians, bro.
Oh,
Give it a shot if you're anywhere interested. It's pretty fucking awesome.
I'll check it out. Like, I'm open to all of that type of stuff. That's why I thought it was an anime for a second. I'm
Bro,
out the loop.
Start with Subtronics.
Nope, that's my other side.
Actually, I think I'd ease Jay in with like Getter and like kind of Getter's like sophomore stuff because
Ooh,
it's
okay.
probably like a little more trappy, but then like devolve into like the hybrid trap, and then like from hybrid trap, like bro step is kind of like a nice step away, you know?
A 1,000,000%. Maybe Nightmare as well.
Yeah, it's not, dude. So get this. I went to a Nightmare show in Omaha, Nebraska, just after he released Street. Legit, there were only 11 people at the show, and so I got to talk to Tyler for like 30 minutes after the show. It was fucking epic.
You mean Getter,
Let's fucking go, dude.
the head splitter, Born to Stunt? That's
Yes,
the right guy.
yes. Head Splitter is like his main tune.
All right, I just
Yep. Hey, Getter's also the dude that if you ever watched like any of those fucking meme videos where like the dude was
Vines.
beefing with a baby. Yeah, like you ever see where like the dude was like beefing with a little fucking baby? He was like, "Oh yeah, what's up?" He fucking catch me
Oh
fucking
shit!
outside.
Like
Bro,
I didn't see those
check-
vines. I saw the ones with him and Nick Coletti were like, "Suh, dude." He was like the "Suh,
Yeah,
dude" meme.
dude, I forgot the Real Bros of Simi Valley was the show.
All
Getter
right,
Getter was like, check it out. I promise you, it's so
Yeah,
fucking
those are both the same dude. And yeah, the
Hell yeah.
skit he's talking about is like his homie has a baby, and the baby's like in his wife's arms, and the baby's like staring at Getter or whatever his name is. And then he's like,
"What's
yo,
up,
what's
bro?"
your boy's problem, bro? What's your boy's problem? Like, tell him to step up, whatever. And he's like freaking out about this baby staring at him. It's really funny.
Oh, I gotta check that out because like the earliest meme of Getter and Nick Coletti I knew were like the "Suh, dude" shit.
So you said Morphtronics? Because I typed
Sub-
that in. The Yu-Gi-Oh!
Subtronics. Subtronics.
He's like sod.
Sod.
Sada.
It's
I got Getter and Subtronics. I just subscribed to both of them. So
Hell yeah, bro. Check it out. See what you feel. Blast it loud though. Don't skimp on the volume.
Yeah,
so
you need that sub bass to really appreciate it.
I'll put headphones on. That's what I'll do because I can't
Yes,
do
sir.
that.
It was good. It was good talking to you, bro.
Yeah,
if you want
same.
to talk about music, just tell Gretchen to fucking talk to me. All right.
Yo, if you got Discord, like just
What do they call you?
ask Gretchen for I'm RP.
They can call me Gretchen.
Yeah.
They're my fucking kids.
She'll send it to me. Well, I'll
Hell
add
yeah.
you, bro.
It's weird hearing you
Hell
call me
yeah.
Gretchen. That's all.
All right, man. Have a good night, man. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, peace.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
All right. Good night.
I'll check that out. You know what I'm saying? I'm open.
All right, sweetie. One day at a time, buddy.
Yep. I'll figure it out.
I'm always open to some new music. Why not?
All right, Jay, I sent you the meme about the baby on Instagram.
I'm gonna check it
Can
out
you
right
send
now.
me the meme too? Because like I'm not familiar with that like part of Getter's history.
Yeah.
Like send it on Discord. We got that DM going on. But yeah, I've seen Getter probably 3 times. Like not as many times as I would want to have seen him. But like his sophomore album, he kind of took like a left turn, and like a lot of his audience like really fucking hated it, and so he kind of like went on hiatus for a bit.
Yes, I am, MB. I absolutely am.
But when it comes to EDM shows, I've been to easily over 100.
You try to pop on the babies, huh? That's crazy. I just saw the meme. Nobody that's crazy. He said, "What's up with this boy? You got a problem? Ugly face baby." That was crazy. You know, say, dude, that's a baby.
Hey, Brittany, isn't it crazy that the fog of war is disappearing in our own nation before it disappears on the battlefield? That feels a little dangerous, doesn't it? Fuck Flock. Like, follow D-Flock. Let's get this AI surveillance like fucking canned instantly. Like China's got gait detection. Like they don't even need to see their face. Like they can tell who an individual is by the way that they fucking walk. That's scary shit.
An individual's fate by the way they walk.
No, they can identify an individual by the way that they walk.
Oh yeah,
they don't need to see their face.
Yeah,
like,
I can do that.
It's called gait detection. Gait is like the type of way that you ambulate, between like your hips and your feet.
Like I've seen people from far away just based off their walk, where they're so far that I can't see their face, but because of how they're moving, I'm like, hold on, I know those arms. I know
that's how AI is now like distinguishing us. Like you can't just like hide your face behind a face mask and like be able to escape the detection of AI.
Oh, for
That's
sure.
why you gotta do some like CIA shit, like put a pebble in your fucking shoe as you walk to like kind of like fuck up and change your gait.
Yeah, no, that's actually brilliant. That's
You'd have a hell
mastermind.
of a time catching me.
Thank you for that. That's mastermind shit.
My gait changes on like a weekly basis, so.
Is that due to like different comfort levels in your spine?
Yeah, and also 5 years ago I got in a car wreck I almost died in and ended up getting most of my legs replaced with metal. Yeah, I've got rods down both femurs and a bunch of pins and plates and screws and even something called a nail. It's just
I get that. I basically went broke.
Yeah,
like,
both legs, both hips,
take...
both legs, both calves, one of my ankles is just, I have like 14 pieces of hardware in one ankle. And, and then I still have the spinal shit from years ago. So
yeah.
At one point, I was paying $50 a week for PT, and like I was really trying to get better with my knees, but like it just never fucking took. And I eventually like basically went broke trying to, you know, make myself more mobile so that I can, you know, actually work more.
Yeah, but you know, there's always like you did it like that. That's the thing. Like that's the mind. The mind is always gonna work towards getting you there. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if you ever seen DDP yoga. Like you ever seen that the DDP yoga thing, Diamond Dallas Page? That's how I told Gretchen about a while ago. I don't know if you ever looked into it, Gretchen, with the wrestler, Diamond Dallas Page. He has
I
done
know who
that.
Diamond Dallas Page is.
You say what?
I know who Diamond Dallas Page
Oh yeah,
is.
yeah,
What
yeah.
about him?
Yeah, like he basically takes guys and you know they be on wheelchairs, they be like messed up, they've had like crazy like life altering surgeries, they can't walk, they've been like already rendered that they can't walk by doctors and stuff, and he'll take them and like completely rehabilitate them physically to like 100% health or like the best they could be. Like one dude, he was walking with like these stilts, you know what I'm saying? He was overweight, like heavy, you know what I'm saying? And like he
Mm-hmm.
got so good that he changed his life, and now he's one of his, you know, like Richard Simmons used to have people do the exercise with him in his routine, like in his videos. He went from being like one of
Mm-hmm.
his clients to one of the people that's doing the DDP yoga videos with him. Like he's one of his, you know, guys. You know what I'm saying? So like the dude is walking now. He could do handstands. He's running actually. Like he's doing fitness classes. This is a dude who, if you saw him, he was just hunched over, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, messed up, couldn't walk, was rendered like, couldn't, you know, without the DDP program, he would still be like that, probably worse.
Mm.
Yeah, you can look it up. There's a lot of testimonials. Yeah, this shit right here is hilarious. You look, baby, looking at him like, "Fuck, you want beef or something?" Like, baby,
That's great. That's got to be definitely after Sadude though, because like that's definitely later Tanner and Nick Coletti. But that's fucking great. I love it.
the baby is kind of popping it though. Like now, let me stop. The baby's
Yeah,
just there.
let's get that baby's stare back. Yeah, a baby like, bro, step to me. Come on,
Yeah,
I'll show you up.
he looking like, oh, he about to try something. Okay, he about to try something. Like that baby plotting.
Call yourself the try guy, because I knew you about to try something.
Yes. I tell you that, man. That's crazy, man. That DDP yoga stuff. If you take a look at that, like I don't know, on your own time, or if you want to just scroll through it now, but that joint's crazy. Like it's a game changer. It's one of those things that I told myself that before I kick the bucket, I'm gonna complete a course, at least one. I'm gonna see if it makes me feel physically better. Like you know what I'm saying? Because like you know, anybody could use physical improvement. You know what I'm saying? But I seen what that did for like people that I know for sure was fucked up. Like Jake the Snake Roberts, that dude had a fucked up hard life. You know what I'm saying? Maybe
Good night,
some of
Jada.
it. Yo, peace, Jada.
Yeah, thanks for hanging with us, Jada. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream enough to stick around for like 5 hours. That's wild.
It's nice. Yeah, so you know that's just crazy. I look at that like that's transformation stories. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like wow, you know, this dude was damn near dead. So it's like if they could do it, believe me, it's doable. But there's a will, there's a way. You know what I'm saying? That's why my mind always thinks like that.
I mean, that's the only way I survived cancer treatment.
Facts. You see what I'm saying? Like you can't let nothing offset that at all. Like it's there for you if you want it. You just gotta go through a few more steps. That's it. And even if it ain't there for you, if you want it, guess what? You'll be the anchor for someone else. I find meaning in that. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of like no different than if you have to like sacrifice yourself to save a different, more innocent, younger life. You get what I'm saying? Like you'll do that because it is what it is. You'll subject yourself to it. Never mind it happening to you. You'll put yourself through it. You get what I'm saying? Like that's how life is, man. That's that's what I call real living. Knowing what you're willing to live for and knowing what you're willing to die for. Both hand in hand. It can't be just one. Like you know what you're willing to live for, but you don't know what you're willing to die for and lose it
Oh,
all.
I know exactly what I'm willing to die for.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? So that makes
Like
living
only two fucking things on this planet.
that's right. You see what I'm saying? And that makes living right more potent, right? It like adds a reinvigoration. I don't know. It adds like a certain fuel. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, all right, I already know this shit ain't forever. So
I don't know.
you
I'm kind
know,
of the opposite.
You don't know it's not
I got a
forever.
list as long as I got a list of long as my arm is shit that I'd be willing to die for. I don't have a whole lot of shit I'm like willing to live for.
nah, you got a whole lot of shit you're willing to live for. Come on, man. We just saw one of those reasons on the camera. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, I've only got like 4 of those though.
Okay, so that's 4 reasons.
Yeah, I only got 2.
I'm just saying that it's a longer list of the things that I would actually be willing to die for.
Yeah, but I hear you. But guess what? Like, if you really look at it in comparison, like if you look at the potency levels, right, you'll still do it, right? But there's potency levels. There's a deeper extent you're willing to go for, your boy versus some plight about whatever. You might not go all the way for that plight about whatever because you got to for your boy.
Yeah, I mean, like, even considering though, like, it's highly subjective.
Also,
and so it doesn't really,
I'm a
like,
veteran
have
too. A lot of veterans are willing to die for stupid shit. I mean, we're the kind of idiots that sign a contract and say, "Yep,
I don't
I'm
think
willing to
that.
die to."
I don't think that's stupid. I think that's not stupid. That's exactly what is the opposite of stupid. Like you know what I'm
more
saying. You're not
conviction.
signing up for things or just in general. You're signing up to make things better for your boy, for you, for us, for everyone. You know what I'm saying? Like it's worth it. Like that's worth it. Like I don't know. I'll never look down at that. Like you get what I'm saying? Like I won't ever look down at that. You get what I mean? Like that's necessary and needed. It's like scientists. You know what I'm saying? We need that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Scientists, delivery people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't
It's
think
not.
there's anything wrong with it. I just think that I'm a little backwards there. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know. There, I may disagree. I think that that's the way it should be. If everybody was backwards like that, then the world will move 100 steps forward. You know what I'm saying? If 8.8 billion
Maybe.
people backwards like that, then the world would make 20 billion steps forward. Because that's the mindset the world needs. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's a point there if you know how to extract it. Because I know I'm not probably relaying it right, but yeah.
Well,
you
maybe
get it.
everyone just needs to be an atheist then.
I don't think it's religious.
Maybe that's the key.
Nah, I don't think
Said
it's
if everyone was more like me, there you go.
I mean, like, we can
Just be an
quantify
atheist.
the amount of altruism that is necessary for a population to thrive. Like, these sort of systems are, like, absolutely, like, we can create simulations for them. And so, like, you don't actually need a significant percentage of altruism for a population to survive. You need just enough.
Like, I'm the type of person that if I'm walking out my building and if I see someone in need, like an actual real need, I'm not gonna I can't ignore it and just keep going. Like, it's gonna fuck with me for the whole day, for the whole night, for months maybe. Like, damn, did that person be okay? Like, did that person make it through? You know what I'm saying? Did that person, what went about it? Like, that shit, I don't know. Like, I can't turn that off. I don't know why. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's weird.
Yo, Karen, is it
Hi,
actually
Karen.
you?
You. Well, not they. It can be me anyway. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely you. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
it's
take my
definitely
finger
me.
off the kick button. How you doing? How are things across the pond?
Good. RP yourself.
Pretty good. I've waited a week to get floated, and I am a bit floated, and I am enjoying it.
I'm glad that you were floated.
Appreciate it.
Sounds like a good way to be.
That's good, man. I ain't gonna lie, like taking a break every week makes it probably good in the weekend. Like you'll feel it more, because your tolerance, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you still got high tolerance, but if you take 5 days off, right?
No, dude, I got like zero tolerance. Like I've made an O last like about 8 months at this point.
Oh my Lord, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's good. Like listen, I wish I could do that. I wish I could do that. Not for nothing, because that's smart.
I used to go through an O in a week when like my partner and I were like imbibing, but the moment that like we conceived, like that shit like took like a heel turn, and so like I'm allowing myself like the bare minimum amount of enjoyment.
Facts. Not saying here.
Good night, nobody. I assume you're going to bed.
Peace out.
Good night, dude. But it's so funny talking to Americans with the difference between how much you consume in marijuana and how much we consume, because it's still illegal. Like we have like most people probably like 3 or 4 grams would do them in about a week and a half here in Ireland.
Damn, that's
3 to 4. Like I do less than that right now.
You do less than that. I usually about, because that's what we get, like is €50. You get like
I do
3 to
like
4 grams.
a gram over a weekend maybe.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I need to fucking sit down and look in the mirror then, because that's crazy. Like,
think about it. Think about it, Jay. Money, like we didn't like even if you go back to like the 50s and the 60s, people weren't smoking ounces in a week. Like,
that's
more.
That's
but, like,
crazy.
It became more of a cultural thing, like of consumption with weed. Like as much as you can get, the strongest, get more in. It's very interesting the change in it, because it wasn't like that before.
2 days, I could knock out a zip in 1 day if I just really have the whole day off.
Bro, that's like approaching Snoop levels of Chief.
Nah, I'm telling you, I could do that. Like 1 day, if we ever did like some meet up, whatever, on a day like that, where I know I could like whatever, just chill. We'll blow a whole QP in a day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you,
but isn't that?
I could probably hang, but like at this point, like I probably need 2 weeks notice.
Yeah, like I'm talking about finger blunts. Everything is a Godfather. I'm talking about we saving up the clips and rolling the Godfather with that and the chocolate Dutch. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, what you call Garfunkel is that like a roach plus some like freshie and then like some keef.
Exactly. So
I call that parfait.
Yeah, fill up that parfait. You know what I'm saying?
I'll be right back.
Parfait. Fucking gourmet chefs up in this bitch, like.
So we take the parfait, we mix that with some fresh, za, different flavors, a little bit of everything. You know what I'm saying? You mix it, boom, you make a Godfather out of that. Make 2 Godfathers out of it. I remember one time we saved our roaches for 2 months, from Thanksgiving all the way to New Year's Day, basically. Like
just a full runge blizzy.
Exactly. So we have 5 of them. We have 5 full blunts of that and a Godfather, like a whole big ass Godfather. We gutted the Dutch, and then we put 2 extra leaves on top of it, 2 slow burning leaves, so it burns real slow. The cherry was crazy big, and then we still have 5 blunts left, straight resi. Straight the parfait, like, you know what I'm saying? We had that, and we just had way more blunts, and it was just crazy. It was like endless. Like we smoked that whole day.
Like no, honestly though, like what I'm thinking though, when I listen to this is like, are you guys even getting high anymore? Like,
me, yes, because I'm down to a G a week, but like back when I was like going through an oozer a week, like, you know, my partner and I were facing like multiple blunts a day, and like when I make my fingers, like they're like between 1.5 and like 2 G's.
Mm. Yeah, because like what I find with myself, Harvey, even is like even if I start say smoking like 12 1 in the day, like by the time I have my third or fourth one, I'm kind of plateaued. If you get me.
Oh no, we never like we never chief during like the weekday. It was always like an after work kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because like
Yeah,
we
yeah.
both get off around the same time, and at the time we were both working remotely too, and so like, you know, we finish our
Mhm.
day, chief up, and then like I at the time I was running a weekly radio show, so if it wasn't a Wednesday, I was at least like working on my set list, and if it was a Wednesday, like I was performing for like 2 hours.
Okay, I get you. So you're busy and you're not smoking. You know, it's not consistent.
Well, no, I was smoking during these times because like for me like
Okay.
because
So
of my
just-
ADHD, I think like cannabis like works more like like Adderall, like it like works me up. It
Mhm.
doesn't like really couch lock me as like, you know, most
Yeah, yeah.
neurotypical minds. And so when I smoke, like I need something to be working on, otherwise like
Same with me.
I don't know,
Like,
it's kind of like
yeah.
overstimulating.
What I find with mine, like it works for me, is my brain seems to work in like sporadic tangents. So my brain is always going from tangent to tangent to tangent to tangent, and then like trying to put pieces of a puzzle together. But when I'm high, that slows down, and I can like focus on one thing. That's what I like about it for me.
I kind of get that. That's why like creative endeavors are easier for me when I'm in that mental state. But even like when I'm not in that mental state, like having that like central focus does help kind of like calm my mind. Like I'm able to hyper focus, but only on like specific tasks that like kind of fit that mindset.
Yeah, have the things you've hyper focused on have always been things you were interested in?
Not necessarily, because like I wasn't necessarily interested in philosophy, but because like it hit that like logical itch that like I have the training from my electrical engineering in, like it was just like this like neural pathway that gave me like a lot of reward, and I identified that, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to look into philosophy more, and it kind of, you know, became a feedback loop at that point.
Oh, that's cool. That's
And so like, yeah, like I follow like what my mind finds appealing, and then glom onto that, instead of like what I glom onto my mind finds appealing. And so it's almost as if like I'm being like kind of like led by this
yeah,
this stimulus pathway.
that's interesting. Yeah, because that's the same way I kind of like even when we always talk about the religious topics and all the stuff like that, like it's like I always approach religion as kind of like just an interesting thing to try and understand, if that makes sense. Why people? Why do this? Why choose religion, etc., etc. I find it interesting, and also like means of social control and all that stuff. I understand all that.
Yeah, well, when that why question is big enough, like that allows like, you know, multiple avenues of like introduction, and so like, you know, it can suck you in like by multiple different ways, whether it's like the logical question of it, the psychological question of it, the like imperative question of it, you know, etc.
It's I just think it's all fascinating, and I wish people looked at things with more of a fascination kind of perspective rather than people are bad or they're stupid. You know what I mean? I find it interesting, all of it, because it's everything we do is interesting.
I mean,
That's
yeah,
it.
like I find it interesting just because like I'm autistic, and like it's harder to relate to people, and so like the way other people react different from me is automatically interesting, just because like I don't really have that intuition.
Yeah. I find that my nephew has he's a barrister. He's known very well for himself as a lawyer, He's heavily got Asperger's, is it? Or it's changed now, but he was diagnosed with it. So like, but he's. I remember having conversations with him when we were kids. Like, well, I was like in my 20s and he was in his mid-teens, and he told me, he goes to me one day, he goes, "I know what love is. I understand it, but I don't feel it." And I was like, "Ah, James," and then we got talking. To I was like, "That's very interesting." So like most of his like feelings, he has to fabricate them to fit in.
I don't know that fabricate is like the best term for it.
You know
Maybe
what I mean?
like
No,
more
it's not.
derive. Like it's
Yeah,
more
but
like
he's mimicking us.
identifying like the like signals that are going in internally,
Yeah,
and then
reading body
ascribing
language.
that to like a specific meaning.
Yeah, and it's like what I find interesting is like, things that come natural to us, right? Don't come natural to other people, like you're saying, RP, and that's fascinating in itself.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like,
That's
and
why I find like subjective experiences fascinating, and I try to like understand them in like the way that my mind can like really take in that information and process it.
well, the way I always understand it is there's no rationale to it, man. That's basically it.
No, I think there is though. Like,
Well, there's an underlying rationale, but humans I wouldn't consider rational actors. You know what I mean? We're irrational actors.
yeah, not necessarily,
all.
but there could absolutely be like convergent reasons for those irrational actions, such as like like the predator in the bush, like bias, like like it's very likely that like if we're more likely to ascribe agency to a sound of rustling the bushes, that like we're more likely to avoid that area because we think that there's something causing the rustling in the bushes rather than just like the wind, which is like non-agential. Like we're more likely to pass on those genes. And so because we're more likely to ascribe agency to something that might potentially not be there, allows for like more survivorship, but it's not necessarily truth affirming. So like it's just like the more safe like initial reaction.
Here's the question on that, right? So like I actually had that experience once in a forest where I saw a wolf, and it was just a bundle of sticks that was far away, that was built up and looked like a wolf kind of from a long distance away with all the shade and the light hitting it and stuff like that. And my mind just instantly went, "That's a wolf, run away." And then I had to kind of go, "There's no wolves in Ireland," like logic, So, and then I got closer and closer, and then all my vision focused, and it was just one of the sticks.
Well, that shows how like we are capable of overcoming our mental biases, but like it actually takes like a lot of mental focus and like basically discipline in order to do so.
But I find it's just also being kind of cognitive conscious and aware of, you're reacting to things you see. But going back to the true and falsity of a thing is like the survivability thing makes sense, because the person who was curious, a curious cat, may have walked forward like I did and then got eaten. And that's the kind of that's where it comes from originally, I guess. It's the true or false statement. If you think something is a risk and you don't go towards it, there's no chance of you getting hurt by it, even if it's not a risk. So it still is a self-evident survivability truth to keep one safe, even though it's false, if you get what I'm saying.
Calling it like a self-evident survivability truth, I feel like is kind of a mishmashing of like terminology. Or I would say like the cautiousness of the interaction of like assuming that it's like truth of like danger or whatever is probably what's more driving it. But it just shows that like our instincts, our initial like baseline like reasoning isn't necessarily truth affirming. That's why we need to like, you know, ground our thinking in something that's more subjective than just like our perception, because our perception isn't necessarily going to like comport to reality all the time. It's going to comport more to like the situation that is more likely to help us survive.
Well, yeah, and like, well, you're right on that, but I would put it down to kind of it's very nuanced, right? So like, there's so many, let's say it'd be an infinite possibility of scenarios that gets presented in front of us. So like, one thing that I'd say on that is like, in Ireland, kids used to swim in quarries a lot. You know, quarries where they do like
Oh yeah,
used to do
yeah.
construction. Yeah, yeah. So, but that stopped in the 90s because kids started getting wheels disease from rats. You know, they get cuts on their leg or cuts on their feet, and then they get infected. You know, that kind of, but it wasn't necessarily common. But that literally stopped that whole activity altogether. That the few cases of kids getting wheels disease, whereas like kids used to do that all the time, but now they don't. They would never do it. You
Right,
know?
and that probably breaks down to like, you know, each individual's willingness to roll the dice against something. Like if
Yeah.
like, you know, there's like a 10% chance of something happening, like you might not be able, or you might not be as willing to roll the dice against that, because like
Oh,
1 in
100%.
10, you know, that could happen if like you're doing like the activity like once every week. Basically becomes inevitable within like 2.5 months.
Yeah, 100%. But like it's the same. Like I remember listening to someone years ago. I think it might have been Jordan Peterson that said it, but this was a long time ago. Where they were talking about if you believed porcupine, it was like how you can have a fact that is false, but because you believe it is false, it can protect you. So like if you had a porcupine, for example, a porcupine can't like throw its quills out and attack you, right? With its quills, it can't like throw them like arrows.
But it will
But if you
retreat
believe
to
that,
a sticky state.
yeah, like, but if you believed, say, that a porcupine could throw its quills, right, you'd stay a certain distance away from it, right? But an individual who didn't believe that would get closer to the porcupine, say, and maybe touch it or touch its pines and get a
I
disease
don't
from
know
it
if that
and get
necessarily
sick.
follows. I mean,
It
it's
would,
not
yeah.
like you touch the
Risk
porcupine or
aversion
like
versus
you avoid it by like a like significant margin. I think that there's a lot of
yeah.
middle ground, and that's why I don't really like ever listen to anything JP says.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, if you believe something, it goes back to like if you believe that something can harm you and you keep a distance away from it, it's less chance that that thing could harm you. That's basically what it boils down. If you believe it can't harm you and it won't harm you, and then you get close to it and it does harm you, you know what I mean? You've put
Right, but
yourself at
what
risk.
about the times that like you believe it can't harm you and it actually can't harm you? Then like you advance in like a certain knowledge at a swifter rate, and so that might like enable you to come up with and discover like specific technologies that allows like a population to thrive quicker. And so like
Yeah.
individuals with like the correct amount of hesitancy instead of like too much hesitancy versus too little hesitancy has like the higher likelihood to thrive and expand a specific
Hey, look,
population.
our example of this would be Steve Irwin, right? RP. He does exactly what you were saying. He was exploring animals, catching animals, showing people animals, uh, giving people the worldview of all animals, and then he got killed by a stingray, which is like the rarest death possible. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I would take that as just like getting like a really bad like RNG roll. Like you fucking
Yeah,
have you ever played
that's life,
D&D?
right?
Have you ever played
yeah,
D&D?
but that's it.
Hell yeah, yeah. So like
Yeah.
you roll a nat 1 on that shit,
Yeah.
where like you should like easily succeed, but like the worst circumstance happens. But like, you know,
Yeah.
because Steve Irwin was interacting with so many animals in such a frequent basis, like it was kind of inevitable he would have a low roll at some
And
point.
let's call it a spade on that one. Like he would have probably said, "Geez, I could have died loads of times before with
Yeah,
alligators and
yeah.
crocodiles." Do you know what I mean? He put himself in so many instances where he could have been killed or hurt. Do you
But
know what I mean?
like
But he
I
was
feel
just
like
risk
that's a good
averse of like
example
he.
of like self sacrifice for like the sake of like the collective knowledge, or like the collective like disposition that like these animals aren't beasts, they're just other creatures that we should like know how to respect, but like also understand like, you know, where they fit in like the natural order.
Yeah, well, I just call them. I call them noble beasts. You know what I mean? There's not. They're just true to their nature. You
Hmm.
know, they don't. You know, they don't like when they're attacking us. We're just a part of the environment like everything else.
Yeah,
Like,
we're a
uh,
product of the environment for sure.
yeah, yeah, just like they are. You know what I mean? And like they do their thing, we do our thing, and it's I always find it interesting, like, because like I've always been very fascinated. You know, obviously I lived in Australia for 3 years, right? And over there, it's very risk adverse, or not risk adverse. It'd be very trying to protect everyone from like poisonous snakes, poisonous spiders, and all. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
there's just so many of them, like. So it's a little bit different over there. Over there, they'd tell you not to approach. Do you know what I mean? Don't approach anything. Just leave it alone. You know. But that makes sense for their, you know, Australia, like just the, you know, anti-venom. You know, it's fucking. I had a few situations. I got bit by a redback once, and it was all right. Redbacks are not the worst to get bit by. It made me very sick, but I got anti-venom pretty quick. But like if you're out in the outback or
What
something like
what
that, you know,
kind
and you
of
get.
species is a redback? Is that a snake? Is that an arachnid?
Oh,
Is that
it's a small little spider. It's a little
okay?
poisonous spider. It's kind of like the black widow, but different, I think. You can look it up. It's got a little red thing on its back. It's a lovely looking spider actually, but they're mostly dangerous towards children. You know, because they hide underneath things, under plant pots and stuff like that.
Oh
Kids
yeah,
will be playing in the garden.
that's just a black widow, but like specifically in
They
like from Australia.
they call it the redback over there.
Yeah, it's related to the black widow like in the U.S.
Mm.
But yeah,
Okay,
like
okay, okay.
we have black widows like here in Colorado, but like I actually haven't interacted with them at all. I'm pretty sure like we have brown recluses here in my
Mm.
house, but like my partner,
I
she's an
got text with it.
entomologist. She's an
Mm.
entomologist
Hmm.
by like actual study and training, and she's assured me that like they're actually wolf spiders. But I don't know. There's still that part of me that's super skeptical. Like, no, I'm just gonna treat every spider I see as a fucking brown recluse.
Mm.
But they're
And like,
probably
don't
just
get me
wolf
wrong,
spiders.
and I completely agree with you, RB, that humans should override their basic instincts and stuff like that as well to learn and all that. Like, I agree with you on that. You know, 'cause that's how you get all the information about them. That's how you get anti-venom and all this stuff. Like, it's a funny old. Oh yeah, I got attacked. Oh man, it was quite funny, RB. I was in Australia, right, and I was in a car park, and it was pretty much empty, and I was just getting a few bits out of the shop, and I got attacked by a snake, man. It started chasing after me. I don't know what type of snake it was. It was in the car park, and it just started slithering towards me, and it was fast. And I just, oh man, it must have been quite funny to like Australian people watching, but I was running. I was gone.
Done that shit. I'd have smacked it with my bag or something.
I know, I'm like, oh god, they're so fast. They're so much faster than you think.
Well,
I was
yeah,
like, what?
I've only had interactions with like snakes that like have the instinct to retreat, like, you know, being in the Midwest and like the Rocky
I was like, this
region.
fucker's coming after me, brother. He's like chasing me.
Like rattlers are the only things that don't really have the instinct to retreat, but they don't have like the instinct to like progress. And so like if you can identify a rattler like before like you come in like too close a proximity to it, like you can back away and it's not going to like follow you or anything.
Yeah. I didn't even think, man. I saw it slithering towards me, and I was like, see you later.
Well, yeah, that's like the lizard part of your brain, like, you know, overriding that's your fight or flight. But it's more than fight or flight. It's fight or flight or freeze or fuck. Like you got four F's in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard there was a. What do you think of the theory? I was listening. I need to find the study I was reading years ago. But there was a psychologist who was looking into the freeze concept and trying to see if it was more of a modern concept due to not utilizing fight or flight. Because you know the way like we all live in societies now where we generally don't get into confrontation or conflict that much anymore. So when those mechanisms are not getting utilized,
here I'm gonna pull up a graphic that like will like I guess like I feel very accurately describe this phenomena.
The phenomena. I love that word.
It's about survivorship bias. Open a new tab. I'll copy that over.
Was it done in the States, the study?
Yeah, this was from World War II, and so like this is like
the plane thing. I've seen this.
Yeah, so imagine like these warplanes during like World War I and II. Like the red dots are like the damage areas that like planes that were returned would have. And so like engineers thought, oh, we need to reinforce these spaces in which like these returning planes have damage in. Whereas like in reality, they needed to reinforce the spaces that like didn't have returning planes coming in, like because those were the planes that were actually like being shot down and not returning in order to like, you know, add to the data set. And so like, you know, in terms of the fight, flight, or freeze, like we wouldn't really have like the survivor data ship of like the individuals that do end up freezing, because you know they would simply die and then not like be included in the generation that ends up reproducing in that specific environment.
Interesting. And like for like, do you know the way they analyze these like bullets on the planes where they were hit? Like, were they looking at it from the aspect of like the people trying to hit the plane, like where they were trying to hit the plane and stuff like that? That makes any
I mean,
sense,
during World War I and World War II, they didn't really have like the capability to like aim where they hit the plane. It was just more like you hit the plane or you don't. But now that we have like targeted like guiding systems like that, that's more of an inevitability.
Yeah, actually, that makes sense. Yeah, that is very stupid. They thought that. Because the engines
it was, I wouldn't say it was stupid. It was more ignorant. Like, you know, like at that point, like we weren't really fully aware of like these statistical systems. Like we had just barely like cracked thermonuclear capabilities, you know, like slightly after this. And like these sort of like mathematical frameworks like are like exponentially progressive. buddy, you can't grab that. Sorry, I've got Aubrey Jr. in my arms.
Oh,
That's all good.
cool. That's what's up.
But what was I saying? Yeah, like these sorts of like statistical and mathematical concepts like grow on like previous ideas like sort of exponentially, because like we're able to train newer generations like quicker because we understand these concepts like at a more fundamental level, and so then we're able to like grow the field of study even quicker.
Do you think from a military perspective as well, they could have been looking at it from a cost benefit analysis?
I have no experience with the military, and so like I shouldn't give any sort of perspective at that point. Like maybe Gretchen would be a better individual to like ask that sort of point.
Yeah, I'm just meaning like military engineering, I suppose it would be down doing it. These guys won't be like soldiers, they'd be, making weapons, making vehicles, making armor plating, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, most of those people in the U.S. would be like contracted like through a company instead of being like enlisted individuals.
All right then, so it won't really even be heavily linked to the military, it'd be like a private company making the equipment.
It'd be the private sector, absolutely. That's why we have like
But
Duncan Aviation and Lockheed Martin and like those sort of like private contractors.
Yeah, Bowen. Is Bowen military, yeah?
Potentially, like they're
No,
just
Boeing's
like
commercial.
Yeah, they're like one of the largest commercial.
They just have
like,
government contracts.
Yeah.
And soldiers don't build shit; they just assemble.
Yeah, like engineers in the military.
You mean design shit versus assemble? Because like
They
I
don't
take
design or build anything.
Right. Well, I take building
And depending
assembly,
on like if
same
it's
thing.
a Patriot missile system, then they don't even assemble that. That whatever company built it, if it costs enough, whatever company that built it will send their own people to assemble it for the idiot soldiers. That's generally the way it works.
I suppose it makes sense though as well. Like you can't really be expecting the soldiers to have the time to fucking build everything they need on site either.
Yeah, even when I was in, we had a crypto system, and just for the signals analysis that we got off the NSA, and the company that built the system called Kodar. It was a $15 million system back in the 90s. So Kodar sent a contractor to Texas to permanently work with us. He was just there every day in the office, just maintaining the system.
Yeah.
And he was
That
paid.
makes sense.
He was paid by Kodar. He was not a government employee. So
That's mad, isn't it, when you think about it? That could lead to some shady stuff. If you have private companies coming in on sites, the military and setting up their equipment, you could get like infiltrators that put in back doors and all this stuff.
well, no, he had the same clearance that we did. He had to go through the same process to.
Well, I
to
mean,
get that
he
job.
brings up a good point, because that's why we had the whole Huawei ban, I believe, with like Huawei like networking infrastructure, the Chinese company.
On the phones
Like
and all.
they had some sort of background or backdoor for the routers that like we were contracting that were like super duper cheap.
Yeah. Huawei, huh?
Yeah, Huawei.
Yeah.
I suck
Yeah,
at,
the Chinese
Chinese
do love their
pronunciation.
stealing. Yeah, the Chinese love stealing intellectual property. It's their bread and butter.
Mhm.
Taking over company. Smart. Just give it a different name.
That's crazy, man. how these airplanes work and stuff.
Or how they don't work.
Yeah. And even in the military, like listening to guys from Iraq and all talking about the Humvees, like not enough armor plating on the bottom and stuff like that. They were welding sheets themselves to reinforce them and all like that. It's like, yeah, like I don't know. It's like, how did you just not know that stuff beforehand, or was it just a money thing then? Just cost too much, you know?
Yeah, could be column A, column B.
Yeah, because it goes back to your plane thing, right?
That's
You know, what do you reinforce?
Right. You reinforce the things that like don't come home. I mean that's just fucking intuitive to me, but that's because like I understand like the survivorship bias,
Yeah.
just because like there's been that experience in the past of this.
Sometimes, man, and the sad thing is, RP, sometimes it comes down to money.
Oh, for sure. That's why this system is terrible. Like you shouldn't ever be able to put a monetary value on a life. Like money is literally a concept that we made up, and so the fact that we're able to ascribe its value to like a human life is fucking crazy to me.
And I tell you one thing about that, RP, they were smart, weren't they?
They feel like they were smart. That like
like,
they were
I
able
don't
to trick us
understand.
into thinking that like a human life costs X amount of dollars.
Well, they were just no. I mean fundamentally, they were able to trick us into thinking money has value.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's more where I was going with it. Like
Agreed.
when I was like doing like looking at ancient cultures and all, then realizing for most of history we didn't utilize money at all, and when we did have wealth, it was like shared amongst the community. It was never hoarded. It was
Yeah.
like we get money and then we have a big feast for everyone to enjoy the feast in the village. And then the money would be gone. Everyone got to enjoy the feast and stuff like that. Like, and it's just
Yeah, because
change.
back then, like your wealth depended on like your means of production, and like those
Yeah.
basically like just agricultural societies, like what you produced would only last for the season. There wasn't like some sort of like prolonged like value of your
No.
production.
No, people didn't need money to buy jewelry like they just didn't need. None of those things were of the material concepts or kind of today were a thing. So it was just all about food, water, shelter, happiness. Then that's it. Live life.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not mad at that. You just gotta throw in a few psychedelics though. That shit sound boring.
Dude, the psychedelics have been there since the dawn of that time. Then those are the people who were taking them.
Hey, listen, as long as that's there, sign me up.
I am. I'm sure psychedelics have been going on since I don't know how long we've been taking them. Probably since the dawn of time, really.
As long as I get stuck in a village or tribe that knows how to synthesize that shit, let's go.
All right.
You just
Hey,
eat one with
Andy,
the ground
if
there.
hold on, point of production, Andy, if that's you, just let us know in the YouTube chat that you're requesting up, or actually even quicker, let us know in the co-host Discord private chat that that's you. In fact, I'll even like at you right now.
He said it's me.
I said it's him.
Okay, cool. Hey, Andy, what's good?
Hello, brothers and sisters.
Yo.
Hey, Andy.
Let's see, we got a lot of cat lovers in the chat. That's what's up.
I'm one of them. I love some pussy.
Yes.
I've got 3 of them myself.
Like, imagine you walking down the street and like somebody's like stuffing a cat inside of a bag and you see it can't breathe the way they're doing, and like
Oh, dude, RKO! I'm coming
Are you
in with
gonna
a
let the
fucking
cat out of the
choke slam.
bag?
The cat out of the bag.
Oh, shit.
That is a good one. Great analogy. Imagine you seeing it like they stuff in a like, you know what I'm saying? That would be crazy. Like that would be crazy. Like with people with cat lovers involve themselves in something like that. It's funny the first thing you say you RKO them. That's good. I hope everybody would. You know what I'm saying? I hate animal abusers.
RKO, TKO, like whatever stops them from like stuffing the cat in the bag.
Yes,
Yep.
it does.
Drop kick.
Not even, you know, they're so innocent, you know, they're so defenseless.
I bite the cat off him. That way I don't have to fight him. I'd be like, how much for the cat in the bag, man? I get the cat with the bag.
Yeah,
That's a
like,
good approach.
I'm the type that risks life for animals. Like I have to put myself in tricky situations to save animals. Like
I'll show you the amount of birds I've saved from the cats alone, man. My
Yeah,
cats
just
keep getting
keep
fucking
keep,
birds.
keep your cats inside, and we'll save billions of birds' lives.
I can't do that though. Then I feel cruel on the poor cats. Like
I've
Well,
picked
then
up
then
birds.
take them out on a leash like you do a dog. Like
dude, in Ireland, it's not really a thing.
Dude, if I put my cat on a leash, it falls over sideways and refuses to walk.
well,
I
keep
swear
doing
to
it.
God, I have a little. I have
It'll
a
eventually
harness.
like be like, okay, this is the only way I can explore. So
I was in Australia, man, and you just brought me back like 10, 15 years. And there was a guy with a cat on a leash, and he was walking it through like a train station, and the cat was just literally clawing and scraping at everything, and just like, no, stop! And, and I was just looking, and everyone was just like, what is going on here? Like, it's so funny.
Yeah, they have a weird thing about their body being like wrapped up by the harness or something, and
Yeah.
it just makes them act so crazy.
Well, they're not like dogs, you know. They don't want to be controlled. Cats generally.
Yeah. I think it has something to do with their balance. They have like a weird thing about their fur and their balance and their tail. Like everything's like perfectly in order for them.
You got to bring them out in
don't-
carriage. You got to use
Even I've
carriage.
noticed with a lot of what I've noticed with a lot of cats as well. Like I have 3 ferals turned domesticated at the moment, and they're the first domesticated cats actually that would allow me to like rub their belly. All cats I had in the past, whenever, like, because most of my cats now, the majority of them, because I grew up in the countryside, were all like strays and ferals, but domesticated, like. But whenever I try pet their bellies, man, they claw my hand. The minute I try go for their belly, they be like, "Ah." And yeah, these cats don't seem. It's interesting. You know, maybe it must be a feral thing or a wild thing.
They secretly love the belly rubs, but their instinct is to hate it.
I love.
Yeah.
They're just so great. My cats, oh man, they make life just that much better. I wake up.
Cats or dogs?
Cats. I mean, that's what I got. So it's like, but they just do the greatest things. Like they cats that act like dogs. You know what I'm saying? It's weird.
Yeah.
It's so weird. They act like dogs. Like this is crazy. Especially the boy. He's really like a dog.
That's cool.
Like he rubs his head into you like a dog does. Like he does all the things that a dog does. Get on his back, roll around, like
Nobody fucking thinks he's a dog.
dog mannerisms. Like it's weird. Like it's crazy.
Fucking Jay raising a cat like a dog.
Yeah. I love my cats though, man. They make everything feel like, you know, like you can just kick back, relax. That's why I value my space. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, cats are very self-sufficient. They don't need a lot of attention. They tend to do their own thing as well.
Exactly.
Very, like, yeah.
Exactly.
They're good pets.
My cat is a whore for attention. He's literally on my lap with his face like 2 inches away from my face at all times. If I look away from him, he instantly starts meowing at me. It's insane.
Yeah, my cats do that too. I don't let them around me when I smoke though. Like if I smoke, I don't let my cats around me at all. They can't be around me. They they smoke, so their lung capacity is not the same. You know? So I always put the cats out when I light a blunt or something. But they always be meowing trying to get in. You might hear them in the background one day. You might hear just a cat meowing and stuff. That's the cat trying to get in.
Yeah, I remember when I was a young kid, I lived in a stoner house with a bunch of stoner dudes. And they had a cat that lived in the living room where everyone would smoke, and that cat was definitely stoned all the time. It was just...
It's the lungs, the damage that it's doing to it. Like the lungs, the second hand is worse with the cat. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
That's why I don't, my baby's got to be away from that shit.
It's good sign.
That's like lighting up a match. Like if ever anybody here lights up a match to like smoke their blunt, make sure that before you actually light whatever you're trying to light with it, whether it's a cigarette or blunt, you let the kerosene burn first, the little red thing, the thing that ignites it, make sure it burns past that, because you don't want it to still be burning that and then you pull to like light your blunt, because now you're pulling kerosene onto your blunt. Make sure it burns past that on the stick part, like it's already burning the stick part. It's past the kerosene part.
Damn.
And then you light whatever it is you're gonna light.
What is it again on the end of the match? Is it sulfur or magnesium or something like that? Huh?
Yeah, it's sulfur. Well, it might be a mixture of things, but one of them is sulfur for sure.
Yeah, that's why they got
I used to love that taste. When I used to light my joints and stuff and cigarettes, I would intentionally pull that sulfur taste through the cigarette because I like the taste of it. Is that weird?
I mean, it's probably tasty, but it's not good for you. It's not a chemical that you should be normally ingesting. So that's why I say, smoking period is bad for you. That's what I'm saying. If you're gonna do it, you might as well limit whatever it is. The way I see it is this is why I always buy backwards and like fine wraps, because I'm like, yo, this is already a disservice. So if I'm gonna do myself this disservice, I'm gonna do it to the best that I could. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna fucking roll finger blunts and the best wraps. You know what I'm saying?
Do you ever smoke joints? Do you ever smoke joints, Jay, with like papers?
No.
Really?
That's all. Yeah, that's all I do because it's cheap.
Same here. I'll have a blunt like once a month or something. Like I'll go buy a pre-roll blunt from the dispensary, but normally I just roll like zigzag papers.
Nah.
See, over here it's too expensive for blunts. Like marijuana, it just costs too much.
Oh.
I do. Yeah. I'll buy like cigarella wraps, but like I'll like use them in my bowl. Like I'll like cut my my bowl with a bunch of like tobacco that I squeeze out of these cigarellos.
Interesting. Never tried that. I did used to take Black and Mild little cigars though, and like empty the tobacco out and fill them up with weed. That was nice.
Yeah, I used to do that with the cigarettos. I used to empty all the tobacco out and leave just a hollow skin and a tiny bit of tobacco at the bottom and put a hole in it, and then I just fill it up with weed and then I'd smoke it.
You know, I save that tobacco from the cigarellos, and I'll like coat the bottom of my bowl with that and then put like a little bit of green on top. And so like, I'm never pulling any green through the bowl itself, like into the water, and so it doesn't get wasted.
That's a good idea.
That's smart. Yeah,
that evolved only because like I'm so fucking cheap.
Well, like over here, buying tobacco, even tobacco products are extremely expensive over here. Like so, and then weed is like still illegal, so it's still like black market prices. So it's like 7 grams for €100. It's a lot of money.
Yeah,
Ounces of
back when I was
400.
living in illegal state, it was like 60 for an eighth. So that I'm sure that's probably pretty close to comparable.
I keep hearing in America an eight. What's an eight, lads, in grams?
3.5.
Yeah, 3.5 grams.
3.5.
It's an eighth of an ounce.
That's too much.
Okay.
Way too much. 60 an eighth. That's crazy.
That was
That's
like
what it was in
over a
Michigan before
decade
it got
ago.
illegal. Yeah.
that
It was like a decade ago, but before it became illegal in Michigan, it was the same way. I want to say people were paying like $400 or $500 for an ounce.
Oh my God.
Yeah, what you're pointing out is that's the same price here, guys.
That's crazy.
exact same price.
That makes sense.
You could get
Yeah, I guess it does make sense though. It was like that here. But once it became legalized, it's like dirt cheap. Like literally cheaper than cigarettes.
Yeah,
you could get
makes sense.
4 ounces for less than $120. Like that's crazy. Like, you get 4 ounces for that price.
I can get an ounce for
Really?
like 40.
I can get an oozer for like 60 here.
Yeah.
Maybe 50 on like a really good discount, but that's about it. But I'm also not going like Medi prices because I want to like retain my Second Amendment right. So that's 100% recce.
No shit.
Word. Speaking of substance abuse, today is day number 19 with no caffeine.
Let's go.
And also day number 4 with no nicotine.
Hey, that's even bigger. That shit's hard.
It is.
I've
really
done
hard.
both tonight.
Nice. Tear it up.
Yeah, it's like, geez, I haven't gone a day without coffee for a while, but
So I probably got like 27 more minutes left in me before like I'm pretty much up. Like my energy is end.
So
what time is it over there?
I couldn't
time
hear
is
what
it
you
over
said,
there?
Kieran.
What time is it?
Currently 6:30.
AM?
Yeah, and I've been going since like 11.
Yeah. That's a long one, right?
Like it's like a like 8-hour shift to work.
Yeah.
I'm punching out, boss.
Pretty much. That's what it turns into.
And I'm putting in the work now to like potentially grow the platform. So that's what it feels like.
That's it.
That's good.
Time.
Working hard.
More like hardly working.
We're all pretty much got that feeling. No RP this modern day.
What feeling specifically?
I was like, for me, it's like, what the fuck am I working for?
Right.
It's like the wages don't seem to match the climate I live in. Like, it's like it seems pointless. Like,
Well, it like the company I was working for was essentially taken over by the same CEO that like cannibalized Circus City and like sold it for scraps. And so like I've been like, affected by like the worst part of capitalism is like the liquidation stage of like, company capture. And it's like you're literally going to destroy like the livelihood of like over 150 employees just because like you're going to see like small gains in like the next year, whereas like you would have seen even more gains if like you just let the company continue for 5 more years.
Yeah, I always kind of, because I've gone through that a few times myself. Like, I think we may have even had it more in Ireland where, like, I'd be working for a company for a year, then they get liquidated, and we all get laid off, and then I go work for another company. I work there for a year. That company goes into receivership. We all get laid. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
it seems to be like a never-ending cycle. Like, whereas, like, when you look at my father's generation and all them, like, they all had careers for life. You know,
Yeah,
they,
which is crazy. Like they never had to like fucking like company hop.
oh yeah, like I've got like my CV is massive, dude. Like just different companies and different industries I've worked in and stuff like that throughout the years. Like, but then you look at my father's one, and it's literally like 2 jobs, and his second job was his career for 45 years.
Yep, that world has left us far behind.
And it's like I do boil it all down because like what you're saying about the little margins and making up the margins on. You bring that all down to like the infinite growth model. Like every company has to show infinite growth. Basically, you can't break even or you're failing.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem is infinite growth is impossible, and so like if we're trying to like achieve infinite growth, like every single company that has ever existed will hit a point where like it will dissolve because like it can no longer like achieve like proportional growth that is necessary to deem it like competitive in the market.
Now, my next question on that is: do you think that's by design?
By the capitalists, yeah, absolutely. You know,
we
we made money the fuck up. Like we decided like what its value is. Like we could get rid of money like at any point and like adopt like merit-based systems. But
yeah,
like
see,
the people in power don't want that to happen because then they'll lose all their power because they'll no longer hold like this arbitrary like value of these resources. They'll need to like work into this merit-based system.
Yeah, like because I find do you know like communism being the opposite of capitalism?
Not necessarily, but like they're pretty much diametrically opposed.
That's what I mean. But what I've come to kind of see from looking into like communism and stuff, they're basically reflections of each other, if that makes sense. If you have a system that is too capitalist, it'll breed communism. If you have a system that's too communist, it'll breed capitalism. If you get, they technically reinforce one another, which is a weird dichotomy.
I feel like you can have like a like proletariat like driven like system of corporate structure that still remains like incredibly capitalistic.
I guess what I'm saying is like communism, see, for me, it still boils down to material at the end of the day. It creates an emphasis on, it's just a different way of viewing how material should be. Like you can, so for like in communism, like everyone's entitled to equal share of the material of the nation state, for example. But it's still based around on economics and material at the end of the day. And so capitalism is as well.
Yeah, well, like we all have to share this planet, so like why shouldn't we all have to share like the resources available on it? But
you know, I think what we're talking about is like the money is the material, right? So communism wants to give money to everyone, right? And capitalism wants to give money to the elites. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still based on this concept that me and you both agree with, or I think we agree with, money's all made up. That material idea is bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but money is just a representation of the goods that we genuinely need.
I think it's more the perceived value of like
Or, yeah,
your
the value.
contribution
Yeah, the
to like said economy,
It's
but
a
like
subjective value that we put the price on goods. What we
Yeah.
believe the price is generally what it's supposed to reflect.
Yeah. Like yeah, exactly. The price reflects how important it is to you.
Yeah, so like if we all believe tomorrow that money had no value, well,
People would still kill each other over trade. You know what I mean? Like people would treat
oh yeah,
bartering and
of
trade
course,
just
yeah,
like they do with money.
yeah, I agree. I'm just, I think you get where I'm coming from, though. They're both two systems that are based around money.
Yeah.
Is what I'm getting at. That's all. That's all I'm talking about. It's like if I look throughout history for thousands upon thousands of years, we never used money. We never had a concept for it. Like we said, barter, trade, we work together. I know how to build houses. You know how to forge iron. I'll build the frame, and you do. You know what I mean? Simple things like that. Cooperation, I think, is a fundamental.
I will say that even though bartering is basically the same as money, it makes it way less, or it makes it way more difficult for people to become corrupt, and for the value of money to become corrupted if people are only bartering.
So can you restate that? Like bartering is less corrupt, or money makes it less corrupt?
Well, it's like you were saying, the value of the value of money is arbitrary and can be controlled. You know,
Yeah.
like for instance, propaganda could control the value of money, but with goods, the value is genuinely based on how it
Not to
benefits you
mention
in life.
currency manipulation.
wait,
Yeah,
did you say
definitely.
based? Fucking based?
Based?
Yeah, go on, Andrew.
Jay,
Yeah.
hear a lot of horns and street noise. Can you like?
I hear carjacking.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Like the monetary system is fascinating. Like I think what it kind of boils down to in the modern day is just pure convenience. People find it more convenient, and that's where they kind of have a lot of power, I find. Or maybe that's just a form of conditioning as well, that people are conditioned to believe it's more convenient because they haven't done it any other way really in their lifetime.
Yeah. I kind of sometimes think that maybe the only issue with our system is like the super wealth aspect of it. You know what I mean? Like I think that maybe there should be a cap on wealth, and in capitalism might be just fine.
Yeah, you get to make $999,999,999, and then you get a little plaque that says, "Congratulations, you won capitalism." And
Yeah.
like that's the max amount of money that you get to hold in your bank account, and then every other individual cent goes towards like the government that you live in, to like, pulling people up out of poverty and shit.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think that, Andrew, like when you brought up like the kind of game that capitalism really is playing is telling everyone that money is what you should be chasing after. That's the propaganda, if you get me. It's like feeding into the business, the trader, the game, that you're nothing if you're not a millionaire. You're nobody. You know what I mean? And then you're seeing all the influencers with the cars and the jets and the planes, and it all promotes that kind of hedonistic drive towards elite wealth. And sure, like you see the same thing amongst the kids and all. No young kids today want to be engineers or anything like that. They just want to be rich. They want to be famous, and that's kind of, I don't know, that's kind of the promotion of the materialism that I find weird in capitalism.
That's
But
a
it
good
makes
point.
sense.
Yeah, people have sort of steered away from focusing on their individual qualities and just focusing on how much money they can get. That's super true. I see that everywhere.
Yeah, it's like, because we're all talking about religion and all that stuff, and that sure, materialism is a form of religion. Get gold, worship the gold, worship the money. You know, you do anything for it. You'll kill over it. You do whatever you want to get it. You know. Thank God, thank most of us that we don't actually act that way. It only
Yeah.
seems to be a small few. Yeah, over here you see in Ireland, like we study a lot of communism and socialism. That's kind of our bread and butter over here. But I feel like it kind of tends to lead to the same things, same flaws with capitalism.
Yeah. Maybe it's like we need a balance of both systems, or maybe a balance of more than two even.
Yeah, I had an idea on a system called communitarianism, which would be like communism, but you're not obligated to feed into it. So, it's just whether you want to feed into it or not. Like, so it's based on the community aspect. So, you all have a choice to pay in for social welfare schemes, but you don't have to. You're not obligated to do so, and you won't get treated any different as a citizen if you choose not to. But the whole emphasis would be on improving our towns, improving our culture. This is actually for, you know, people who are disenfranchised and stuff like that. But the problem I see with our system currently is everyone is forced to pay into social welfare, and a lot of our money doesn't go towards those things that we end up paying for. If you get what I'm saying. So we end up going, why are we paying for these social schemes when the money doesn't even go to them? It goes to the government.
That might work actually. It kind of hinges on how generous people are, but I think at their heart, like at the core, people are good. You know what I mean? I think they would fulfill that role.
Well, I think most people, especially when they get to a, you know, if you can get to a certain standard of living where you're not worrying about your bills and all, I think people tend to be pretty generous at that stage.
I agree. Even some poverty-stricken people will literally give you the last penny they have, you know?
True. So, yeah, it's interesting. But I don't know. Just a thought.
I'll be right back.
They finally stopped. I guess they successfully jacked the car. You know?
Or the motherfucker like finally like woke up and was like, oh shit, the dump truck drove by my car. I gotta turn the alarm off.
Yeah.
You know, I've never seen a carjacking in my life.
I've seen plenty. Yeah, I've seen it. Like, I'm not gonna say plenty. Like, it's not been over like 10 or nothing like that. But I've seen it.
That's mad.
And not like a jack and like somebody, you know, taking somebody out the car. I'm talking about like the car was empty. They got into their car, you know, took it like that.
Yeah. I assume obviously it probably happens here as well. Like, you know, it's just I've never been around or seen it, but I just find it funny thinking about an Irish person robbing someone. Get out of the car, come on, get out there now. Get out that car, man. You gonna take it off you?
I've seen it.
Weird.
I've seen it in progress. I've seen the after effects. I've seen like smashed windows and shit like that. So, like you could just tell that what happened. Like this one window smashed of a nice car and it's parked there. Like you just know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So,
You don't see that. Yeah, you don't see much crazy stuff going on over here. Small place.
Yeah, you see crazy shit all the time here. Like it's like
I hear people always talk. Yeah, people always talk about that, Jay. But I always kind of go like, there's only like 4 or 5 million people in Ireland. There's like 365 million people in America.
That's insane.
Yeah,
but I know it still goes down in Ireland though. Like Ireland ain't no, you know. Better correct. over there. You gotta go correct over there. You know.
Ireland's alright. Like depends where you are, the north or the south. You know, the north is still English, so that's owned by England. The south is the Republic. So the south seems to be pretty chill.
Yeah, man.
But the north has a lot of problems because it's the Catholics versus the Protestants, the English versus the Irish living together over there. They all hate each other and they're fighting each other. So.
Like I've seen atrocities out here. You know what I'm saying? Like shit that I just wanna fucking lose it all and just destroy this person. You know what I mean? Because it's like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? Like, how are you in the general public? You know what I'm saying? Like doing craziness. Like there's children out here. You know what I'm saying? Like this in my brother. There's kids out here.
We've had some problems like that as well, Jay. But like the main problem we have in Ireland is like we don't have many jails around, and so like sometimes we have situations where like we have a violent offender and he's like free for 2 years before he goes to jail because there's nowhere to put him. So he's just walking around and still living at home, even though he's been done for like, you know, attempted murder or whatever.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just gonna interject really quick. Like I'm sort of not off. I think I've hit my limit for the night, so I'm gonna go ahead and graciously bow out and just thank everyone in chat that's hung out with us. Thank everyone up here on the panel that's been engaging tonight. Like, you know, we wouldn't be this community without you guys, and just want you guys to know we appreciate you. So hope you guys continue to have a good time.
We appreciate you too, RB.
Oh, thank you.
I love you too.
Big hearts to all of you. But yep, I'm going to go ahead and bow out for the night. So you guys continue to have fun. I'll catch you later.
Word.
Yeah,
Take care.
Peace.
Coco.
They cool as heck. They so cool. But yeah, so you know, the point is, you know, people just be walking around just doing the most crazy shit, bro. Like it's just it be boggling my mind. Like I be walking around, I've seen people do insane stuff like that. I've had to like literally tell, you know, like, yo, what are you doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? A couple of times got physically, saying.
Yeah, I've seen a homeless guy just masturbating literally right out in public in the middle of the street, sitting on the sidewalk, pants at his ankles, broad ass daylight in a like well-populated area, just masturbating.
Yeah, that's
pretty fucking crazy. Oh my god!
I've stumbled across that, unfortunately, and you know what I'm saying. I keep moving, but my thing is, if I see a kid around, that's when I flip. That's when I'm like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? I get physical. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen.
You should. Anyone should. Yeah, that should be met with violence.
Like that. Like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Like, are you kidding me? Like, there's kids out here, man. Like, come on, man.
Hey, can I ask a question on like, because I've noticed like when I did psychology here in Ireland, back in I think it was back in the 70s and the 80s in Ireland, we started closing down a lot of our psychiatric centers, you know, and a lot of it had to do with like past issues and past crimes and all that was committed in these places by the people who ran them. And we changed our policy in Ireland to a voluntary policy only of admittance of psychiatric illness. So which ended up kind of, like from what I've seen, it let a lot of people with psychological illnesses such as schizophrenia and all to just never be treated. And I've seen that manifest here. Like people on the street with schizophrenia and stuff, I can see it. You know, when they're got their hands up and they're, you know, out of their mind a bit, and they're not necessarily hurting anybody or anything, but I just noticed that. And it's just, I think it was a move to like volunteer only basis of mental health treatment. And I don't know if America did the same thing.
No, so you're saying that like they can't lock you up against your will in a mental institution?
Yeah, they can.
Yes, in Ireland you can't do that.
Wow. Oh my God. Yeah, that's definitely not how it is in America, or at least
No,
not in Michigan. I don't know if it varies state to state, but in Michigan they can definitely lock you up.
they could, but you
Cool.
do something that like breaks the law for that. Like you gotta like either willingly go. They could hold you for like 2 weeks, but after that they gotta release you. You know what I'm saying? And it just be like that. It's like a 2 week stay. They go back out. You know what I mean? Go back into it.
Yeah.
Like there's help. There's services. Want to do that? You can't do your drug of choice in those services. You get what I'm saying? So if you're really true to that shit that some of them is true to. Listen, you ain't gonna want to do that. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna want to be where your shit is accessible to you at all times. Like you know what I mean? Like, and that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, sometimes there be services there, but sometimes there be food too. Like it just be like too many people doing it too. So it's crazy, man. That's a hard.
Yeah, it's an influx problem on numbers in your country, Jay. Like in my country, it won't be that severe in the numbers, but it still creates a significant problem from what I see. Because we don't like Andrew, like we don't even have mental institutions anymore, like psychiatric clinics. Really, we used to have them, but we shut them down. You know, and yeah. So we're going to have a lot of problems in the future.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, I get it. I'm just saying that it's hard to tolerate that. It's hard to see that happening around kids. Like I hate when something crazy going on around kids, but then I also got to think like I can't jump out the window every single time because if I do, I'm gonna be the only dickhead. You get what I'm saying? Because nobody's gonna do it too. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna look at me like dumbass. You know what I'm saying? So
Well,
it's like,
unless you set up a community watch and you go around and you actually establish like a community watch with other people,
I just go according to my heart, like you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I was saying like before, like the cat analogy. Like imagine you seen that. Imagine you seen somebody like sporadic in their behavior, but they don't realize they suffocating the cat. You tell them, yo, look, you suffocating the cat, you suffocating the cat. And they're like not listening to you and still doing it for more than a minute. What do? Do you stop that person? Like restrain them physically or do you let them? You see what I'm saying? Like
yeah, you got to.
You would have to, because at the end of the day the cat literally can't breathe in front of you, right? Like you're seeing it happen. You're seeing the cat lose its ability to breathe, and this sustain for a period longer than a minute. You're gonna do what you gotta do to try to help the cat breathe. So my thing is some people won't though. You see what I'm saying? Like some people won't, and in that situation you will be the dickhead for doing it. But then in other situations, people would expect you to do something. It's like what's ever the right answer. Like it's crazy. Like sometimes
this brings up another question though, Jay. Jay, it makes me wonder, like, how small could the animal get to where you would still feel that way? I agree, by the way, about the cat. Like, if someone's causing a cat not to breathe, we're throwing hands. But I'm just saying, like, say it was a mouse, would you still feel the same way if someone was suffocating a mouse?
Yeah, hell yeah. One time I remember I was riding my scooter, and by mistake, a little baby. It was dark. It was like 2 in the morning, not 2 in the morning, like about 12, something like that, 11. But it was pretty. It was dark, nighttime. So I hit a baby mouse by mistake, man, and the thing it just died. Like you know what I'm saying? I didn't mean to do it. Like I'm riding. It's a dark street. I didn't have no lights on my scooter. Like my scooter didn't have that. So I'm like riding, right? So I hit this baby mouse and I'm seeing it. And I stood there just like sad. Like I still see it in my head to this day, just dying there, you know what I'm saying? And I stood there like I didn't keep going, like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, cause I felt bad, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not just gonna let this creature die alone on the street. I didn't mean to do that, you know what I'm saying? So somebody seeing me like over the mouse, you know what I'm saying? And like, yo, it's just a rat. What are you talking about? I'm like, fuck you mean it's just a rap, bro? Like this is a life, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I was feeling bad about it, you know what I'm saying? And he's like, oh, it's just a rap, bro. Like it's nothing. I'm like, man, what you mean? Like I'd rather a person, right, than a mouse, right? Because a person could defend itself. A person could have got out the way. You understand? So a defenseless mouse couldn't have did that. It's innocent. It shouldn't have died to my will. You understand what I'm saying? A person could get out the way and defend itself. So if that happens, it's like it's different. At least it had the capabilities. Not a child. I'm talking about a grown, capable person. See what I'm saying? So it's like he was taken aback by it. I'm like, listen, I value all life the same, even bugs, like even fish, even microbial life, all of it plays.
That's what I was going to ask. Like, what if someone was suffocating an ant?
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't hurt no ants, or leave that ant colony alone. Let them ants do what the ants do. You know what I'm saying? Stop hurting the ants.
I agree. I feel the same way even towards insects and stuff. I was just curious. But some people don't feel that way. Some people think that once it gets down to a mouse or an ant or something, that the life becomes less significant. And I wonder is that intelligence that they value, or what's going on with that? I don't hold that belief.
I think it's a cost-weight analysis, Andrew. Like, when it comes to some smaller life forms, it's a lot harder to be cognitively aware of those life forms, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like you can't put yourself in their shoes or something.
Because there is religion. I can't remember the religious group. There's a Christian religious group that believes in that, taking of no life whatsoever. And they have a brush that they walk with, and they sweep in front of them when they're walking.
Ooh.
So the brush any insects away and all this stuff, like just to make sure they're not killing any life. But we as most humans will not act in that manner. You know what I mean? So
right.
It's,
yeah, you got to draw a line somewhere.
Yeah, that's where you bring up where we start. Like we usually started with like marsupials and mice and then rats, and then people have different depictions on a rat versus a mouse. A rat is worse than a mouse. Do you know what I mean? So it's it gets all squirrely.
It is funny that they do that, but at the same time, like I do think that when I feel guilty when I'm walking around, like you probably killed some bug and it's just like they're struggling with broken legs now, like on its deathbed.
Yeah. But they've their own world of wars going on as well.
True.
So like they've their own ant wars and civilization battles. Like remember Bug's Life and all that? Which one was the one with was it Bug's Life?
It's either Bug's Life or Ants. I always confuse those two movies.
I think it's Ants. That's the one where they go to war and all, and they're like ripping each other apart and stuff. I was like, oh my god, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Little soldier hats on and everything. But yeah, it's just like it's when you see it, if you can try to put yourself in their shoes as well. I assume their world is just as crazy as ours.
True, they're probably stepping on little weak creatures too.
Yeah. I never actually thought about that.
Bacteria.
Actually. Yeah. Small things that they're squishing into the ground and they're like, oh shit. But yeah, I think it's just there's a lot of things as well. We're very separated as well now from the natural environment, really. So it creates a whole other kettle of fish as well.
Yeah, you kind of forget that we live in like a war zone. Like life on Earth is kind of just like a never-ending war zone where everything's killing one another to survive, and we have this illusion of like this peaceful, a life where everything gets along. But it's it's just that it's an illusion. Everything is still killing each other.
Exactly.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, like where do you think we got it from? Like we observed insects going to war and animals going to war, and we would have been a part of that too. So to us, it was just a natural cycle.
This is only gonna go left, motherfuckers is dropping like flies out here. You know?
What you mean, Jay?
Like, shit. You know how many people from when I was a kid to now it's gone like more than 20, like more than probably even 30. Like, but I sat here and think about everybody that was around when I was a kid to now, man. It's crazy, man. Life is, whether it's natural causes, whether it's violence, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Life
Yeah,
is fragile. Life is fragile.
It is. Like, I've had a good few of my friends. I've lost a good few of my friends now. I think I've lost about 4 or 5. And, overdose and wanted to sit outside and, yourself. Oh, shit, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Forgetting.
I know more. I know like easily more than 20 people that have passed, like that I've been to funerals and stuff like that. Easy, like family, friends, and stuff like that. Like that's like 20 is a low number. Like 30, 40 is more accurate. You know what I'm saying? But
that's a lot, man.
Like throughout life, you know what I'm saying? From when I was a kid to now, you know what I'm saying? Like,
when I was a kid, it was a lot of the losses kind of centered around my friends or my peer group would have came like, in their 20s and stuff. Not so much as children or anything.
Facts. Like I've just seen it my whole life. Like it's crazy. And always wondered, is there another side? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you wonder these things. Like bro, like I was a kid thinking these things, like, so
yeah.
And that's a question that never been answered. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's one of those questions that I've had all along. So
yeah, well, just always have this perspective I kind of always looked at it. Someday you will know, Jay.
That's exactly what I mean. That's what I tell people. That's exactly what I tell people. That one day we will know, and it's only on that day that we will know for sure whether something does or doesn't exist after this.
Yeah.
No scientific. Yeah. There's no scientific metric that could tell you that. At that point, not even science itself can help you because there's no ability to implement the process. You're no longer in a body. You know what I'm saying? Like at that point, you wouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? Because the body's still there, animated. So if there is something in you, you're not in the body no more. You see what I'm saying? You're in something different. So what can science do for you then?
Upload your brain into a computer.
I mean, maybe, hopefully, but at the end of the day, if it's not at that point yet, which we're not, guess what? It could do nothing for you. All you can do.
I don't think I'd want that to happen, to be honest. Me personally.
That's a cool conversation though, because that opens the door to like, practical immortality, not literal immortality, but like as long as nothing kills you, you could technically just repair parts of your body and live forever.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're literally talking about like the fucking Mechanicus and Warhammer 40k.
Yeah. Well, you could also live in space. You know what I mean? Like you could live underwater. You could live in fire.
Well, you still have pressure. You'd have to have pressure-resistant metals and metallurgy, or what I mean. So it's a little bit deeper than that because we have, we can't even go down to the deepest parts of the ocean yet because of the pressure. They haven't even figured that out.
Well, if you're made of solid steel, you know what I mean? Like you could take solid steel to the bottom of the ground or to the ocean. But I don't know how it would impact like circuitry.
That's what I mean, like component configuration, and you need like a pressurized system, because the hard drive still needs to be able to function. And that's if it is hard drives, it'd probably be like I don't know, ghost drives, solid state disks at that point. I don't know. It'd be completely different technology. So more than likely, yes, I guess, Andrew.
I think, yeah, definitely not now, but I think it will happen eventually. We'll be able to transfer our consciousness into our, like, robot bodies are achievable now. Like, you could do everything but the brain right now, pretty much, and I think a human could survive, but the brain is just
Here's
such
an
a huge leap.
interesting thought experiment, Andrew. What if you transfer the mind, but you technically don't transfer consciousness? What is that entity then?
I think they're the same. I think the mind and consciousness are the same.
No, I know that would be the materialist view, right? That is like you can't have the mind without it being made in a material way, right?
Well, it's not that I think that the mind relies on consciousness or that consciousness relies on the mind. I think that they literally are the same thing.
Yeah, I know. It's like, like consciousness is the neurons firing in your brain, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like I see. I look at it from a bit different of aspect. I think it's a bit of both. I think consciousness. But one, we don't know yet. Really, we don't. Scientists haven't given us a very good answer on this yet. Like neuroscience hasn't given us a good answer on it yet. But
I agree.
the other kind of side of it is the consciousness is like an antenna. Our brains are like antennas for consciousness, and we receive like Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? And like that's why you get like people who have random crazy ideas, like and they even say it themselves, like, "How did I think of this?" What? You know what I mean? They're flabbergasted themselves by their own ideas. Like, you know what I mean? How? And then why don't other people have the same ideas, etc., etc.? The individuality of mind processing is fascinating.
Yeah, it is. I don't know a ton about neurology, so it's kind of just like going on feelings, but I kind of get the feeling that all thoughts are just a combination of pre-existing memories. You know what I mean? Like you're subconsciously just mashing memories together to create new ideas.
Yeah.
Like it's just elements of things you've already thought before. You know what I mean? Just like a bunch of little pieces of things that you've already experienced to create an idea that never existed yet.
Yeah, like my what would you say about fiction then?
Yeah, so like any fiction that I could imagine, like, say a seven-legged purple unicorn flying through outer space, like all of that is based on things that are already out there, like, animals with several legs, purple skin, the color purple, the universe flying, like all of these are concepts that are pre-existing, and I'm just mashing them all together to create something that's fantastic.
Yeah, I get you. Like, I'm not too sure. There's some interesting stuff, I guess, in regards to that. Like, is like, especially when you go into philosophy and all the stuff, like the wavelengths in which people have thought and had ideas and concepts, and it's like, because some you can definitely relate and say, well, there definitely would have been no prior experience of this thing. Do you know what I mean? It's just a complete fictional fabrication. I see it a lot with like. What was it? Like, do you know the way, like the problem, like what you'd see with, like, do you know the Aliens movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the problem you'd see with that is the alien is humanoid, right?
Right.
It's got like 2 feet, it's got legs, it's got arms, it's got a tail. It's like things that we've been in contact with, etc. But if you look at like ancient depictions of what they perceived like aliens would be, they were like just fucking eyeballs spinning. So, like, they weren't like, if you know what I mean, they weren't like humanoids. They had no concept of being like us or look resembling like us. Like, why can't an alien be just like a blob?
Yeah, that's probably a more likely outcome, is to have some sort of a blob. Like blobs are probably way more likely than humanoids in the universe.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, like, it's our modern kind of depictions became more of a representation of things that look like us, if that makes sense. But I don't think our ancestors necessarily thought that way. or they have more
Maybe,
of a
I don't know.
creativity.
You see a lot of like most beings in history are depicted with like 2 legs, 2 arms, a head, standing erect on bipedally. You know what I mean? Like,
Did you ever
that
see
is
did you ever see do you ever see the original depictions of angels?
what do you mean? From like
The
the Bible?
original, like, yeah, like like the kind of drawings of the words that they've written down. They're just like eyeballs and spheres and stuff.
Yeah,
They're
I know
not
what
like
you're talking about. You mean like from like
they're not
Ezekiel?
humanoid.
Well, the
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
is
they're
that
not humanoid.
those aren't angels though. Technically, those are just like some sort of heavenly creature that are like compiled. They're like it's like what that is like a vehicle made up of these unspecified heavenly creatures that are like chimeras. But angels,
Yeah,
like in the
my thought
Christian.
on it was that was aliens. That's what I thought. That was
Well, I
my
mean,
kind of
technically, if
goal.
you want to be real, like all gods, everything that comes from like the heavens literally means the
Comes from
skies
the
in
heavens.
Hebrew.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Same
comes from
thing.
the
So
sky.
like they're
Yeah.
just saying creatures come from the sky, and it doesn't say that it comes from like another realm or something. It literally just comes from the sky. So like in the literal sense, like if they're describing aliens.
Yeah, the reason why they believe that as well is because they all life came generally. They used to view it from rain would come from the sky, God's semen, and that creates life on Earth. You know, like the atmosphere, the rain, all that stuff creates life. And then if anything comes from the sky, it's coming from the gods. You can actually see that with the cargo cults, you know, in Africa and stuff. When planes, they what they call the iron bird, when they'd see the plane fly overhead, they create a whole religion around that. You know,
Yeah.
so it makes perfect sense. But that's what I was kind of like. I was wondering, like, are these ancient depictions of these whatever creatures you're saying they were? Are these aliens?
Well, like when you think about the Nephilim, like the Nephilim are literally just this
Yeah.
god creature that lives in the sky. We don't know what it is. It's just a creature in the sky named God. And then it's sending its sons down, and they're coming and impregnating humans. So it says that it signifies that they're non-human entities coming down from the sky and impregnating humans. So it's like if we're just looking at it literally, we're talking about aliens making hybrids.
And it's literally a South Park episode when you think about it. It's like, they took our women! They're taking our girls! You know what I mean? So then the humans have to fight the Nephilim and kill the giants. Fascinating.
I tell you this, man. There's a such thing as a giant. I would love to see that shit before I go. Just to fucking.
I think there might have been some giantly big people, but I don't know if they were giants. I think they were just considered giants, like 7 foot, 8 foot tall, and all that stuff. But they were just bigger compared to everyone else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, nah, I've seen people like that, like Giant Gonzalez. He was like probably like 8 foot something. Giant Silver, you know.
Yeah,
because you know
in the ancient world, though, if you're 5 feet tall, or you know, most people, like in Europe, for instance, like during the 1,000 years ago, people were 5'5", like all the way across Europe. And so, if you see a man that's 8 feet tall, that's another species. If you see someone that's 8 feet tall, like that, what the hell is that? Like that's a giant.
Yeah, like supposedly, did you ever look into Ivar the Boneless? Like he was a Viking earl. He came over to Ireland. He ran Dublin for a while and stuff like that. In the Viking show, they made him out to be a cripple, but in real life, like they found his bones in real life. He's like 8 feet tall, man. He was a giant. He was a massive man.
Yeah,
and that's why they think there was a miscommunication in his name. Like the boneless at the time meant a man of lots of bones, big bone. So. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think that a lot of these giant stories are as far-fetched as people make them out to be, because like a lot of them are like, they're talking about someone that's like, it says that like their head was completely up, or their shoulders were above our heads or something. And it's like, hold on, like, have you ever seen a 5 foot tall woman standing next to Shaquille O'Neal? Like it looks like he's literally like four times her weight and like almost 3 times her height, or twice her height.
He is a giant compared to those people.
Yeah. So like if you were in the ancient world and you were to see, Shaquille O'Neal and Ben Stiller or something standing next to each other. Like you would think they're two different species or something. Like they're that different in size and appearance. It's like, holy cow. So I think that's where these giant stories came from. They're just talking about normal, really tall humans and talking about them like they're non-human creatures.
I agree. I completely agree on that one.
Except for some of them say like they're talking about people that are like Gilgamesh, for example, would have been like 18 feet tall. King Og of Bashan from the Bible, he would have been like 13 feet tall, or his bed was 13 feet long anyway.
Well, a lot of the Nephilim, I'm sure themselves, they were all around 13 feet tall, weren't they?
Yeah, Og was one of them. Og would have been, well, he was a Philistine, but he would have been, or wait, was Og an Amorite? He might have been an Amorite, but I think he was supposed to be descended from the Nephilim, like the Anakim or whatever.
Yeah. Like we have our own ones in Irish folklore. We have the Giant's Causeway. Have you ever heard of that? So it's basically, it's just an area off the coast of Ireland where, when the stones go out, to the sea, they're all shaped in these hexagonal patterns, and they look like steps that were made, but they're just natural formations, but it's a very cool natural pattern. And in our folklore, we believe the giants made them, the steps of Ireland.
I love that. Yeah. We have Paul Bunyan in America. He's like a giant lumberjack that had a giant ox.
Oh yeah, Paul Bunyan. Yeah, I've heard of that as well.
He was like hundreds of feet tall or something, I think. I don't know.
Oh, so that's similar to like Gulliver's Travels kind of thing.
That makes me wonder if anyone ever believed Paul Bunyan was real, or if that was just like universally understood as like a fairy tale.
Did you remember back then, man? Like, we got to remember in context as well, the old tavern, the stories, the people had no way of like
no internet,
verifying anything. Yeah, there was no nothing like. And that would have made things so much fun, because I remember that era. Like, people used to be able to bullshit, man. You can't bullshit anymore. Everything
That's so true.
Looked up. Yeah. So we were completely different people, and I think as well that's done a disservice on us, because I think people are more creative when you feel freer to think or to make up stuff in your head. You know what I mean? Whereas nowadays, yeah, you won't be as creative. Like, everything has to be logical, reason, fact based.
You make a good point. I think that, because like it would have felt like you were living in a magical world back then.
Yeah, and then that opens up your creativity. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what I look back on our ancient peoples as not being smarter than us around them, but they were definitely more creative as far as how they thought. They weren't as regimented. For us, everything has to be backed up by evidence and facts, and it stores creativity.
That's super thought provoking. That makes me, because like you think of them as being at a disadvantage educationally to us, but it's kind of like life always seems to work out in a perfect balance no matter what, and maybe that is the balance. Like we've gained the education, but at the expense of losing our sense of mysticism and creativity.
Yeah, that's basically, you've hit the nail on the head. That's basically how I see the kind of modern world today. It's like, because I look at the ancient philosophers and stuff, and I read like the Iliad and Homer, like the writing, man, how they got concepts across was poetry and magical, and you know what I mean. And a lot of it was using like spirituality to prove like even concepts that just normal people would understand, like not using poetry to tell them like, don't beat people up, be a nice person. Do you know what I mean? Like, in a weird way of getting that across with like literature and like plays and shows and stuff like that. It's interesting, like people gaining moral insights and stuff from philosophy and everything like that. Like, We don't really do that anymore. We collect data and then we analyze the data, and then we say, oh well, this trend appears in here, and then we correlate it, and then we look for an equal distribution, and you know what I mean? It's all regimented, but we're not a regimented people. We don't think that way naturally. I don't think. And I'm not saying it's all wrong either or bad either. You get what I'm saying? It's like I guess a cost benefit analysis.
Yeah, I think I agree with you.
Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, I've been reading even things like listening to the lads, the philosophers talking about democracy. Like they knew exactly what's happening today. That like democracy would eventually lead to this over time. They knew. They talked about it. It's going to come into like polarization and tribalism and parties and multiple parties and left versus right, and yeah, they talked about all that back then, like like thousands of years ago.
Wonder what they would think seeing it now. If it would, maybe it would have happened in such a different manner. Like the fundamental things that they knew would happen just as they thought, but it happened in such a different way that maybe they wouldn't even realize it.
Well, sure. Even look at Marx, right? Like Marx would have rolled over in his grave, man, if he saw China and Russia taking communism. Like
Look
he
at
never
Jesus.
thought that would.
I agree with what you're saying about Marx, but like think about Jesus with Christianity.
Yeah, of course.
Like modern day Christianity, like he would be walking around slapping Christians or something.
Well, no, he'd be going into all the temples that are linked to governments. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like what? Like
Yeah.
Like
Evangelical
what money?
churches.
He'd be going over to the Pope in Rome and kicking him out.
Yeah.
And saying, what's all this
whip.
this money doing here? Yeah. He'd be like, what are you doing hoarding all this wealth? Like, who do you think you are? Like, sure, that's the first thing he did in the Jewish temples. Like, he went over, they were all trade, and the Jewish temple became like a finance system. And he was like, what?
Yeah,
This is
they were
like
selling sacrifices.
Dude, all Jesus was trying to do was trying to bring religious back to the spiritual. That's all he was trying to do. He said, "Oh, you all have a divine part in you guys. You need to look inside yourselves and find that divine spark and do good." That's all he was saying. He was basically like a yogi or a Buddhist, And then obviously,
J Money, I have that same exact tone for my phone as my alarm, and every time I hear it, I think my alarm's going off.
Me too. Like I got it like that because then I go back to sleep, and then I want it to wake me up again. Like you know what I'm saying?
I do this. I could literally show you. Like sometimes, like when I wake up for work, like I wake up at 4:30, but I have an alarm set for 4, 4:10, 4:20, 4:30, 4:40, just to be safe.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I do. But I do it every 15 minutes to like 2 p.m. So I gotta skip them.
Yeah, multiple alarms, but
I get it.
Yeah, same. I used to do it the whole time as well.
Do this shit, you know what I'm saying? I sleep through like all of them until like 1, something like that. Then I wake up. I just skip them all, so it won't happen.
But yeah, back to the have you ever looked into like the demiurge and the monad in the spiritual cantos of the fucking Greek philosophers and all like that stuff?
Well, I understand the demiurge only from like I realized that Plato, I think, introduced the concept of the demiurge, but it kind of transformed into like an evil god concept, really, didn't it? But with the Gnostics.
Yeah, but the Gnostics it did, but that's not really. He's just a material god. He's not an evil.
Right, just like the technical, not the highest god, but just like a separate creator deity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the monad would be just like the universe itself, like I believe. It's the energy and everything. It's the spirit and everything. It's the life and everything. That's the true fact of all spirituality. Like
a deistic god, maybe.
Yeah, like he doesn't even know he exists, like, or it doesn't know of its own existence. It just does.
Maybe not even conscious.
Yeah, exactly. That's more of what the philosophers thought, and that just emitting of life led to obviously life.
Yeah. When I think of like like if what, does a God exist or not, like that's probably the only kind of a God concept I can entertain, really.
Yeah, that's kind of how I kind of look at it as well, and like even like in the cantos, like the Divine Comedies, like gets explained a lot in like the true God being the monad and all this stuff, and the source. It's just the source of all life energy. It's waves. It's black matter. It's what I mean. Whatever. You know what I mean. Whatever
Just like
led
the
to
laws of physics.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Because I couldn't even say the laws of physics either, because physics is our interpretation of it. You get me?
Right.
We can like it's like what do people say? Like, have you ever took mushrooms, Ron?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know when the veil gets lifted? You see
What
the
do you mean
beauty
by
and
that?
everything. Well, this is my experience anyway. So like, I've taken mushrooms a lot in my life, high doses and all, high trips. Like, and I always feel at one with myself, at one with everything. I have a sense of overwhelming ecstasy in all emotions, and
Yeah.
the veil of reality seems to get lifted. Of like, everything just looks more beautiful. Everything is more beautiful. I don't know how to really explain it, but
No, I know what you
that
mean. It's kind
yeah,
of
that feeling.
like sort of at the end of the trip though, because like usually it'll start out with like a sick feeling and then you'll get like hallucinations,
Yeah,
like everything will
they
start
come
moving.
up and all. Yeah.
It's like once the
Just
hallucinations are gone, your brain sort of opens up and you start to see it's not even necessarily that everything feels great, but it's just like you see life from such a different perspective that it's just like it
yeah,
takes your breath away.
yeah, and that's, I guess, that for me is an understanding that we see very little of what's around us, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I
I
can't
agree.
see I can't perceive real reality, and that's kind of the phenomenon that all those philosophers are talking about, Plato, Divine Comedies, Iliad, and all that. Is like, we don't really perceive the true reality that is around us, the energy, the atoms, the physics, like maybe some animals can, and they see it in different ways. You know what I mean? They see an infrared or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And they'll see the world in a completely different way than we perceive it. And it's just the fact that that wall of perception is there. It's interesting. And it makes sense as well, because even on mushrooms, I had the thought, is like, there's no way I could survive as an animal feeling like this all the time. Just looking at it from a psychological perspective, I'd be dead in a week. You know what I mean?
I love that.
Have you ever looked at your face in the mirror while you're on shrooms
Oh, yeah.
for like an extended period of time? Your perception of yourself changes, and you start to realize that like other people see you in a completely different way. Like you'll see yourself as like a celebrity, and then you'll see yourself as like an evil looking guy, like, and it's just like constantly changing to where like I don't even know how to put it. Like it literally looks like you're seeing yourself through someone else's eyes, like through a different brain.
That's what I'm saying. It lets you know that you're not really you. You're just a vessel. So it's like you're looking back at that you occupy, and it's like letting you know, like, okay, that's me, but I'm me. Like, it's weird. It's like,
Nah, lad, we see the shell. We can only perceive the shell. That's the problem. We can kind of see our little when we're looking at ourselves, we see that little thing trying to understand, or the soul or whatever. The soul, let's just call it the soul. The you that is really you, because everything else is just a mask or an ego or a front we use because we socialize ourselves around people to fit in. It's like all that's dissolved away, and we see just a little soul, and it's like, oh God.
I mean, it's weird. It's a POV thing. I'm telling you, that's exactly what death is, a POV thing. Like, we can't just be like, oh, since it's not objective, sensible data that we can't track, that it's not something that's possibly happening. Like, I mean, I get it, brain processes, they happen. I feel like there's a deeper connection with the brain to all of this stuff, you know? But time will tell.
Yeah, like I just kind of, I've always kind of had the sense that it's like, even like, do you guys notice after the shroom and the clarification and all that, it does really defrag the brain a little as well, and it gives you more clarity, like you were saying, Andrew, after the fact. And it might not last forever. It might not last forever. We do condition ourselves back over time to normality and everything like that. But I know for the first couple of weeks anyway, after that, you're like, I'm a better person right now.
Yes, 100%. I've felt the exact same way a bunch of times. Like, you feel like it just changed your whole life. And if you were to keep at that mindset, like, you would go down a really good trajectory. But then, like you were saying, you get conditioned back away from that sort of thinking.
Yeah.
That's weird, but that's super true. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and it's not weird that we conditioned back, because it just goes back to just survivability, right? It's like, oh, well, I have to go work. I have to, you know what I mean? Because this is the way things are set up. This is the way the systems are. So, when you're on the shroom trip and you have the clarity, it's like it's defragging all your baggage and getting rid of all your negative emotions and allowing you to have a bit of like more self-empathy and love for yourself, I find. And it's like, it gives you points of perspective and everything on life. And it's like, dude, you're doing the best you can do. You're a good person. And it's like, you know, we never really get those feedbacks that much in normal society. And it's hard it's so funny that it takes a substance to actually make you feel better about yourself and about your existence. It's just fascinating.
I mean, I don't know. It has a different effect on different people. Some people it brings out.
Yes, yeah.
So it's like pick your poison. But me, I don't even ever deal with shrooms and bud. Like, that's the only thing that I will ever touch. Like, anything natural, stuff like that. Like, maybe DMT if it came off the toad. You know what I'm saying? Like that toad that if it came off the back of it. That's natural. You see what I'm saying? That comes from something natural. But outside of that,
DMT is in everything. It's in it's in grass. You just have to be able to synthesize it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you can grow it pretty easily, like the crystalline form of DMT. It's just a naturally existing compound that exists in living things, and if you can get the conditions correct, like my buddy Eric, he used to grow DMT and mushrooms both. And he would just grow, like, it grows on like a sheet in like these yellow crystals, and then you just dry it out and scrape it off and smoke it. But it's the exact same thing as if you were to, extract dimethyltryptamine from a living creature.
That's interesting. How did your friend? There's a natural way of synthesizing DMT. That's interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, it grows in like a sheet of yellow crystal. It's like off-white yellow crystal, and then he just it looks like glass when you break it up, and then you smoke it and you have black stuff. I've never actually tried DMT. I've only heard of his experiences of it, but they sound really profound. Like to the point where I'm too scared to try it. That's why I haven't tried it, because his experiences that he's described to me are so insane that I'm like, I don't even want to experience that. I think I might have a heart attack or something.
Well, I don't know. I've always kind of felt the same way about or that's how I felt the same way towards shrooms for a long time. I was afraid of my own mind and what I perceived. But this goes back to the deeper point, Andrew. Like, sometimes this.
You guys sounded like Cafe came back. You know that, right?
What?
I would love to try that shit.
Y'all been talking about drugs more than fucking Cafe does. That's insane.
Yeah, I don't do.
You know you're
it's not
insane,
true.
right?
I don't do drugs.
Just
by
know
the way,
you're
ever.
wrong. You're totally wrong.
Who's wrong?
Oh, you guys, when you're talking about drugs more than Cafe, there's something wrong
Oh,
with you.
who's
yeah.
Cafe?
Well,
not-
that's
it's not-
crazy. Like they have
Who's
weird.
Cafe?
It's a weird experience.
You'll have to roll back this stream and watch earlier.
Yeah, I was
'cause-
actually kind of hoping he would come up and chime in
It's not
Well, he was
wrong.
here for a while.
today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Dang it.
there's not wrong with it.
He'll be back.
You just gotta pick your therapies. Some people go about it different ways, man.
Yeah, you're right, Jay. Like, obviously, like, I'd never advocate for all people trying stuff. Do you know what I mean? I'm more. You'd have to do your
Oh, we
own
got a
research
Muslim in
into
chat?
Yeah, I
Interesting.
saw that. Confused Christian.
Yes, we agree with you,
gold.
Muhammad. We agree with you. Christians are false.
Hey, I'm a Christian. I believe in just Jesus.
Well, then you're fucking false.
No, I just believe in Jesus. Jesus was true. He's a real person. I like him. He's a good dude.
You can't prove that. Prove me he's a real person.
Nah, he was.
Yeah,
I think.
You
no,
can't
well, how
prove
you
he was a real
historic-
person.
No, Gretchen, how you historically prove of someone's existence in history is because we have to do it for loads of people, like King Agamemnon and all these people to see if they existed. Is you get multiple sources from different places on the planet who wrote about that individual at that time, and that's how we
Right.
prove that Jesus was real.
Written about by his contemporaries while he was alive.
No,
Right.
no, not his
Show me
other
where
sources.
that is.
Not his contemporaries, other people around the world, other cultures writing about the same person. Not his
Writing about a
contemporaries.
person who was long dead who they never fucking met? How's that
No,
evidence?
no, it's people around the same era from different places. Like, you know, people
After he
travel.
was
right?
dead. Huh?
No,
Are you going to
while
go
he
for
was alive, you know?
Josephus and Tacitus? Because that's the closest you got, and that doesn't fucking wash. That
Yeah.
dog don't hunt.
I'm kind of with Gretchen on this. There was
As
nobody
Jared
that
would
ever
say.
met. No one met Jesus that was ever talking about him like she was saying. Tacitus and Suetonius, they were thousands of miles away and never met him. They're just hearing stories like they could have just as easily gotten the stories from the tradition, like of the fictional stories about Jesus. Like the Gospels could be complete fiction. Those stories could have spread around to Tacitus and Suetonius and the people around there, and they could have documented it as history, only hearing about it secondhand, when really they're just documenting a fictional story. It's a possibility, is all I'm saying. Like, we don't have any good reason. Like, that doesn't give
Yeah,
credence to the existence.
but what about the Romans, though?
What about him?
Well, they're the ones who crucified him and did all the propaganda depicting Jesus with a donkey's head and all. It was the first ever depiction of Jesus being crucified.
Yeah, there's like a graffiti of someone's, well, somebody
Yeah,
making fun
and
of somebody for being a Christian.
Yeah, when
Well,
was
someone
that?
being crucified. But Jesus, you know why they put
When was
a
that?
donkey head on him, right? Is because he showed up on a donkey, remember?
When was that?
It was about 100 years after Jesus died, if I'm not mistaken, in like it was in
So
like
not
an
even
underground.
close to contemporary?
It wasn't someone that knew Jesus. It was somebody making fun
No.
of a follower of Jesus.
Right.
But he's saying that they were depicting Jesus with a donkey's head, and that they did that because he rode in on a donkey. It's kind of unclear, to be honest, because Jews are also obsessed with donkeys, so it could have been somebody making fun of him for being a Jew, like you worshiping your Jewish God.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jews like held donkeys in very high regard. They even buried their donkeys with them when they died.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of that was stemmed from Jesus, right?
What's
like that ritual in itself, but the ritual in itself of being buried, like, that would have stemmed from Jesus, right? Because he showed up on a donkey to the temple.
What, someone
That
puts a
was the point.
graffiti on a wall and you think that was like an actual ritual that got carried out lots of times? It could have just been
No, the
a hey,
Romans also
fuck you. Hey, fuck you, Christians.
the Romans also
It could have been a one-time thing. You don't know. I
Tacitus in
mean,
the work
go back,
has written.
go back centuries before Jesus and look at Alexander the Great. He left all kinds of evidence.
Yeah, but like, there's also you got to remember, there's going to be way more other historical figures that we have less evidence about, and we believe that they existed.
But that's the point. Like, so if Jesus' story, if their stories had stories about them resurrecting people and curing leprosy with magic, and somebody touching their clothes and being healed from,
I'm not pointing to those stories. I'm like pointing.
Well,
to
I'm just
people who
saying, like,
didn't
but
people.
what my point is that these other historical figures that you're talking about that we believe in, if their stories included elements like that, I would be speculative about their story too.
Like maybe they took the Aristeus legend of resurrection and threw it in there.
Achilles, Hercules, all these people.
Maybe Jesus was just an amalgamation of, like, it's the kitchen sink of all these cool fucking stories that would make a great fucking story.
Yeah, but do you believe Achilles existed and Agamemnon and Odysseus and
No,
you know what I mean?
no. Like when I hear their stories, I think that they're fictional characters because there's mythological things happening.
Yes, but all I do is I believe those are real people, which fiction was made about them. Like they weren't doing these things. They weren't. Hercules
how do
was
you
just
prove
a
that?
strong dude.
That's a leap. I feel like. I feel like you should have a reason to think.
Listen. No, I have
Outside
a reason,
of Homer's works, how do you prove that?
No, listen. I have proof because it's what we do in war. We fabricate stories about soldiers to send to the enemy to make the enemy afraid of fighting those soldiers. And this is the tactic that we've used in war for centuries.
It's a tactic, but you don't know that they employed it.
Yeah, that's the point.
Like, that's what the point of it was. That's what the point of all that was. That's what the polytheistic religions about the gods going to war. That's what all that was. It was all about war. But it's all about war, is what I'm saying. Yes, but it's all about war because civilizations were going to war at the time. That's my point.
Civilization's been going to war since the beginning of time.
It progressed to different scales. Like when you start crossing oceans.
Are you going to pull
with,
the
Greeks,
Julius Caesar and George Washington examples too?
What does that mean?
Oh, a lot. Well, you're not American, but
Julius Caesar ascended to heaven.
Yeah, how do we know that George Washington really existed? No one alive today ever knew him.
No, because so many people were writing about him at the time.
At the time, contemporarily, right?
Yeah,
and he had his, he sat for portraits. He was the same thing with Julius Caesar. He sat for portraits. His fucking face was on money. Same with Alexander the Great. We're pretty sure those people fucking existed because there's lots of evidence that they existed.
Yeah.
Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great left evidence and children in different regions.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, if we're gonna, like, because, like, there's a lot of historians that would claim Hercules and all these people existed, like, and I'm just applying the same thing. They were, like, before Jesus, like, so.
Yeah.
Kieran, have you ever heard of a YouTube channel called Christ Before Jesus?
No, I don't think so.
You should check that out. I wonder
Christ
if you'd
Before Jesus.
Yeah. I wonder if you'd
I'll check it out.
Get anything from that.
Well, like, I believe, like,
it's done by two guys who they're not even theologists, they're just data scientists.
Mm-hmm.
And are they on right now?
Oh, and like Andrew, sorry to interrupt you there, Gretchen. Do you know what this goes back to as well? Like when we're talking about all this, like the Iliad and Homer and like the Greeks and the Spartans and all that. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier about creativity of people.
Is Muhammad still in chat or did he leave? I'm gonna take a quick music break here, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
You know what I'm gonna do. Just curious. I mean, in honor of the first Muslim we ever actually had on this channel so far. Hey, Muhammad, you ever heard of M's? Is that a no?
Oh yeah. Hey Gretchen, before you press play, do you believe Muhammad existed?
What? I didn't understand any of that.
Do you believe Muhammad? Do you believe
No.
Muhammad existed as a person?
Not really.
Okay, cool. Okay.
I think that was more or less cooked up by his nephews. And then they fought over it.
Right.
Of who had the right idea. So. Okay, I'm going to kick everybody off the stage for a minute. It's only a 2-minute video, so. You can all come back in a minute.
Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod. Destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Baby, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam. Cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic by a medically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure, but that's a cell phone, bro. Blood clot gone and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait 1 beat, you're about to get owned. And M's cuts you down with the biology he knows. You think your prophet split the moon, are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad, police be upon him. Justice for Aisha! You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic by a medically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat.
Any of that you want to address, Muhammad?
Muhammad's still dancing to that song.
What'd you think, D20?
But yeah, I don't know. I just think they're real people. I don't know. That's just what I think.
What I was going to say earlier, though, is that I agree what you're saying, that sometimes real people had fictional stories attributed to their name. It's safe to say that happened, but there were also people that had fictional stories that were not real people. You know what I mean? Like there were just fictional characters
no, I
also.
agree.
And so we need a reason to think that it started as a real person. You can't just assume one of those two options.
Yeah, but it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about the creativity of people, and like, like we'd agree, like what we're talking about is the bullshit shit again. Remember, like people used to just make up things because they could.
Yeah, I
There's no
agree,
way
but
of
they
fact
could have
checking it.
completely made something up instead of just like, fictionalizing something true. Like to even add to our creativity, you could just completely fabricate something from nothing.
Yeah, but I'm just pointing out though what historians do to try,
I just like to know the split
objectively.
the moon thing. Where did that come from, and what was the point of it?
Just to show how badass Muhammad is.
And he wanted to destroy the earth, I guess.
You would think China would have seen it, written about it.
Yeah. Or so like anybody.
But they
Is the
didn't.
splitting the moon thing? Is the splitting the moon thing not when he comes back? No.
I think it was right before he ascended.
I know they have like him riding a golden chariot around the sun or something and coming back. Well, I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, Muhammad. He's doing sweet, awesome Muhammad shit.
Yeah, but what I was saying is I was just saying what historians try to do to prove the existence of an individual is they've tried to find multiple sources of different places, of different areas that tried to verify that talked about this person or what they did or their deed.
That's useful, but that's only useful if there's sources that are witnesses to the person, because otherwise they could just be sources referencing the story that spread.
No, I get you, but that's most of history. You'd agree with me, dude. Like we can't verify anything going back then, really, because we're only working off secondary information.
Yeah, I agree. So, I think that the amount of mythological information related to the person is kind of tied to how likely it is that they were real. And so, when most of the story is mythological, I think it's most likely that they're not a real person. I think if they're a real person, who would have like a few this guy won a battle and did something mythological. But if it's just like a whole story of mythological thing after mythological thing, like that's when it leads me to think that they probably weren't real at all. And that's what we see with Jesus.
But couldn't the opposite also be true from the social countervalence argument? Is that because the rumor mill spun up about such an individual must have meant that they were true, because there's so many people who knew of them and talked about them. Because that's how things used to spread back in the day. Look at the Vikings used to do the same thing and everything with their mysticism and their leaders, etc. You know what I mean? Like people knew Ragnar Lothbrok around the world and stuff. Because he was a terror. He'd arrive on your shores and whatever, etc., etc. So the opposite can also be true for like infamy,
Yeah.
People become infamous. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
Jesus was
I think there's no way to know.
Jesus was hated.
All right,
Jesus
guys.
was hated.
Muhammad wants to come up. You guys want to talk to him?
I'll try. I don't really know a lot about the Quran, but I still think his God is non-existent, so we can start from there.
Okay.
What?
Hello, Muhammad.
Hello.
Hi,
Assalamu alaikum.
What's up?
Yes,
Assalamu
assalamu
alaikum.
to all my Muslims.
Alaikum
Not to
salam.
Muslims. Wa alaikum salam. Yes. So you guys were talking about the moon splitting. You say there's no evidence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's an Indian king from Kerala. He wrote about it and he accepted Islam.
He what?
Yes, dude. He's a cool dude.
He wrote about seeing the moon split.
What's his name? The Indian king.
Yeah, Indian king.
What's his name?
We can look it up. Just give us his name.
Yeah, it's just his name, you know.
Why didn't anyone else ever write about it?
I feel like I've heard about this before, though. This isn't. Maybe this has been on
Yeah,
Justin's show or something. Like, I feel like this has come up before.
And if he
Gentlemen,
split the
something.
moon,
I
why
don't
do we
know
still
though.
have tides?
Because he put it back. It was just for a split second.
He just did it for the crack.
It's
With
like, hey
what?
guys, check this out.
Gorilla? Did he use Gorilla Glue?
Oh, he just did it for the laugh. Like, lads, look what I did.
When God put together the earth, did he use the Gorilla Glue to do that? No, of course. God is able to do
Dude.
everything because he made the whole universe.
Dude, if like, why would God destroy something he created for just the crack of
That's
it?
the claim that God
He
made
didn't
the
destroy
whole
it.
universe.
He didn't destroy it.
That's a claim. You
Yeah.
need to prove that.
So who made it? Who do you think? It just came by itself?
Who said? Why do you think it was made? Like, why couldn't it
Who
have
made
just
the universe? I'm not sure
existed
anything
forever?
made the universe.
Yeah, it could have existed forever. There might not be a beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so basically there's evidence that, do you know, I think it's called like Planck's era, where matter did not exist. There was, so at some point, matter did not exist. So we know
Yeah.
for the fact.
I
When was
guarantee you
that?
that like most physicists don't hold that belief. I've heard like Dr.
Mhm.
Blitz talks about this, for example. He has a PhD in physics, and he holds to the belief that matter was never created. It always existed.
So, okay, then explain before Planck's era, how did the matter come into being? You can search about it and
That's what
see
I'm
that
saying.
it's a physical
That's what
phenomenon.
I'm saying is that like
Have
high
you
level physicists don't
searched
that
and
it came
have
into
you
being.
searched about it?
Yes, yes, Alhamdulillah, yes.
Can
And
you give us
Quran
your
even talks
sources?
about it too.
Can you give us your sources?
Yeah, you can. Any physics book talk about it, like any advanced level. Just search on Google Planck's era. Did matter exist before Planck's era?
You want us
What are
to
you
do your
eating?
homework
Pig?
on a
Well,
concept we
I
don't
am
believe
giving you
in?
information. If you don't know, then because I gave you some information that you're ignorant about, so yes, you got to do some searching. I didn't know you didn't know anything. You're talking about something you don't know because you said matter existed forever, right? So I'm
It's not
giving
that we
you
don't. It's
a
not that
physical.
Muhammad. It's not that we don't know, right? It's. Have you ever heard the theory of how you get something from nothing?
Excuse me?
Have you ever heard a theory? Was it Eric Weinstein has a theory at the moment, a physics theory of basically theory of everything. How do you get something from nothing?
Yeah, something from nothing is when God creates, because even nothing has to be, you cannot just have something from absolute nothing. There is always something that,
How do you know?
oh my God, who's eating this, man? Have some manners.
No, but how
Who's
do you
eating
know?
what?
What?
But how do you know? Like
Nothing.
that's God at the nothing part.
Well, because we have revelations to believe
Well,
so.
it's your
We
claim.
know.
I don't know why we have to back it up. Do
No,
your
when you
own
talk about
homework.
revelations, man, now you're going down
It's
to
not
the
a.
source of people and prophecy.
Can I talk to one person? So, yeah. So, the person who's eating, you can just mute yourself, man. It sounds disgusting. So
Sorry.
basically, you say that matter existed from, you say for eternity, right? But that's not what physics tells you. It tells you that at some point matter came into being. You can read about it, Planck's era. If you don't know
Yeah,
anything
that's not
about
what I'm.
it, then
That's not
you
the.
can do your
That's not the
research.
statement. That's not the statement I just made. That's not Planck's error has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is how you get something from nothing. Nothing exists, and then everything exists. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes. So we know, okay, that's something we can both agree that at some point nothing existed and then things came into existence, correct?
No, we can't agree to that. When did
Yeah, we
nothing
can.
Oh my God, I'm
exist?
talking to the other guy. I'm talking to the other guy. Like we're having conversation. Why are you jumping in? You don't even know anything about physics.
It's her panel.
It's my channel.
So okay, then I can either talk to you or somebody
I
else.
know.
If people
I
keep
know
jumping
a
in,
little.
we're not
I
gonna
know
have
a
a
little
conversation.
about
Are
physics.
you gonna accept? Yeah. So you want to be a Muslim or not? You want to go to heaven or be in eternity in hell? You know, what's your decision? If you want to be in heaven,
I'm
then
an atheist. I don't think I'm going to
have a.
either place.
Depends which is more fun.
If you're an atheist,
Huh?
if you're an atheist, you are going to hell.
Says you. You can't prove that.
No, that's the creator that who created you says in the Quran if you read it.
I didn't have a creator.
So you
My
just
only creator
appeared
was
and start chewing
my
stuff.
two parents getting down one night.
Well, who created them? And where the food that you're chewing right now, who created that? Did it just come into being? Like you believe in abiogenesis? Do you think it's even possible? Can you
I don't know.
provide
Right
evidence?
now, I'm eating a tub of chocolate frosting, and it's probably half synthetic.
Yeah, I can tell.
So
Yeah.
you can tell. How can you tell?
Yeah, I can tell. It sounds
What are you
pretty,
so upset about?
some weird food.
What are you so upset
Excuse
about,
me?
Mohammed?
I'm not upset. I'm just trying to have a conversation, and looks like people keep jumping in. So yes, we were talking
You've been
about. You
insulting
said that
people.
there's
You've
some point
insulted
you
people
do
like
agree
four
on.
times so far. So four times so far since you've been up here, you've taken shots at people. No one's really been rude to you.
Nope.
Well, I feel like you guys have been rude to me.
Who?
Especially don't you think it's rude for if somebody's explaining something and you cut that person in the middle? Is that not rude?
You just did that a moment ago.
It's called
Well,
conversation.
I am just I'm just responding to your rude. If you're being
When you
nice,
do
that's
it,
what
when you
Quran
do it,
says.
it's just responding. But when they do it, it's an interruption.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a double standard.
Yeah, because I'm guided by God. You're not guided by anybody.
Your God isn't real.
You're definitely not guided by
Prove
a
it.
God, man. That's for sure. No, you're not.
Prove that it is.
Your actions,
You make
your
the claim
actions
that
and
it is.
behaviors. Your actions
I
and
don't
behaviors
see
show
it.
that you're not guided. Your actions and
Okay,
behaviors
my
show you're not
evidence.
guided by
My
God.
evidence. My evidence is, I got a Quran, and Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, received revelations in the cave of Hira. So that's my evidence. What's your evidence that the God doesn't exist?
All right. So, does your God believe in if you blow up infidels that you martyr yourself, you can go to heaven? Yeah.
Excuse me? Can you repeat that?
Does your God believe that an individual who martyrs himself blowing up infidels or killing infidels will go to heaven for that action?
No, it depends. You're talking about the jihad. So if somebody is attacking you and you're trying to protect yourselves in self-defense, yes, you can do that. But if you are being offensive, you're just doing it. That basically the end goal is to reduce the fitna, which means corruption in the land.
Yeah, but like me living on your land would be a corruption in your land.
No, just not. I mean, if you read about the golden era of Islam, we had Jews, atheists, Muslims, Christians all living together and came up with algebra, alchemists, and all the different kind of scientific information. It's never been those people were getting killed or anything. It's only after the when started the colonization
That's not true.
of the Islamic
That's not
community.
true.
Excuse me.
Sorry, brother. That's not true. Like the golden age may have been the golden age of Islam may have been viewed as a golden age for your people, but the people who were there who got colonized by your people, surely there was definitely killings of Christians. There was definitely at that time killing of Christians in Christian. So like I don't see that.
Crusades, right?
Yeah, I know well about them. Yeah.
Yeah, so crusades were killing Christians. I'm sorry, Jews and Muslims, and that was the jihad, was the retaliation for that. But if there's no,
because you took them over,
like war or nothing. Excuse me?
Yeah, because you were expanding, because the Muslims were expanding. That's what the First Crusade was about. You was expanded into Christian nations, took over Christian lands, were making them Muslim, and the Turks or the Ottomans contacted the Pope for help, and then the Pope started the Crusades to free the Christian people who were being colonized.
Yes, because the world belongs to the Muslims, so
Here we go. The world belongs to all of us, lad.
So why is it that when you hear the story about Muhammad going into a cave and meeting God that you believe that story? What is it about that story that makes you believe it?
because and the Quran itself has a lot of stuff in it that cannot be proven otherwise. So, like, there's a lot of stuff that's divine in itself, and because there's no alternate explanation to it. For example, the prophecies and some foreknowledge is something that was found much later.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, Muhammad, you do believe that, like, people believing in something which is divine within it's just, if people believe it is divine, then obviously they're going to just believe it as such, right? Because that's what belief is about. No evidence to back it up, it's just a belief.
I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you guys never studied Quran. You guys never studied Hadith. Why? Okay, tell me something. Why?
The
What
Quran
makes you?
predicted something that it couldn't have known. That doesn't make me think that the story about Muhammad meeting God is any more true. Like, just because it says something like, how could they have known that Muhammad must have really met God? Like, that doesn't. I don't reach that conclusion when I hear that.
What would be the convince? Like, for example, let's say in your paradigm, you think there's no God, right? But let's say you're wrong, right? And there is a God. How would you? Why would you discount the fact that God sent His revelations to one man, in Muhammad? What makes you think God wouldn't do that if God exists in your paradigm?
Well, because I mean, it depends on the power level of God. But if God is all powerful, He would just be here now.
Well, no, He just sent the message.
No, I mean, what makes you think that that's? Yeah, but
That's why.
Why do you think
I
God must do this?
Because no, I'm not saying He must. I'm saying
Like
I think
what?
He would. I think He would. If He was all powerful, it would be effortless for Him. So He would just do it.
So let's say God does exist, right?
There's a
And He's all
contradiction
powerful,
there,
but
Muhammad. Sorry, I'm just saying there's a contradiction there, Muhammad, because. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm trying to say, like, how you're presenting God, right? So you're saying that it must be that if God exists, it must be the way you want it, and it must be doing the things that you think God must do. It cannot be any other way. Can you, like, show me how is it even, why would God not exist the other way? It's like, why would it must exist the way you want it?
Just listen to my logic for a second. I think the reason that I think this is because God right now has Muslims relying on a story from 1500 years ago, rather than just seeing God firsthand. In both outcomes, either producing a story 1500 years ago or coming firsthand right now would be effortless to God. He could do either one without effort because He's all powerful. So you're presenting a God that's choosing a less effective effort.
Yes, so that's what I'm trying to say, that for
he's
God
dumb.
not to interfere in the. Excuse me? See, yeah,
Well, I
okay,
mean,
so
that
you're
would
just
make
saying
God
that.
dumb. God's making a dumb choice by the way you're presenting Him.
Okay, so you're just saying that it is possible that God could exist, but it would be a dumb God, right?
Yes, yeah, and because he's all powerful and because he's all knowing, if it's an all knowing God, then that would be contradictory to his all knowing nature.
Okay.
Because Muhammad, it's a logical contradiction anyway, because like think about it this way, right? If God, like by God just contacting Muhammad alone, right, and giving his message to one person, it creates a whole problem of like people not believing in him. Because why would you trust this one person?
Well, you don't. Yeah, you don't have to trust anyone.
yeah,
Like God could
you
just be
make
here.
it.
God could just come to Earth and show Himself to everyone right now, and there would be no question.
Well, what if God doesn't want to? It doesn't equate that God doesn't exist just because He's not here with you.
No,
I'm just saying
know
it's
what
not
you're saying.
logical 100% in itself.
It makes it
Yeah,
pretty
but see,
unlikely.
it's like he used the worst way to get his message across. Is my point. He's using the worst way to get his message across.
Yeah,
If that's the way
my
he wants
point.
to get his
Yeah,
message
exactly. Like there are a million ways that God could just do this way easier and way better with way better results. So it's like your God's either an idiot or he's not all powerful.
Okay, you do make good points. I agree.
Yeah.
But I think that he's neither. I think that he's not an idiot neither, nor not all powerful. He just doesn't exist. These are stories written by people 1,500 years ago that didn't understand microbiology, didn't understand geology, didn't understand cosmology, didn't understand genetics. Like these are the kinds of ideas you would expect to happen when you don't understand the real world.
Okay, let's say I say, okay, you make good points, right? But so the alternate for you is that there is no God and human beings are just useless. We are just
No, I don't think that.
No,
I think there could be a God. I just think that the God of the Bible and the Quran is fictional.
So you do believe there is a God, but
I
it's
believe
not
there could
one
be.
of those. It's
There
just
could be a God. Maybe. I have no reason to think that there's no God, but I have no reason to think that there is a God. But I have a lot of reasons to think that the God of the Bible and the God of the Quran is fictional.
Like,
But you do believe that our consciousness exists, right? The consciousness is a fact, like it does exist. So, but you think that it only like it exists in you, it exists in other people. So there is a possibility how the world is. So there's a possibility it could be a higher consciousness too, right? I mean, I'm just saying a possibility. I'm not saying
Yes.
the evidence
Yeah.
supports it or not, right?
Yeah, I grant that. Sure.
So it could be possible that just like how we think about things, there could be a being that could think about the universe and it comes into existence. Possible?
Yes. Yep. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, but you think that God is not the God of Bible or Quran, or these are just man-made ideas?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, they're gods of people, man. They're gods
they were
to unify
just-
people under a culture. It's a culture thing. Like you needed reasons to unify all the Muslim tribes together. You create a monotheistic religion so everyone can be under the same banner of social control. That's all it is.
Exactly.
It's not disclosing whether there is a creator or a mysticism to the universe, but like the shit that we make up is generally bullshit.
It's a power tool.
So you think all the people lied? Like for example, when Prophet Muhammad when he did the
lied.
All the miracles.
Maybe some believed, maybe some lied. Do you get me? Maybe he believed it himself. But you know what I mean? Like it's like it doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, humans lie. Like humans, not only do humans lie all the time, but it was way easier to get away with lying back then.
Yeah, we were literally talking about that earlier on. It leads to creativity, right, Andrew?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it leads to yeah. You should go back and listen to our conversation about that because it's actually kind of cool. But I do think that like it would have been way easier to just make something up like this and have nobody realize that you're lying back then because everybody already believed in stuff like this to begin with.
And like you listen to authority back then a lot easier. Like people who were able to read and write would have been like superstars. They would have been like gods in themselves. You know, because the layman people were just, you know, peasants and farmers and soldiers, and you know, they
You,
didn't
you
have any
guys are
access
saying,
to them.
you guys are saying, you guys are saying, given the evidence, the most probable case is that it's all made up, product of culture and time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for the culture,
theism.
tradition,
I
history.
mean, there are some stuff that is true, like in the Bible. I don't know the Quran very well, but like I know that the Quran affirms the Bible and the prophets of the Bible. And so like the Bible has a lot of historical things in it that we know for a fact really did happen because we have those documented from other cultures too, claiming the same thing. So like there are parts of the Bible that are true, but there are lots of parts of the Bible that I think are completely mythological and are just like, you know, used to create a narrative to, you know, convey a message or to teach an ideology, not necessarily as a historical document. And so there's a bunch of genres in the Bible. Like the Bible is not just a history book. It's a bunch of genres. It's a library with a bunch of different types of writing. And people try to treat it like it's all history, and it's not.
And you know what they say?
Saying that
A
people
lie
back in the
unchecked
days,
becomes the truth. You know what I'm saying? A lie unchecked becomes the truth.
so people back in the days, they didn't have internet, TV, or any activity, so they were just creating stories. That's more likely than actually being supernatural, correct?
Yeah.
Well, no,
Well,
this is
we've
not
heard
like
of them.
day-to-day life stuff. This is the product of centuries. So like it's not like everyone just sat around telling stories all the time, but people did
Yeah,
tell
they were
stories,
working.
and stories were really important, and stories traveled by word of mouth, like orally for centuries until they or decades to centuries until they built up like a, you know, everybody around here already knows the story, and then it just gets written down eventually.
Yeah.
And the thing, this is the
I
way
see.
to teach
So,
morality.
what do you think about the Quran? Actually, it was composed in lifetime of Prophet Muhammad. It was not centuries or nothing.
Sure.
So, like, how did he know all that stuff?
They made
Hey,
it up.
but like, yeah, well, like he would have like history, man. He would have been an educated person who knew history, I'd say, of where he lived, what was going on
No,
in his area.
he was an Ummi, which means like illiterate. Excuse me?
What?
So he was known as an Ummi, which means
yeah.
illiterate person.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean he didn't have
Yeah,
people
so
who could
he
write
did
for
not
him.
study any of that.
Yeah,
Excuse me?
I don't know, like he would have studied through oral language. Like he would have accumulated knowledge through like speaking and talking. So like he still would have had means of communication. with
Somebody
people and
read
stuff
it to
like that.
him.
Like, yeah, so he was
Somebody read
obviously a
it to him,
person.
like, there's a guy, Waraka. Oh.
No, but like what I'm saying is like was Muhammad a political figure in positions of power? Did he hold authority
Eventually.
over people? Eventually, yeah. So he built that up.
Yes,
So
yes. After his marriage with Khadija, he became a bit of like she had a big business, trade business, and he became one of the tradesmen in that region.
yeah.
But he was
So
not a
like look at
political
it.
leader at this time.
Yeah, well, look at it logically then. Like he's probably like for him to unify Islam and all like that, it's going to benefit him. Like, do you know what I mean? He'd become the king over time. Like he's building up a trade market. He's trading with other Muslim tribes or nomadic tribes. He's trying to unify them. He's trying to build up an army, military. Do you know what I mean? Like, think of it logically. You know, like he has his own ambitions as an individual. He's a person too. You know.
Did you study his sira, which means like document, like what do you call it, bibliography about his life?
No, I haven't delved that deep. I've studied like a lot of like general history and like Islam, the Crusades, and all that kind of stuff. Like, but I wouldn't be in depth.
He's if you read his sira, not talking about written by Muslims, it is actually atheist writers. Excuse me. They say he was a good guy, like he was gentle and kind to people and generous.
Yeah, but
and
there's
honest.
been good kings. Yeah, but I just say there's been good kings and all as well. They were gentle and honest and good to their people, but they eventually still had to go to war and stuff. You know, these things happen. Then your thinking changes. Now you have to build up a military. Now you have other issues, you know, that you have to deal with.
Well, yeah, like for example, he even have in his sira, his commandment that like don't attack anybody, be kind, be gentle to people. And the only time he ordered the attack was when they got attacked. I don't know if there's a Quranic verse like they broke the treaty, so now they trespass, they're harassing Muslim women and children. Then they would
Yeah,
go
but you
on those
understand,
war and stuff.
but you understand, right? When you were talking about like the golden age of Christianity or of Islam and stuff like that, you went into other people's land, and your claim was this land is Muslim, right? But those people didn't think that
Yeah,
way.
according to the
You know what I mean?
Quran. Yeah, according to the
Yeah,
Quran,
yeah.
like the whole world belongs.
Yeah, that's fine that you think
Yeah,
that,
I mean,
but
look at
to
this
the
way.
Irish, but look at it this way, brother. To the Irish people who've only ever lived in Ireland and have formed this land into the country and the nation that is there, and it was way older than Islam. Our religion, our traditions are older than Islam. So this land that we settled uniquely is yours. Like
So
what?
what do you
Like
guys
how do you,
believe in? Like what's
well, we're Celts, man. Like if you go back, like we're Christian now, right? But if you go back to our history, we were Celts. We were Celtic people. We were naturalistic with the environment. We took mushrooms. We lived amongst nature. We were, nomadic tribes, just like your people were nomadic tribes. The further you go back, that's all we were.
Yeah, so that was a mission of Islam to spread monotheism all over the world.
Why? Why?
Because that's believed to be the correct way to reach God.
But dude, but like, you Muslims, right? Like of the time, you'd come to Ireland, right? Let's just say they traveled all the way over to Ireland, right? They'd come to Ireland, they'd spend a week in Ireland with the rain and the misery, like fuck this place. You know what I mean? Just
Sorry, I
don't
didn't
want to
hear you.
live here. No, I'm just saying, like back then, like if your people had come to Ireland, where our people lived, with the bad weather, the rain, very little sunshine, you know what I mean? Like your people wouldn't have wanted to stay there. They'd be like, "Fuck this place! I'm going back to fucking Iraq or Afghanistan or you know what I mean?" Like,
Yeah.
why would you? Well, my point is, why would you even want Ireland? Is my point. Like, why would you even want it as a place to be Muslim? Why would you care? Why would you have any interest in it?
Yeah, that was the mission. That's prescribed to all Muslims to spread Islam all over the world.
Yeah, to gain power, man. Gain power. That's all it is.
Yeah, so it's like basically the mission of Islam is to be spread all over the world and establish
Yeah.
Khalifa, which is in English I'd call
Yeah.
it caliphate.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very godly. Doesn't sound very godly.
Exactly.
Because do you think God really gives a shit about the wars of humans?
Exactly. Like, how is a
That's
God
the
that's
whole point that God does give. God
No, he
does
doesn't.
care about human beings and wants his religion to be, and it's considered to be the perfect way to live under Sharia.
Well, like if then God messed up, didn't he? He just created internal conflict amongst humans, where millions of us would be sacrificed to him.
Yeah.
Like, that's not very
Well,
good.
not only
That's
that,
why
but
he
the same
created-
God, the same God of the Quran said that the Jewish Messiah was going to make the whole entire world Jewish, and now you're saying that, oh, we need the people of Islam. Now that same God is telling the people of Islam that we're going to make the whole world follow the Quran and become Muslim. So it's contradictory again.
Well, basically, in Islamic theology, all the other scriptures got corrupted by mankind. Quran is the final message, and basically all messages were similar when they started. It got people added their stuff into it. So that's the whole thing. So Islam is basically the
But
same as Jewish religion. It's just they altered
The
it.
Quran,
They wrote with their
says
hands.
that the prophets are true. The Quran says that the prophets of the Bible are true. Isaiah is a prophet of the Bible.
Yes, it says that they were true.
What's that?
Yeah, but they say that the prophets The prophets recited the verses, but the people wrote it down and they corrupted that, wrote their own interests in
Oh,
it.
how do you know that? So how do you know that it was corrupted then?
Well, yeah, that's what the Quran says, because whatever matches
Right,
with the
but how
Quran
but
is
how could you
the
know
real
that? That's
revelation.
the claim. That's just a claim. Like the Quran could be doing the exact same thing. The Quran could be corrupted. You don't know. Yeah,
I see
the
your
same
point.
logic
I mean,
applies.
I do see the point that if God wanted to spread Islam, he could have made it
Yeah,
a bit more
it,
acceptable to other cultures.
Well, it's
it would
not
be.
even that, man.
You
It's
would think that
all
God's
other
message
cultures
would be
had a belief
receivable
of
to
their own,
everybody.
brother. All other
If it was a
cultures had a
real
belief of
God,
their own.
everyone would be able to receive God's message equally without problem. If it was a real God, in
Yeah.
my opinion, there wouldn't be all of this confusion about what
And
God was
so,
saying or what He meant. Like
yeah,
it would be unmistakable.
yeah. Basically, Islamic theology believes that all nations received their prophets, and they all altered their the words of prophet. For example, whatever you believe in probably was started by a true prophet, but people made up their stuff into it. So that's the belief, you know. Like for example,
Yeah.
Jesus was considered a prophet, but people made him into a god.
Yeah, like a belief just means absence, like objective evidence. Like it's a belief. You know what I mean? Like, and what I'm trying to get across to you really is like it really all binds down to really when you talk about humans and gods, it's our way of just like social control of people. Not saying that there isn't a God or whatever, but humans have their own drivers, their own desires, their own wants because we're human. And Muhammad was no different than any other human. Same way Jesus wasn't or whatever. They're all just humans. Pick any figure throughout history. And they all do the same thing. Create these myths, create legends to bolster people, unify people, traditions, culture, and then project that power outwards. You know, as the tribe grows, it gets bigger. You know, you need more land, etc., etc. And like, you can see this across all like religious traditions and humans on the planet. Like, and it goes against the godly thing in itself. I don't think God wants us all going to war. That's pointless. Do you know what I mean? And like, I also believe Muhammad, if the world was to be unified under Islam, I don't believe Muslims would stop going to war. There'd still be
Nope,
war
they would go to war
over
with each other.
territory, over reason. Exactly, it wouldn't end.
I mean, like
And
different
then like,
sects, like Shia and Sunni
Yeah,
and
whatever.
yeah,
Wahhabi and
it would just divide
Ahmadi.
into
It'd
different
be,
groups of Islam, and you guys would fight
it
each
would
other
be
just the same.
Yes, and it'll be even bigger than that again because now you're talking about it being global. Now there's the Irish Muslims, the English Muslims, the American Muslims, the the traditional homebrew Muslims who came originally. It's like they'd have more of a caste system, they'd have more of the power, and then everyone would be subjugate under them. So how does that work? Will not all the other
Yeah,
nations still be fighting?
I do
You
see the
know?
point because yeah, yeah. Initially, they were Mutazilis, which were the rational ones, and they had a war with Salafis, which were more literal ones, and then they had their differences with Wahhabis. Um, yeah, like you
yeah,
know,
and
Mutazilites.
if there are two different groups within Islam, one of them is always going to be viewed as less righteous than the other, and the less righteous one will be persecuted regardless.
Okay, I do see your point. You're saying there could be a God, but if he was, it there's more probable that religions are made up, but God would. It seems like God would be more powerful and have better way if you truly wanted to reach out to the people than through like something that you're not familiar with culturally. Because I was born into it, but I do see that you wouldn't see it the same way as me.
Yeah, I think that
No,
it
dude,
would
like
be effortless for God to just reach out to the world and prove to everyone that He's real. And if everyone saw that God was real with their own eyes, like say God came as some giant in the sky and was blowing trees around and, proving with miraculous means that he was God, and it was kind of like undeniable, everyone's gonna do what he says. I feel pretty confident about that.
I appreciate it. I mean, that's something to think about.
Yeah, like from my perspective, like even me, like I formed my own basis around Christianity. Like the only thing I apply to like the religious texts and all is that there's metaphors in stories, which are like a form of poetry or literature that teaches people kind of how to be good or what's bad and what's good and what's bad or whatever, and they are social constructs. But like that's all I kind of, and it's interesting to see, and I think that's how humans have been getting across messages for a long point of our history, is through like folklore, teaching, literatures, tradition, and ritual, and it's just a part of what we do. But I like, as I critically think about it, I believe there's a God, but I believe he's truly omnipotent to the point where he doesn't even know he exists himself. It just created life. That's it. Weird consequences of it. There's no interference. What happens after we die, I don't know. Maybe go back to the source, whatever. I don't know. Energy, matter. But yeah. That's exactly what I'd be saying. I'd be saying
Do you believe it's just a brute fact? The life exists is just a brute fact?
Well,
Yeah.
it's it's just a fact.
Just treat others, try to reduce suffering in life. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Regardless of
that's
whether or not a
godly.
God exists. Just don't cause people to suffer. Just go about your life not causing people to suffer. And I think everybody should try to live their life that way,
Yeah.
whether or not a God exists.
And then it's important.
Yeah, I
to
mean, for me personally, Islam helped me. I don't do any drugs, nothing because of Islam. Basically, I had a chance in my life when all my friends were doing it, but because I was motivated by my religious text, I avoided all kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's
That's
good.
awesome.
That's good.
Yeah,
Like,
a lot of
like-
good can come from religion. Like, there are good qualities to religion, and it can be used in a good way, but you have to keep in mind that it can also be used in a really harmful way.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. Any even good ideas can be, for example, you can feed a poor person some food, it can poison him, or he can sue you, right? Anything like that. Good things can even lead to bad things too. So yes, anything. My agree. Anyways, I gotta.
I was just gonna say, just look at it as a tool. Like you can use a hammer to build a house. You can use it to take out nails. You can use it for this. You can also use it to hit someone. You know what I mean? You can use it to commit violence. And that's how I kind of view a lot of religion and spirituality has been utilized. They utilize it as a tool.
So it's difficult to think about life without a proper structure. Like we have all these abilities, like our consciousness is more advanced, and beyond anything. Like just for basic existence, we don't need this complex structure. So it kind of makes you think that it's more to it.
We created all the structure, bro.
Well, all right. Anyways, thanks, guys. Hope you have a nice day.
You too, Mom. Take care.
Yep. Take care, Mohammed.
Bye.
Bye, Muhammad.
That was good.
Well, that was
He
fun.
was all right. Started off kind of
Yeah,
rocky,
he was
but
all right.
he seemed all right.
He came in pretty hot. I thought he was going to be a dick, but he wasn't.
Nice.
No.
I get it. Thing is, life doesn't exist. Life emerges. That's the one thing that, things exist. Atoms exist. Processes exist.
Life does exist.
Life emerges. It exists because it emerges from the existence. You know what I'm saying?
No,
But
I don't.
It exists.
I'm
for
far
sure.
too tired to understand what you're saying, Jiminy. Like,
It
I'm
exists.
beat to shit.
No, listen, it exists, right? It does exist, I agree, but it exists through the existence of things that already existed.
Yeah,
Perpetual
I agree. I
existence.
understand what you're saying. Like it didn't always exist. It came about by non-conscious matter.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That's what I hold that belief too.
Andrew, have you guys checked out Eric Weinstein's geometric unity theory?
Oh, Cafe
I've
came
only
back.
seen Professor Dave kind of shitting on it a little bit. Really, I've never really listened to it thoroughly though.
I think it's interesting.
Cafe came back. Who wanted to talk
Oh,
to him?
nice.
Hey, Cafe, Andy wants to talk to you. You want to come back up?
I can't remember even what I wanted to ask him. It was just something about drugs. I know he's interested in psychedelic experiences.
Yeah, there's something about like the psychedelic thing and like the veil and fucking seeing the world from a different perspectives and all that shit.
Yeah, you missed our drug talk, Cafe. We were finally ready to talk about drugs, and you were nowhere to be seen.
Well, I'll tell you this. The way the mind works and the way physics work, I mean, if life emerged from chemical processes and, atomical processes, like things that happen on such small scales, then it's not too impossible for me to believe that introducing other chemicals or substances to what we are, because we are just chemicals at the end of the day, that could invoke a different thing, a different aspect to our existence, like connect us somehow to something else that we have that we don't quite understand. It's like, I don't
There
know.
you guys go. There's Cafe.
What's up, Darth?
I'll be right back.
Not the P-bomber, okay.
I need food. I'll be right back.
All right, Gretchen. What's up, Cafe? We wanted to talk about drugs and psychedelic experiences and how they relate to God.
Cafe's the homie, man. I think
Definitely a huge link to spirituality anyway, wouldn't you agree, Andrew?
Check your mic, Cafe, because sometimes like you have to like do it every single time. You have to adjust it to the right mic. You get what I'm saying?
He's gone back out.
Yeah, he went out to try to adjust his mic, I believe, because
There's definitely a huge spiritual connection though when it comes to like, well, I found personally anyway, some spiritual connection anyway, definitely on shrooms.
Well, I don't know. I mean, from my perspective, I don't believe that spirits are real, but I can see how you would feel that way.
You know, I'm using the philosophical term of spiritual, like.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah, not
mystical.
not spirits. Yeah. Mystical feeling of something.
You gotta adjust your mic, Cafe. Just readjust it. Choose the correct sources. Like go into the settings, like right next to the audio icon, there should be an arrow pointing up, and click the right mic input. You see what I'm saying? Because if you don't do that, it's not gonna work. Like right now, nobody can hear what you're saying if you're speaking. And
He's
on
been
this,
up here like 2 of the last 3 nights, so he should have this down.
but what happens is that it makes you do it every time you get on. So he probably got lucky the last couple times. It was probably automatically.
Yeah.
But like
Could
this
be.
time, he's asking him to do it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what it could be, but I know that it does it to me every time. I gotta like choose the output myself. I gotta go manually and do it before I get
Hey,
on.
thanks, D20. I'm glad you like it. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe.
My thing is, life is one of those things that we experience, we don't explain it. We don't know how it came about, chemicals and stuff like that. We can mix chemicals and do all kinds of things, but we can't make it from scratch. We can't make our own atoms and shit like that. We could manipulate the ones that exist and create something new from that. But like what life is, we can't duplicate that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know. Like, I think that's the kind of fascinating thing about us, Jay, though, is that like we are products of nature that have learned to be able to really manipulate nature to what we want it to do, and that's kind of interesting with us as a species. Like,
still manipulating nature though, something that is already there. You see what I'm saying? That we don't know how it got there, but it's there, and there's things that we have to work within the bounds of. You see what I'm saying? No matter how big the system appears to us, all these billions of years across, doesn't matter.
It's cafe. He thought he was being funny earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
But all of a sudden he can't seem to get his audio.
It's the mic,
working.
Cafe. I'm telling you, it's the mic. You just gotta check your mic out, bro. Like, go to the settings. It's right there. That little arrow next to the voice icon. It's pointing up. You click that, boom. Go into your settings. Choose the right mic.
Is it possible that maybe you have him turned down, Gretchen? Is that like a thing?
Nope, it's not. I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
that is a thing, but I don't.
I mean, he was on earlier, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know what happened, but
Yeah.
or if you speaking through a mic, unplug it and plug it back in, Cafe. You could unplug it and plug it back in, maybe it'll reconnect. Or just try a different mic, like go grab a headphone real quick or something like that. Use your computer, microphone.
Maybe he blasted off right as he joined the panel and he's just like in the zone right now.
Yeah, you can even use a PS5 controller. You just plug in your PS5 through the USB and select the output, like select the input as the USB mic. So I love that damn controller, man. You can do everything with it.
So true.
yeah, I'm just not my phone.
But my thing is, life, people want to talk about life and this and that. Everything comes from a chemical. Like, even we came from chemicals. We emerged literally from chemicals in the ball sack. You know what I'm saying? So that's all of us. You know what I'm saying? And that's how everything came about.
Like, Jay, like her like the stuff we were talking about, like Plato and Aristotle, and all, like they talked about all this stuff. Same thing.
Exactly. Chemicals to this day, though, still process life. Without the chemicals we produce in our organs, life wouldn't move forward. So it's not just chemicals producing the primordial life that produced the more primordial life that eventually led to us. No, not just that. Those chemicals,
It's
not
more
the
than
acid.
it's more than just
Leaderhead? Yes, that's exactly what he said.
It's the chemicals in our actual organs now that still carry on life.
Yeah, but it's more. I think it's more as well than just chemicals.
So, anyone who's not subscribed, please subscribe.
No, it's
We're trying to get to a certain number of subs before we start begging the bigger streamers for help.
Yeah. I don't know.
We're growing at a pretty good clip, but we still have a number we want to hit before we start begging the bigger ones to help us.
But yeah, it's just I don't know. It's chemistry, atoms, physics, material. It's everything. Infinite regress.
It's literally chemical processes that become solids. It's like steel out there. Steel is liquid. It could rain metal in different planets.
Yeah, but when you get down to like electron clouds and all, Jay, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No,
Business this time, Cafe?
That's it. Hopefully it works. I'm telling you, like the way things emerge is crazy, man. Just the way this
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
everything.
the emergent phenomenon.
It breaks my mind. It breaks my fucking mind when I think this is why I don't like indulging possible worlds. Like when they say, "Oh, in a possible world, it could have been this, and a possible world could have went that way." You know, like in a possible world, the coin flip could have went this way versus that way.
Yeah.
That doesn't do nothing for me because I can only go with this world, right? This is the world that affects me, the only world that matters. So it doesn't matter that the coin flip could have been tails. If it was heads, it's heads. You see what I'm saying? It is heads. Doesn't matter if there's a possible world, wink, wink, where it could have been tails. Who
What
gives
you're
a
saying basically, that would only matter if you had access to the possible worlds.
Exactly. It would only matter if there was actually a reality, real reality, a true objective reality, which there isn't. It's only this one. This is the only true objective reality we have. That would only matter if there was a different true objective reality we could go with still, that we could alter this one and go with and be like, okay, in this possible world, in that possible world, blah, blah. But we only got the one world we working with. You understand what I'm saying? So why the fuck would I be compelled to indulge any notion of what could have been?
Yeah, obviously. It's fun to think about sometimes.
It's
Like,
fun
what
to
if?
think about. Yeah, but this is when it goes to philosophical jargon, in my opinion, because at the end of the day, you can use philosophy to prove things about the tangible world. You can come to conclusions and premises that make sense, that are sound and logical on a lot of things that make sense. But some things, it's like it just doesn't make sense. You get what I'm saying? It just doesn't fit because, you know, thinking about what possibly could be. You know how many things possibly could be? You know how many things in the already in this one world possibly could be? And you want to tell me what could be possibly be in alternate worlds that don't exist only in theory? You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think like if you're to go off philosophy, like the good things that philosophy say could bring around is not necessarily thinking about like you'd apply it a lot to reality, if that makes sense. Like what if the politics does this? Like they were talking about all that stuff as well, just in like a political realm as well, not even in the context of mysticism or spirituality or anything like that. But I think the main thing, like when you talk about the word like the phenomenon, the emergent phenomenon, those are the guys who made that up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They can't. So it's like it can be philosophical jargon, but we still use those words today to explain things that we can't explain.
Yeah, no, for sure. Listen, I credit philosophy. I said it could be used in real world ways to build solid premises and reach valid conclusions and all that. I said that. What I'm saying is that when you start trying to apply it to possible worlds, that's when it becomes philosophical jargon because it's not talking about nothing real. It's talking about strictly possibility and it's using that possibility to either make claims or not make claims about the tangible real world, which is the only one we have. So what ends up happening is there's a reverse, right? There's a reverse because for the argument of possible worlds to even happen, both argumenters, both people argumenting have to even grant possible worlds. They have to be willing to do that because what then happens by default when you don't do that is the person who's trying to hit you with the possible world only has the one world to work with. You don't allow them to tap into the possible worlds. You say, no, I'm gonna keep you in this one world and that's it. And when they do that, they're forced to realize that some of the things they're trying to say is, you know, not necessary, is necessary for this world.
Jay, I think what we're getting at here is what you're arguing at is the difference between a facts-based world and a creative world. Would that make sense?
Well,
I'll
yeah,
go back to that.
I guess. Yeah. What was that?
You
Yeah,
know,
because like,
I've always backed up.
yeah, no, I'm just. Oh,
Jay
sorry. Go
here.
ahead.
I've always backed up Jay here, and that you know, whenever he gets into it with tacos, man, they really get into it, and what tacos doesn't realize is that, you know, there is I guess a really aspect of being of experience where, you know, you could say that you know, there's a felt presence of immortality, or, you know, there's like the kind of the impression that consciousness is indestructible, that it can't go away. You know,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
something,
yeah.
yeah, it's something
Yeah,
that can't
let
disappear.
me. So,
Yeah.
like, what the ancient philosophers, so like what Jay is talking about there is like an objective reality. That reality is objective. What the philosophers believed is because our minds are processing reality, everything has to be subjective, right? So that's conscious, like, because we're perceiving the world around us through our senses. We're seeing, we're doing things. We're not really seeing. We can't process everything, because we're survivor creatures. We have to survive. We have to prioritize food and all these things. We're not omnipotent creatures. But the fact that we have the ability to go into the abstract and the metaphysical, it drives this kind of this consciousness that our philosophers believed that consciousness was like our brains are like antennas, and that consciousness doesn't just derivative from the mind, it receives information too. And that's what they would have believed, the ancient philosophers. So it's like we can only manipulate what we can manipulate, and we can keep trying to manipulate things, but like at the end of the day, there's things there I don't think that we'll ever properly or truly understand, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
It makes absolute sense.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize that, you know, like they accept, you know, neuroscience for granted, and they think that, you know,
Everything is evidence and fact based.
yeah, but the mind comes that it's an you know, adjacent property of the property of you know, of being, or whatever have you. No, there's no such case. When you actually look into neuroscience, there's competing models of consciousness, and no one has God's truth on it. You know, like anyone claiming to think that, you know, mind comes from brain is, you know, they're deluding themselves if they you know, consider it truth.
I think the brain is just a mechanism. I think the brain is just like an organ, like anything else, that needs electricity and everything to be alive, and blood and everything like that. But consciousness is like what the ancient philosophers believed, is abstract from that.
Yeah, it's a whole nother animal.
Yeah, because where the fuck do thoughts come from, man? Like the what? like it's what? It's like it's in a compartment in my brain somehow, and then if I need a thought, I go access that place.
I agree, but you see, there's materialists that want to, you know, think that it's all humdrum, and that, you know, we figured all this out, and, you know, it's all done yesterday, but which is not the case, you know.
And here's the big answer. That's why God. Because it's spiritual, because that shit we'll never,
you know,
we can't understand music, we can't understand love, we can't understand sacrifice. You know what I mean? We can.
I mean, my issue with the God of the gaps thing, like, see, like people will say, like, okay, you're just, you know, you're just saying the God of the gaps or whatever, you know, because we don't understand this God of gaps. My issue with that is that if you flip that on its head, you essentially get like materialism of the gaps. You know what I mean? Like, you get the same argument coming from a different perspective. Like,
if you invert everything generally,
it
becomes the exact same argument.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Yeah, like you're making a nonsense argument ultimately.
Yeah.
Now,
well, it's also. Sorry, go ahead, Jay.
Oh no, you go ahead. Oh no, but I was gonna say, I think, you know, consciousness is one of them things that, you know, we're never gonna quite understand, right? But like science does have a lot of information about the brain. Like I do credit it
Oh, they
with that.
do.
It does know what our brain does, what each area does. Like it has a great grasp
Not
on the
not
human
not
brain.
not 100 not 100%, Jay. It's got a few
Not
areas.
100%, but
It's
like
got a few areas mapped. It doesn't have the majority of the brain mapped out.
I do feel like we've come so far along. Like we're good when it comes to knowing how the brain works, right? Creating models of the brain, knowing what things do.
Yeah, the material. We know the material of it. The
Yeah, so
material.
like we see how it works, right? We don't know quite why it does what it does, why or
Yeah.
the how or what it is, right? But like we know how it works. We got models that tell us this is where this works and this is how that works. It doesn't tell us this is why everything happened. Nobody understands that. Nobody wouldn't know that, but that's what the science does. It gives us models on what we are physically, and it tells us how everything works. Now, again, I have confidence in what science has revealed to me about the brain. I don't doubt the science. I simply suppose that there's possibly more going on that the science has yet to find. You see what I'm saying? Because that would make sense to me.
I've heard you, Jay. You know, when you talk about this, like, because like one of my, I like talking to like Kurt about this, and like every time I pin Kurt down on this, he always comes down to like it's an illusion. You know, like consciousness is illusion. I'm like, oh my god, you're gonna be one of these people that think you're gonna chalk it up to illusion.
Then it's all
Yeah, because like if you're gonna say that it's an illusion, then it's the one thing that by itself, it's an illusion itself. Like it becomes a tautology. Like you can't really pin it down to an illusion. Like
No, it's definitely not an illusion because, like, if you look at it, like the way I looked at it when I took shrooms and all, what I was saying earlier is the veil lifting on my modality of perception, and I was able to perceive in a different realm.
Yeah, no, I
So I'm
agree
still.
with you. That's
So
why
like, that means there's two. That means there's two illusions going on at the same time.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Castro put it like, yeah, you're shooting yourself in the foot because you're the one thing you're caught in an illusion is the very thing that makes up your entire reality in and of itself. So you know what I mean? Like, what do you
Exactly.
Yeah, like what do you like? What's your game?
And when you come back to reality from a trip, you have that feeling of I'm back in reality and
yeah. So,
okay.
It seems like a thankless task to even attempt that, and yet I really like Kurt. I think he's a real intellectual dude, but nevertheless he holds to this view. Like I'm like when it comes down to this very fundamental thing as an atheist, he chalks it up to illusion. I'm like, man, dude, you can't make that move, man.
I get where he's coming from though, because you have to understand. Right, we emerge, and yeah, we're physical. Like we could say that we touch things, we know that things have shape, form, but it's all energy, right? Everything shape and ability to have its form is based on the energy that goes into it. It's rest energy. It's like everything has energy. At the right frequency, you could penetrate something. You could just put your hand. So it's like it's all just physics at play, right? And this is all coming together to create this. We take plain rocks. Imagine a barren field of plain rocks, and we take those rocks, shape it out, and create cities. And that's what we put on top of those barren rocks. But underneath that city is still those barren rocks and still that barren scenery without the human being. You understand? So that's really what this is, not the illusion that we create.
You're saying like it's a layered foundation, Jay. It's a layer on top of itself.
It's kind of like if you're in a building, if you could just like say if you're in a building that has like 100 floors, and if you could like snap your fingers and you're on the 70 something floor, and all of a sudden the walls disappear and you just see outside now, you could just see outside the building at that height, but you're still on the floor of that floor, but you could just see everywhere. It's going to give you a different perspective of where you really are.
But here's the question on that, right? Though the big question on your analogy there is we're inside the building, we got the multiple layers of the foundations of everything on top of each other. What is the outside?
He said, "What is
Well,
the outside?"
the outside is the outside. The outside is the outside. What I'm trying to tell you is that inside the building, you get a certain perspective. That's what you
Yeah,
get.
but like what happens if you go outside the building though? What perspective is that though? That's what I'm getting at.
Well, it depends on your notion of what outside is. Like it may be a false dichotomy. In other words, like I've heard like my what's his name, man? He wrote a book, Change Your Mind, and the whole idea behind that was that when you talk about non-duality, it's not about what's outside or inside. The non-dual perspective is you could say that everything is outside or everything's inside.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Everything is one.
Yeah. It's ultimately one, and you're only limiting yourself by creating an inside or an outside.
Yeah. That's what the philosophers believe by like human identification of things when everything is everything. We're the ones that self-identify.
Yes. And Michael Pollan is his name. He wrote a book called
Michael Pollan. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And, it's called Change Your Mind. But that's what it was about. It was about, like that, there is no outside, inside from the vantage point of non-duality. And I think that was the point that he was trying to get across.
Yeah, because like it's like even if you look at like how societies form and things like that, there's always like for the longest time throughout history, like it's a modern concept that of the individual, for example, the I, right? For the longest time throughout history, we didn't even have concepts of me as an individual. It was always my tribe, or us, or we. So, like, when it's interesting that even in our self-identification of the world, like we can't process things from the way our ancestors would have processed things because we don't even think in the same way. We think as individuals, and that shapes our psychology completely.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
Yeah,
That's why.
so like,
No, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, I'm done.
No, I was noticing my friend in the chat, Chuck McNorris. He always points out, he's like, wait a minute, Kathy, you haven't taken psychedelics in years, which is true. I haven't done it in it's been about I want to say 3-4 years now, and maybe I'm due for another spanking from Mother Nature. I tell him this. I'm like, yeah, I'm due from another spanking. I'm like, why don't you give it to me, Chuck Mack? No, but he it's a good point, and I can't really naysay what he's saying in the chat because but at the same time, I kind of don't agree with him. He says, and maybe I don't know if Gretchen's here because maybe she's the only one that can confirm this. He says that a lot of the I guess atheists that examine theism are doing it as a kind of experiment on how the effect on I guess theism on society, whatever. So I don't know if you guys here listen to Thinker or Mezzo or Justin and so forth. Yeah. So like, okay, so his idea is like, okay, they're not trying to inform people on theology. They're trying to show the lasting effects of what happens when you have a naive theology that's spread about, and what happens to a society in the meantime. And I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if anyone else would agree with that.
Are you talking about are you linking society and theism and all that as like forms of social controls?
Yes, yeah. Like there's some kind of like I don't know if you listen to Thinker for instance,
Yeah.
Like he's trying to suggest that there is some kind of a detrimental aspect to the religion and holding these ideas, no matter how naive, and whether it be the naivete of the launching of what's it called, slavery against the backdrop of Christianity, whatever. Yeah, which I don't really take fully. I don't take fully seriously. I'm not a biblical literalist, so so I would suspect that a lot of his criticism is against the biblical literalists, that the baby killing,
Yeah,
what is his
it's looking at religion and in the context of kind of all the horrors, I guess, it wrought on society.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't really see that. I don't see Tinker doing that. I don't see Mezzo doing that. I don't see any of these. I don't see any of them doing that. But he maintains that this is the point. I don't think so. What do y'all think? Yeah, go for it.
For me personally, like, I think we kind of do this unifier thing where we kind of we take the human condition and we map it onto everything, right? So like humans go to war and they have religions, therefore religions cause war. Do you know what I mean? And not to say that they're not utilized that way, which they are. You know what I mean?
What about the religions that do cause war?
They do. I'm saying they do, Gretchen. That's my point. But I think it's universal. I think it's like you don't have one without the other. You know what I mean? Like humans just go to war. Humans are metaphysical and spiritual, so we fabricate all these things for meaning and purpose, and then it becomes into a power dynamic of social control, which like people can use to manipulate people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that works in every aspect though. Even if you got rid of all religions, we'll still have war. It'll just be in secular guise of doing good, or these guys.
And there wouldn't be as many.
Yeah.
We don't know that. There could be more. Like we could,
but I doubt it.
Boiling everything down to utilitarian sense of like best outcome. So like you came up with like the Nagasaki and Hiroshima thing, which I think was wrong. That they shouldn't have bombed Nagasaki and Hiroshima. I think that was way of the line. But they justified it by saying it was going to stop more people from dying in the future. So you get down to these kind of just pure logic, pure ethical, pure what you think is right and what makes you right is the biggest question.
Yeah. Well, that had nothing to do with religion. That was revenge for what they did to Pearl Harbor.
Well,
that's overkill, Gretchen. That's overkill.
Absolutely, it was.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the point is that whether it did or it didn't. Like,
but it doesn't make it religious.
Hell yeah! I mean, Chuck McNorris.
No.
The sense I get from you is that it doesn't have to be totally couched in this sense that where Chuck is saying, we're like, hey, let's see this experiment done on religion, and I don't see that coming from you. And that's what I was trying to explain to him. I'm like, hey, man, you're the only one espousing this. I don't see this coming from anyone, not Joe, not Mezzo, not Tinker, not like, man, you're the only one really trying to put this forward. Does anyone disagree? I don't think so. Unless my friend Chuck McNorris wants to come up on stage and argue otherwise. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think he will.
It's just like, I guess for me, I spent a long time studying psychology, and it's a fascinating subject as well.
Yes, yeah, but for you can, it's interchangeable. In other words, like if I threw at you the studies at Johns Hopkins, you know what I mean? Like it's not something that you would focus on one thing over another. Like I don't know how deeply you've looked into those type of studies, but I'm pretty sure
I looked into loads of studies.
Well, the studies at Johns Hopkins concerning psilocybin-induced mystical experience.
Oh yeah. I have. Well, I haven't directly, but I obviously also.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That
aligned.
you see, it doesn't. You could tackle that on without having to worry about what my friend, Chuck McNorris is worrying about. You know what I mean? Like you could just switch gears, without batting an eye. Is basically my point. And
Well, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, has Chuck ever had those experiences?
Who? My friend?
Your friend, the Chuck guy.
I've been trying to convince him to do it. Nah, he's not budging.
Yeah, well, like it's hard to kind of really, and I'm not telling Chuck to do it either, because I'm not that kind of person to kind of advocate for people to take action if they don't want it. But like, it's more of like, how can you kind of really have a say on this thing?
Hey, McTime, are you still here? Because Chuck McNorris is here. Maybe you guys should like connect in the Discord and talk about that script and see if he's interested.
I've been trying to. There he is, right there, Chuck McNorris. Chuck McNorris.
Yeah, and McTime. McTime's here too.
Listen, Chuck, don't do it. Don't do it, Chuck. Don't worry about it. You don't do it. When you find it, give it to me.
Don't do what?
The DMT and all that stuff. Don't worry about it. You ain't got to worry
No, I'm talking about something different.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm trying to convince all of y'all to do it, including you, J Money. You little shit.
I'm trying to do that shit. What do you mean? Like I can't get my hands on that shit.
No, I'm man, I know you talk about it a lot, but no, I'm not convinced that you really had it, man. Like
send me something. Like let me know what it is. Like
you want me to send you something? If you're dude, I will gladly send you something.
Man, don't play with my emotions.
I'm not.
Chuck McTime has something totally different than all this drug shit that he wants to talk to you about.
Yeah, McTime, get up here too, man. I know you're a fan of Thinker and Fee.
So are you both McTime and Chuck McNorris? You guys both in the Discord?
Yeah, McTime is a huge Thinker and Fee fan. I know that, and come on, man, protect them, man. I got real disdain by Thinker calls me Mushroom Jimmy, right? And she doesn't allow me on the platform. I'm like, man, why not? I'm like, what happened? Supposedly, they have a friend. His name is Pinkbeard. I don't know if you guys know Pinkbeard, but he's like this. He's this musician that he's won a Grammy and shit. So he's real famous.
Yeah, he's a friend of Justin's.
Yeah,
Justin was just plugging his shit last night.
And so
too.
yeah, he talks some mad shit about me. And I'm like, he's like, yeah, Jimmy. That's my real name. He's like, Jimmy, if you talk to him, all he wants to do is sell you shrooms. All he does is he wants to get his kids on shrooms and all this stuff. He made all this shit up about me. I'm like, dude, why would you do that? I'm like, what the
Chuck,
fuck?
I wasn't talking about Cafe. I was talking about McTime.
So, Fee
he wrote a script that he wants you and me to do the voice for.
Oh,
so,
shit.
Maybe,
well, I'm down for it because I want to erase my name from that nonsense. I'm like, dude, Pink Beard. Like, what the fuck?
Here's the async Discord link. You guys can meet up in there and
I'm
do
down.
your thing.
I'm down because I didn't understand his motivation behind that, and I was like, man, why would you lie and say all these things about me? And like, he tried to say that I got my kids on shrooms and all this shit. I've never done no such thing. And
who said that?
Pinkbeard. Yeah, he went off on me. I was like, what the fuck?
I don't even know who the fuck that is. I'm not gonna beat a path to his door to listen to music that I've never heard. So,
he got famous through other female artists. I can't remember her name. Like she talks about she's going to a party and she's not gonna, shit. Let me see if I can find it.
I don't care that much. It's probably not music I care about.
Yeah. Hell yeah, no, I agree. It's just that
Well, welcome to the Discord, Weed Bro. Anybody can join the Discord with that link. I'll drop it in here one more time.
I have to jump down for a little bit. I'll probably come back up if you guys are still going.
No problem.
No worries, Andrew.
Take care. Thanks for chatting.
Peace. Take
All
care.
right, Andy. Catch you later.
Hey, also, if I don't come back, if anyone's interested, later tonight at either 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern, I'll be doing a talk with Objective Ethics on his channel about the roots of, or the relation to ancient Mesopotamian
Sounds good,
religion and the
Matime.
Bible, and the origins of Judaism. So if anyone's interested in that sort of stuff, go to Objective Ethics later tonight.
For sure.
All right, bye-bye.
For sure.
Yeah, I think RP and I are supposed to be on there too.
OE.
Nice.
Either that or
This is
that's
cool.
tomorrow. I'm not sure. So
That was the name of my favorite malt liquor. OE. Oh, good.
What's it's on Objective Ethics, is it? Channel. That's his name.
yeah, the channel's called Objective Ethics. So
Hell yeah. I like that.
Yeah, so I feel like let's talk about life and everything again comes from chemicals. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if back then in the Big Bang it was chemicals. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if all of this stuff was just the result of chemicals resolving.
I guess my point. I think on that point, Jay, I kind of go off with chemicals are just a realm that we can perceive. If that makes
oh
sense.
hell, you know what?
Wait.
Yeah, I think I gotta shut it down. I need to get some sleep before the OE thing at 4.
No worries, Gretchen.
I've been up a while, so I'm tired.
Alright.
So
Peace.
let me.
All right, guys. Good chat.
Okay. Let me check real quick. Make sure I know what time it is. Come on. Objective Ethics.
I think he said 7, but he probably got something else earlier. I think Andy said 7, but he probably got something else earlier too. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Pacific time is 4. 7 o'clock is Eastern.
Oh.
I'm in Cali, so I'm 3 hours earlier.
Yeah, that's good.
Let me see. Shit, why isn't it coming up? There it is. Objective Ethics. And live. Upcoming. Oh, it's at 1. So he said it's at, and this is for 6/14. Deconstruction from religion and religious trauma syndrome. Okay, no, mine and RP's is tomorrow. So never mind. Tonight's just Andy. So I don't have to go. Carry on.
All right, no worries.
It's at least the Carrie Here, I don't know if anyone heard
Sorry,
that.
say that again.
Elisa carries here. Yeah,
Used to.
Elisa carries here. Elisa carries here. That's the one that Pinkbird, I guess, helped produce whatever.
Oh, Alessia Cara.
Yeah,
Right.
All right.
Yeah. I know, like, yeah, we played it. It'd probably be a copyright strike, whatever the hell. But
Yeah, it would be. No, I'm not playing it. So.
But yeah, I mean,
sorry.
I have no idea why this dude would come at me like that. I'll put it in the private.
Some people just have vendettas against like people who promote like alternate states of consciousness and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I agree.
My thing is,
did you know that children, from child psychology, it shows that children seek altered states of consciousness? Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but I don't know if that's what they.
We all did it, Jay.
No, what I'm saying is like we don't really know, right? We could say that, but like, what's an altered state of conscious? Like,
Oh, Rembrandt, thank you for reminding me. I still need to watch that Dave thing on Russ Vought. I meant to watch it yesterday or the day before, but I never did get around to it. That one I want to see.
From observation, Jay, from observation of children, what they do is they spin in circles to make themselves dizzy.
Yeah.
So,
and
it's fun.
We could do that too. I mean, anybody could do that.
Yeah, but it's just children acting out like because they get dizzy and they fall over, and it's fun. But it's just them acting out, messing with their consciousness.
You
messing
think
with their
so?
abilities. Yeah, of course.
Because I would say that a lot of people don't realize, like, people talk about glossolalia, the speaking in tongues and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they don't realize that these are methods of meditation that people are another one.
Thought's fucking insane.
Yeah, looking at the belly button. What is it called? Like, what do they
The
call
architect of 2025 and now 2026.
When you're staring at your navel, like people think that's like some kind of retarded pastime, and they don't realize that it's another.
I'm kind of hoping Professor Dave goes scorched fucking earth on Vought.
Something like that, yeah. And no, it's another method that people use to aid in meditation.
Well, yeah, it's like if you look through our history, like altered states of consciousness have been a natural part of our existence. That's basically
forever.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, for a long time, for thousands and thousands of years. Like,
hey, Cafe?
Yeah.
Did you just drop an Arsler?
The what? Yeah, I did drop a link in the bar chat. Sorry.
No. What?
Come the fuck on.
I didn't hear that. What are you talking about?
I didn't hear that.
4 people in the chat heard it.
Yeah, I don't know.
And he admitted it. So don't defend him.
Okay.
I didn't hear. I'm saying I didn't hear it. Like,
Drives me nuts when you guys come to each other's defense when you don't really know what you're talking about. It's kind of it's kind of infantilizing to do that for another grown ass man. To just
goodness gracious, relax yourself. I didn't hear it. Like if I'd have heard it, I'd have said, "Yeah, I heard it." Like what the hell?
Yeah, I didn't even hear myself. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sometimes we get into our.
I thought you just admitted it. Anyway.
Oh,
doesn't matter.
I was trying
to okay, mind your business, and if you did, don't do it again, because you won't get another chance.
All right, I apologize.
I don't
even know what I
don't
did.
want that shit on my channel. This isn't fucking Bloodbath, and I don't want that shit on my channel.
I have no
That's
idea
all.
what I did. But all right, whatever I did, I won't do it again.
The Arsler. No more Arslers. No more F slurs.
Okay.
You know. don't use gay as an insult.
Okay,
You
if
know,
I
shit like that. Okay.
Bigger.
Yeah, I don't even remember using it, but yeah, okay, I'll stop.
In fact, I'm not a big fan. I know a lot of people are okay with spurg or spurged out. I'm not okay with that. So try to keep that
Yeah, I
one out of
tend
your
to just
mouth
not
too.
like. I tend to not use slurs in general.
I've heard Sam Harris use it too, but I won't repeat it.
I don't know what that is. I never heard that term until right now. Just this interaction.
No. It's a reference to Asperger's syndrome, and I have someone in my family with that, and so I don't like it when I hear people using it.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I have a son with the condition that the corpus of the colostrum, like the brain is split naturally.
Wow.
Yeah. And so I can relate definitely.
Yeah. I just don't like it when people take, like characteristics of a person that they can't help and use that as a weapon to insult somebody else.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I am not fucking down with that, and I really would rather it didn't happen on my channel. That's all.
My wife works in getting people, I guess not just life insurance, but other types of benefits and stuff. And one call, someone said, "Hey, what about this retard?" And she couldn't function after that. So I don't know. I mean, I can see that happening. So a female maybe.
In some ways, I can take it coming from like a 70 or 80-year-old because they've been doing it their whole lives.
Yeah.
And, they're almost dead anyway, and whatever. Go be your fucking racist, bigoted self. But, people our age and younger, it's not that hard to stop. I mean, I grew up using all those words too. I was able to cut them out of my vocabulary, so if I can do it.
Sam Harris, he called himself a spiritual retard.
Even that's not okay.
Yeah, I know. I figured that that would be, not on the list of your prepared terms. But the thing is, I respect that. See, you have more, I guess, I don't know. There's something you could handle what my wife couldn't in that situation. Maybe she's new to it or whatever, but you realize like, this old asshole has been doing it for years, probably. Therefore, I can see why you can tolerate it a little bit better. She couldn't at that moment. She started bursting out crying, and I had to console her and so forth. But no, I totally see your point. I see that you in that moment you saw that this is like she didn't see the the wisdom behind this motherfucker has been doing it for years, probably. You know what I mean? Like she didn't see that, and you did, right away. So you have a tolerance towards it that she, is still developing, I guess.
Perfect.
A lot of it's just it's a comfort zone thing.
When you reference the word, like in your example, like just be like the R word, like you know what I'm saying, like
R word, yeah. TOS.
Like even when you,
I give Kieran and like UG and Dad Knows Best. I give them a little bit of latitude on it because I know it's different over there.
But I won't. I haven't said it since you said it once.
Right, since the first time. You've been great about it.
Like even an example is not good. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't even say it's just that. Like it's fucking, recognizing Taco's bullshit too. Like he didn't realize how sure he was. Even though you pointed it out to him, he still didn't fucking click for him. You know what I mean? Like
no, and instead of actually doing something about it, he came down on me. like I was attacking him.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was the last fucking straw. I'm like, you know what? If this is the way you treat the people that are trying to help you, you can go fuck yourself. You're a fucking toddler, and I'm
Exactly.
out.
Yeah.
So,
And you know how
and I'm just gonna do everything I can to make sure that this channel doesn't turn out like his.
and
'Cause I
he,
just don't want that.
I bet, you know, I guarantee he's still butthurt about JL. You know, like the
Oh,
whatever.
he totally is. He's
Yeah.
still talking about suing JL for slander, and JL didn't actually
Like,
lie.
it's such
So
nonsense. I'm like, oh my god, dude, are you serious? Like, I don't take anything
I
JL
wouldn't-
seriously. Like, you're over here trying to like sue him. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, oh my god. Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
it is. It
And
is.
And if Tacos wants to try and turn his shit into modern day debates, go ahead. That place is a fucking cesspool of right wingers and bigots and, you know, pseudoscience fuckwads. They can have it. I just don't want that to happen here.
Yes. And hey, J Money, I give you way more credit than Tacos. This motherfucker, his speech slows down when he's being pressed on. You start talking quicker. You start talking faster. You start talking more intelligent. Yeah, there you go. Enough said.
And even if this does end up becoming just an echo chamber for atheists, you know what? Fucking fine. So be it. You know.
I know
Well,
you
I'm
say
not an
that,
atheist, and I'm here.
but I don't.
That's
think
not
that,
the goal, but if that's what all the atheists want to turn it into, okay.
I think that's your humility. You know, that's an expression of your. Like you don't give a fuck. You know, like it's an admirable aspect to any human being.
It actually, yeah. It
But
actually
Well, I mean,
is. It's smart, and it's
I do
smart.
give a.
No, I know
do
you do.
give a fuck.
I'm just saying that when you
But
say
the original conceit for this whole channel wasn't just for me. It was for all of us.
Sure. I'm just saying when you say it that way, Matt, you have no idea how much people are behind it and how much people love you for it, and I hope.
Then why do I only have 300 subs?
Hey, everyone, what's going on here?
I guess people just don't really know about it yet. I mean,
I'll help you out.
I wanted to make sure that I could, was
unacceptable.
going in the right. I wanted to go in the right direction before I call in Mezzo and Joel and Blitz and Justin for some help.
Oh
so,
yeah. I mean,
just because it feels better to know that we can build this ourselves and we don't need to call in, help. So
yeah, you don't. I don't think so. I think you have more talent in your pinky finger than Joe has in his, entire, and Mezzo. I think you're more talented than those.
Yeah, and
Honestly.
also like you're given a good platform for like good conversation. And
Yeah, I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit.
Confessaled, what's the rare Gretchen L? Which part?
He's saying that he got away with saying the R word 3 times, and if he says it again, he's up out of it. But it's it's one of them things. Got to be mindful. Just use it.
Oh, okay.
Use it abbreviation. You feel me? Like it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Even when you referring to an example, just be like, the R word, like, because even when you quoting someone else saying it, it's still, being heard again.
Make sure you don't.
Nah, if he does it again, then yeah. I mean, even Mezzo has a rule where he lets one R word go. And most of my rules are Joel and Mezzo's rules. And
who do you like better, Joe or Mezzo?
I won't pick between the two of them.
Oh, okay, right.
They're really good individually, both of them, but together they are next level, and I like them both together. So I won't pick one or the other. I mod for both of them, and that's just the way it is. So
I'm gonna share what's it called, the whiteboard, right?
Huh?
the whiteboard for Mezzo.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. All right. Let me see.
it's just out of pocket. But
What did you think of Manuel Ferrara? All right.
you already showed that picture. I don't see it.
No, you
My
don't see it.
bad.
Okay.
I
And
don't see it.
yeah, supposedly, he, um, you know, 4 years in a row, best male performer of the year, and I guess so.
Cafe is booted from a lot of places.
Not, it's not that.
So far, the only one booted from here is DeFreak.
It's not that booted from a lot of places. There's a on the line or the Atheist Experience. Her name is best name ever. She boots me on command on site. So what am I to do? I can't compete against that. Uh, or I can.
I mean, I don't have a shitload of rules. I mean, as long as you follow them, then.
Oh yeah.
Fine.
No, hell yeah.
DeFreak broke them time and time and time again, so he's gone. Well, he broke them a lot in like one night, and he wouldn't stop. So fuck him.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't even know what the fuck he did. He must have done
F
something.
slurs.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see.
He dropped an R slur too a while back, and I told him not to do it again, and then he didn't. And then one night, he decided to drop the F slur a few times, and that was it.
Yeah, hell yeah. If I had to write on the whiteboard.
Yeah, that's one of them things that it's no good.
Mm-hmm.
A good boy saying shit like that, why not? I like to avoid making anybody feel away. That's why I respect all that pronouns, all that. You know what I'm saying? Just tell me. Correct me once, I'm gonna try my best to,
Yeah, I have problems with the pronouns sometimes. Just I don't know. I spent half my life studying language, and I still feel funny using they as a singular pronoun. But I mean, I'm working at it.
There's very few languages that have a day in the natural language, right?
Yeah.
In Gaelic, a lot of our language, because we come from a polychronic culture, it refers to us, we. There's very little I's and stuff like that in Gaelic language. It's just like name basis and then us.
There's enough room in the world for all of it, in my opinion. They, them, he, him, she, her, whatever. I don't know what it is y'all want to do, but do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I feel. You know what I'm saying?
I think a good way to do it is for none of it, for just there to be a universal us.
Yeah.
We didn't even need, if you want to break it down into subcategories, why do you even need all those subcategories? Because that comes down to, like, what I find it comes down to individualism again. And it's another tack on from individualism. But like, if we look ourselves as a universal, just people group, then all that stuff kind of just doesn't matter.
The thing is, man, life is crazy, man. Life is one of those things that could be very different.
It's
It's
different
not.
all the time, Jay. That's the point. It's always changing. Never the same.
That's what I'm saying. I wonder what it would be like to live in back in the days when no technology, you had to do shit yourself. What would be our
I
day to
always say,
day?
yeah, I always say it'd be good in some ways and terrible in others.
I mean, yeah, but we'll be a lot stronger physically than what we are because that's all day.
Not necessarily.
You know,
Possibly. I'm not sure.
working out all day long. Imagine if everybody was still doing that farm shit. Humanity was still. It would be stronger. Like, I'm talking about physical manpower of the
But
common
that is
person.
true.
You know what I'm saying? Like machines replaced a lot of that working out. You sitting here pot bellies counting money. You know.
Yeah. Well, I grew up on a farm, so I've actually, I'm pretty fucking strong. But yeah, I grew up shoveling silage and hay barrels and bringing the
Yo,
cows in the morning.
in the private chat, have you, y'all? I don't know if y'all seen this. The comedian. No.
Who's that? Let me see.
I don't know if Gretchen will let me play this guy, but yeah, he's
Who?
he's like, oh my god, yeah. He's a comedian that emphasizes like the they them kind of thing, but yeah,
What's
yeah,
the source?
you would have to. I don't know. You'd have to see it. But
What's the name of the channel?
what is his name? Let me see. Hold on. Let me look it up. He is Patrice.
Hmm.
I was gonna say Patrice. Rafael Gonzalez. Rafael Gonzalez.
I've never heard of him.
No.
So.
Oh my god. All right. Okay. I mean, you don't have to put it on here. Maybe later on, when you have a chance to examine these things, you can check it out.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it and see
He's
if it's
basically he's like a foreigner coming to United States, and he's trying to figure out the English language, and he discovers like the pronouns like like they them, and like he's like what's going on here, like it's completely throwing him off. He's having a hard time language. Yeah, and like it's funny. He plays with it like I don't know. It's pretty cool. It's not like King and Nord, It's not like it's not like this other aspect trying to bring up. The whole King and Nord point. Trying to keep people consistent, but yeah, it's nothing like that. Complete opposite.
The innocence of it.
Say that again, man. What?
It's the innocence of it. Like it's a person just coming to a new place, trying to understand what the culture is.
Yeah.
We had that, and we had a few skits like that, and comedian skits in Dublin of like people coming from China, living in Dublin, and trying to understand how like local Dublin people speak. It's just a funny joke, like trying to fit in and
something like that.
Understand the culture and the people.
Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying trying to say anything more than that. There is, however, like the King and Nord thing. I don't know. I find it funny because like I don't have to change my sexual orientation to be a female or a lesbian I can still bang chicks. You know, I can even keep my hair. You know, I don't have to do this or that. You know, I can be a lesbian woman and still like I don't know. It's funny. It's like
It's an infinite regress.
yeah. It makes it makes fun of the whole thing, but the people aren't gonna what's it called respect my neopronoun, which I don't plan to. I'm not expecting Gretchen to do that. The whole point of it is just to keep people.
King and Lord are not pronouns.
Neopronouns. They're neopronouns.
They're not neopronouns.
According to who?
They're titles.
Every single LLM will agree that they're neopronouns. Every single every search.
I don't care. LLMs are stupid. They just scrape shit off the internet.
So you're going after your own standards completely. Right.
LLMs don't actually know anything, you know. They're just like glorified fucking search engines.
Is that what you think?
That's what I think.
Okay, the reason I disagree with that.
Don't care why you disagree with it.
No, Thinker. Thinker has an even worse opinion on the LLM. She calls them white supremacists. Like there's no reason to study their theology and so forth. And I was like, that's I don't know if you heard her, really talk on this stuff. Complete misandrist. This chick is. I don't know if you. The craziest thing I heard her say was like,
I don't know. I don't really listen to Thinker.
Yeah. What do you think about this? She said, "It's unfortunate that I'm straight, because if I could wave a wand and be gay, I would be licking clit right away." And it's like a kind of comment that she was trying to make towards her. I guess a misandry, if you will. I don't know.
Okay, what does that have to do with me?
It's more self-deprecation than misandry.
You think so?
Yeah, they're just putting themselves down for who they are, victimizing themselves.
Well, she was trying to say that I would go out of my way and say that all the LLMs, whether it be DeepSeek, Gemini, so forth, ChatGPT, so on and so forth, they have a understanding of theology more so than your average theist and your average atheist. Yeah, I think they have I think the LLMs have a better understanding of theology than the average person. And
I don't.
It depends how you word your question and what source you're using as well.
Sure. Yeah, I would admit that.
I disagree.
Yes, so the LLM is only as it's only as curious as you can debate with it. It's gonna feed off your whatever you throw into it. Like it can only feed off.
Like look. Like the way they have current law of LLM programs run off the Google model generally, and usually what it tries to do is give you the topmost search result answers, and then feeds back those answers in a way that is made human. So it gives it to you like bullet points and like, oh, here's what I think about this part and this part and this part. But like to get the truth of any claim, you'd actually have to delve into each study.
Sure.
And then like go into where, you know what I mean? So it's a feedback loop. It's just going and grabbing information, and it doesn't know what it's doing. I guess what I'm saying, it doesn't know what it's doing. You know what I mean? That's where the bad thing.
I agree with that. Thinker was trying to say that she thought it was completely biased. There's white supremacy that's kind of controlling it in the background, and that that's why she didn't trust it. She's like, I would never get my theology from it. And my complaint is that she doesn't get her theology anyway. Like there is no, theology to be gotten in her perspective with it. Whether you consider it or you don't. Like, and that would be my complaint. But she went to this racist thing. She went to like, it's a white supremacist thing, and that's I'm like, oh, that's pretty to me. That's kind of crazy. Like I think that's kind of yeah. Go for it, man.
Yeah, like the way. Yeah, it's a crazy talking point. Like
I think so too.
It's more
Yeah.
of a political thing. It's a political thing today, man.
Yes.
It's got nothing to do with real white supremacy or nothing like that. Because look, I'm from a white culture of people who are always enslaved and oppressed. So
Yes.
where's our white supremacy? Where was our, you know what I mean? Like why can't we get our fucking? So like and like it's just America's one place as well, and Europe's had its own slavery of whites and traditional slavery and things like this, like that we did amongst ourselves. So like, it's more nuanced than just like racism.
I agree. I agree.
And it's too simplistic of an answer. Like,
I
well,
agree.
you know what? Until you're raised as a black person in America, you don't really have the right to say how they feel about race. I'm sorry.
What about a black person in Africa? What did they say about it? What about
a black person in Africa?
Shit, bro. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I took the time to talk to Thinker.
It's a little different.
It is, but they have their own problems, Gretchen, and everything else, and their own people that they hate. They'd have their own problems and their own people that they hate and they despise.
Hell yeah.
The roots of all their problems come from these people. It's not white supremacy. It's the tribe that is down the road, the Tutwa tribe.
Yeah,
they're the reason why we have no goods, and it's like, you know what I mean. It's an ever regress. Like it just gets bigger when you start bringing in things like race and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Trying to unify under one umbrella.
Yeah. No, I agree, and I waited till Thinker and Thee went on the line, or what was it called? Not the line. Fucking
AXP.
Yeah, Atheist Experience, because they couldn't come back with the fucking cursing and all that shit. So yeah, I that's when I
just look at it. I just look at it, Keith, from like a sociological perspective. Like, if people, I think most people are not racist. Like, the vast majority don't give a shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what I see every day in Ireland. You know what I mean? And it becomes a political tool.
I mean, what percentage? What percentage of the Irish population is black?
What percent?
Born 26% now.
That's a good question.
26% born now.
26% of the Irish population is black.
Born, because it's diverse. It's not black, or it could be Chinese. It could be Hindu. It could be,
That's
so
not
I wouldn't know
what I'm talking about,
specific of what. I wouldn't know the specifics of that question of what the population size is black. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. Like,
because here it's always been 12. Black people have been 12 to 14% of the U.S. population historically, and
and the vast majority of. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, and they've also been the most oppressed, even up until 2021. I mean, all those unarmed people getting shot by cops. What color you think they were? Sure, we don't have Jim Crow anymore, but hey, now they're just fucking killing them and getting away with it.
Yeah, I can't talk.
So
from
you know
American
what? So
perspective.
until you've walked a mile in a black American shoes, how about you keep your opinions to yourself?
Well, I'm allowed to have opinions on these things. I don't care. No, who has the right to tell me what I can have opinions on or not?
Yeah, I try to do the same thing. But yeah.
You can have your opinions. I just asked you to keep them from coming out of your mouth if you didn't know what you're talking about.
No, but what I'm saying is that we don't like history is very vast. Like it's not just America. Like you know what I mean? And like if like your
No,
social
it's not
stuff can
just
come over
America,
here,
but not all those other countries have fucking democracies as, they're not taught that they
should
have
they?
any
Should they
any
have
sort of
should they have
freedoms.
democracies?
Huh?
Or should they? Should they?
If they don't want it, then no.
Well then, like
But a
what are we
lot of
talking
the
about?
a lot of
It's
a
up to
lot of
them
those
to choose.
African countries you're talking about are run by dictators, and
Yeah, that's what they
that's
choose
a
when
whole
they
lot
like are
different. Well, when you know what, when you have the gall to call yourself a country of laws, with a constitution and equal rights, then you need to do what you can to make sure everybody's getting those equal rights, not just the fucking white people.
yeah. I don't.
That's
Well,
that's
the
all I think.
standpoint I was trying to come from. Look, I can understand that. If there's obviously, I disagree with like if there's racism going on or enacted it. Like we've laws
I'm not
against it
saying
here.
they're being
We've had
I'm not saying they're being racist. I'm saying that they feel, hard done by or maybe put upon. And if you actually look at the statistics,
yeah.
you can't exactly say
But
they're wrong.
what I'm saying, Gretchen, is my people have the exact same arguments. So why don't we get the same look down upon the same? We were
What
enslaved for
people?
centuries. My people, the Irish people, we were
When did
enslaved. Some
when
of our slaves went to America. Well, some of our slaves went to your country.
when did
That's how
your
we
when
ended
did
up there.
slavery
Like,
when did slavery end
it
in
started with the
Ireland?
it started with the Vikings when the Vikings came in and took over Ireland.
When did
With
slavery end in Ireland?
uh, oh,
Hmm?
something like that. Maybe a bit later.
You're cutting up. When did
Like we
slavery
ended
end
up,
in Ireland?
we were. Tell you now. 12th century Slavery Abolition Act, but then that was brought in by the English.
12th
But then they
century?
didn't really.
It ended in
Yeah,
the 12th century? 500 years before America actually went and stole black people and brought them here? And you're going to say
yeah,
my
but we
people
were
have the
still occupied.
same? Fuck that, Kieran. Come on. That's ridiculous.
Gretchen, do you know how many people were killed in my country and died through like English occupation starvation? Millions. We went from a 6 million population down to 3 in a couple of years because of the English. Oh, that wasn't bad, no.
In the 12th
6 million
century?
people dead. No, later, caused by the English famine. This you're not listening to me. Like we were occupied by the English. We didn't get freedom. Slavery ended as far as kind of ideal, but the English people kept us enslaved. We didn't have free land. We were conquered by their lords, and they ruled over us, and it's basically kept us in serfdom. So slavery may have been legally abolished, but it didn't get abolished till we fought for our freedom in 1776.
Yeah, guess what? We had the same thing here even after the Civil War. We kept black people in serfdom until 1960s.
Yeah, and half of our country, half of my country, is
So
still owned by the English.
So, does that have to do with just race?
But wouldn't you agree that that's apartheid and all that, wouldn't you?
Would I agree that it's a what?
It's an apartheid in South Africa. Like the English people are not Irish people.
No, I don't.
Where are they allowed half our country? Okay. I don't know. The same rules don't apply just because we're white. It's white people oppressing white people.
Well, I'm just saying it's not racism.
It never was. Racism is we created that term. We've always enslaved other peoples of different cultures and ethnicities. It wasn't slavery wasn't based around race. It was based around free capital labor and trying not to enslave your own people, because if you enslave your own people, they eventually revolt.
I don't think you can compare the two.
Like, or stab one person, stab another person, are they the same thing? Then?
What? Because they fucking colonized you in a country you hated colonized you. You're gonna call that fucking racism? What about Scotland? They did the same thing to Scotland.
Yes, because they're ethnically different people, Gretchen. They're ethnically different. They have different
Ethnically,
cultures.
not racially. Ethnic and racial
It doesn't
are two
matter.
different things.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
two different
You can still
things. You know
say,
how to,
you can
do
do
you know how they know? Do you know how you can tell
thing.
they're two different things? Because they're two different fucking words.
All right, so, so it would be racism if black people enslaved white people and there was history of that.
If they enslaved them just because they were black, yeah.
No, black people enslaving other people, I'm talking about.
Yes, that would also be racism.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying it's universal, so I don't know why you even need the word racism.
What do you mean it's universal? Slavery is universal?
Yeah, every culture has been involved in slavery. Every single culture on this planet.
Yeah, historically. But I mean, like in modern history. We were the last ones to do it. And after we abolished slavery, what happened after we abolished slavery?
And there's still slavery now, like.
No, I'm not saying there's still slavery now. What happened after we abolished slavery in the U.S.?
I think you had segregation first, right? So separation of
Yeah,
the people.
Jim Crow happened.
Yeah.
Which was basically keeping them in fucking serfdom, if not, you know, if they were, even though they weren't allowed to have slaves anymore. But and
yeah,
then
like, I assume this would have been mad.
and then since the 1964 Civil Rights Act, then what happened? What did they start doing after that? Economic serfdom with redlining.
Do you know what other cultures did? Do you know what other cultures did? They just killed their slaves when it got abolished.
That's other cultures. I'm not talking about that. I don't live there.
I'm just saying it seems way worse though, doesn't it? In a matter of scales, like, or whatever. If you're looking at a scale, if you're weighted on morality.
What other cultures killed their slaves?
The Arabs.
Huh?
The Arabs. The Arabs used to castrate all the males so that they couldn't reproduce with the Arabic.
So did the Romans. Are we talking about the Romans? Are the Romans here are killing black people in the streets that aren't even armed? Today, in the 2020s?
There was a black man in Ireland who just tried to behead someone's head in the street.
We've
never seen anything like this. Doesn't matter if it's one guy. We don't see this stuff in our country, man. This stuff don't happen here.
What are you?
I don't care.
Are you immune from psychotic people? Is there something in the water in Ireland where you guys don't have nut jobs? Because you're gonna have that anywhere.
What are you talking about? We haven't had this problem. What are you talking about? Like, I live here. Like we don't have.
You don't have a problem now. You have an incident.
We've had multiple incidents. I'm just naming one incident.
You had a guy. You said you had a guy. That's an incident.
Recently. Yeah, but we've had multiple incidents. I can name them. But I'm not going to. There's no point. I'm just saying it's uncommon for such a small place to have these problems.
What's the time scale for recently?
Last probably 10 years.
In the last 10 years, you had one guy. So before that, how often did it happen?
No, not one guy in 10 years. I'm saying we've had multiple cases of and I'm I'm not using this as an example of against immigration or anything like that, but it's an argument against government not doing a very good job of vetting people. That's where I come in on this. Is they're just not doing
All
they're
right,
just not doing their
cool,
due
but
diligence.
it's not racism.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But I'm like.
But I thought that's
I'm not
exactly
saying
what you
racism.
did say, is that it was racism.
No, I'm just saying like. No, it's got not. I don't believe really in the same. I don't believe in racism in the same context as the American view because I'm a European. So we have a different we have a different concept and all that stuff. Like it's
Well, then in
not
that
about
case, you
race.
should have
It's about
said
people.
nothing. Because I mean, like Thinker and Black Atheist Rants and Volsey and Trust But Verify, I mean, they do cater to, you know, black theists, and they do try to deconstruct them. I mean, sure. I mean, and honestly, that's why I don't really listen to that a lot. I don't relate very well. I was raised fucking Mormon and Pentecostal. I can't relate to people who grew up in
Yeah.
black churches and all the pressures that they were used to. I can't, so I don't say anything about it. I listen to Thinker every once in a while. Volsey I like to listen to when he's talking about politics, but the rest of them, I just kind of say, this isn't for me.
Yeah, I understand
So
the question, but I felt like you held a bit of a double standard there. Almost was like you were
really,
willing
what
to
was my
like
double
argue.
standard? What was my
No, you
double
were willing to
standard?
argue about. You're willing to argue about my oppression that white people went through and say, that's not that bad, or it's, you know what I mean? It's not based on a culture or race. And
No,
I
I
believe
just
like
said
if
it
you call it,
wasn't racism.
yeah, but
When
we
one
look at
white
it like
culture, when one white culture subjugates another white culture, that is colonialism. It's not racism. That's all.
so
That's
it's
all I
only,
said.
but it's only but then it's only colonization if the people are
You
of a
know,
different skin color.
Russia is trying to
That makes
take
no
over
sense.
Ukraine because
That's
a
colonization,
lot of
then.
people in eastern Ukraine are ethnically Russian. That doesn't make them two different races. So that is not racism.
But the
It's
Ukrainians
ethnic
want. But
nationalism,
the
and
Ukraine.
that's why they're trying to do that. Well, it's really
Yeah, but
because
the
of the
Ukrainians are
resources, let's be
uniquely
honest.
Ukrainian. They're not. Yeah, yeah. But the Ukrainians are uniquely Ukrainian. Agree with me on that. They're not Russian.
Right. But that doesn't make the
That's
Russians
the
racist
point.
for trying to take over Ukraine. It makes them fucking
Yeah, but what do
imperialist
you call?
colonialists.
But that doesn't. But I
Huh?
don't. I just don't get that, Gretchen. I really don't. I just don't get it because I
Well,
just don't see
it's
it from
not
a
my fault
racial
you don't know
perspective.
what fucking words mean.
But like, why? I'm just asking. Why do we separate it into race when people colon? Why don't we just call it colonization? They colonize those people. They colonize those people. Because that's what happened. Like
Well,
black people did colonize
because
other areas.
because in America's
Persia.
case, because in America's case, we only did it to African blacks, and it was straight up racism.
I'm pretty sure. Now you can correct me on this, but I'm pretty sure some Irish slaves went to America
Not as
during the
slaves.
famine. Well, they weren't. I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know if they were free peoples because we're, like I said, we're occupied by England. The English would just round up our people and put us in prisons. So are we free people? Like, are we like? I don't understand. Like, we got sent to Australia in internment camps and stuff. Like the English would just round up all the boys of like fighting age and just like arrest us and send us
Yeah,
to Australia prison.
all of our countries have done horrendous shit.
Yeah, and like what I'm saying is like how the English
And
justified it was we're a different
how many
culture. We're Irish.
are is the long tail still following these minority communities around, like in America?
What do you mean? What you mean? I don't know what you mean. What do you mean, like following them
Were
around?
the Black Lives Matter protests actually needed in other countries?
No, but it came here. That was another thing that I wanted to bring up. Like that came here socially, and yet we're not like that. We're not racist fucking people. Like we actually align more with black people because we have a similar
Yeah,
history.
that was yeah, those protests came there too, but that was as a supportive kind of thing. You guys weren't
Yeah, I
getting
know. It's
shot
really
down.
interesting.
You know, but your people weren't getting shot in the streets for no reason. You didn't have a 12-year-old get drilled by a fucking cop just because you had an airsoft gun and they didn't bother to check.
But have you look? We did have there was one case in England now recently, the Henry Novak case. Have you looked into that?
One case. Do you know how long
I
the
know, Gretchen.
list is in America?
It's still not right, Gretchen. Though you agree?
It's
It
not.
doesn't
It's not
matter.
right. It's not right.
Okay.
Absolutely, it's
But we
not
agree
right.
on it. It just doesn't matter.
But
I don't want people to be killed by racist attacks, and I don't want people to be killed by non-racist. I don't.
But you also don't want to sound like you're equivocating either and saying like, oh, well, we got it just as bad over here. Because I'm sorry, but no, you don't.
Just as bad as what see in the Irish context is completely different, Gretchen. Like we have the same problems with
yeah,
ghettos
exactly.
in
Irish
Ireland.
context
It's just Irish.
completely different.
Yeah, we have the same problems, but just in different areas. There's just white people doing the problems.
And
We have the same
all those Irish slaves that you say came over here like during the potato famine, the mid 1800s.
Yeah.
They didn't come over here as slaves. They came over here, they got their fucking papers, went right into the fucking Union Army, and when they were done with their service, they were considered citizens. They were considered citizens.
That may have what happened when they went into America, but you cannot prove that they weren't slaves in Ireland. The English occupied our country. They controlled everything. They controlled those boats. They were probably
Nobody
paid.
cared
America
if they
probably
were
paid.
citizens when they got here, or nobody cared if they were slaves when they
Yeah,
got here.
you just need because America just needed people to build. They just needed workers. They didn't care.
Well, in the mid 1800s, they needed people to fight their war.
Like I mentioned, there's signposts in England, right, for pubs in England, right, that used to say no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. That was how
Yeah,
they
they had those signs.
Here
They
this
had
is
those signs in New York City too.
exactly. Like, so we got discriminated against for being Irish. Like, this is what I'm trying to get across. Like, is like people used to look down upon the Irish historically. You know what I mean? And like we were seen as barbarians and lesser than people. That's why I'm trying to demonize us for being who we are. That's all because we're Gaelic and we had our own unique language and everything. We didn't want to speak English. You know, they took our language away. That's the reason why that's why I'm speaking English to you today. And I speak Hasquelga. It's Kieran San Dum. Agus Gary Mila Matagot.
Yeah, well, guess what? I don't know any black people in America that speak Swahili.
Exactly. They did the same thing to them.
Not quite.
They did it to us as well.
Not quite.
Okay, but they took our language. They took our language away as well, which is the people's culture. That's how you get them to stop cooperating and communicating with one another. And like with African Americans, the unique thing that your slave trade did.
Within 10 or 15 years after the Civil War, all these Irish slaves you're talking about were running the state of Massachusetts. Whereas all the black people, like all the freed slaves, were still under some pretty heavy fucking subjugation for decades. And then even after they got their civil rights, it was still rough for them. Definitely in the South.
I'm not trying to. I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to discount like black people's experience in America. I'm not doing that.
I just don't think you understand. I just don't think you understand black people's experience in America.
No, but they don't understand ours either. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm a unique person too. Why? What? Like?
Yeah,
like,
but Irish people in America are just white now.
Yeah,
Irish people in America haven't had any problems since the fucking 1800s.
Yeah. I get like
they're just part of that white privilege now.
No, it's like you're trying to weigh up harm. Like you're trying to weigh harm and put it into categories. Like you can't do that. Like,
no, I'm just saying that if Thinker and BAR and Volsi and all that and Trust, if they want to have a whole different, bent to their lives, you know what? Fucking let them. It's not about you. Go watch something else.
Yeah. No, I'm not
They
judging
have
them.
every right to talk to their own people the way they think they need to be talked to. And honestly,
Yeah, I'm not
myself
saying
as a
that.
white person, I don't believe I'm even entitled to an opinion about it.
Well, that's the way you think. I don't care, like, whether someone's black, white. I make an opinion on it I want. Like, I don't have to lower myself into a category of fragility or victimhood to say, no, I don't have a say on that. Like, that's just a weird
I'm
concept
not
in
coming
itself.
from fragility or victimhood.
Well, it comes from a point yourself, like, because
I
you're
mean,
white, I
from
shouldn't have a say
everything
on
you've
that. That
heard me
doesn't make
say, do you
sense.
really think I sound fragile or like a victim?
No, to say that
That's the
you're
last fucking
white
thing
and
I am.
what you said is you're white and therefore you don't get a say on that. That's racist. That's weird.
I can have an
Like,
opinion,
'cause it's,
but I don't think
yeah.
I don't think I ought to be telling anyone about it.
No, I agree with you. I'm not telling anyone what to do. I never do that. But that's just me being a classical liberal. Like, I'm not telling people what to do.
I have
But
opinions
I
on the
can
way
have
my sisters raise their kids, but I don't say
yeah.
anything about it because it's not my fucking business.
But you would if it was a problem or extreme case.
It has been a problem and extreme, but
All right, well, then,
they're not my kids. I don't have the right.
I wouldn't say that. But, like, if my brother was beating my nephew, I would see it as my right to get involved, my duty.
Okay, if your brother had his teenage son arrested and put in jail for something that he did wrong,
Well, that would
is that
be
up to
where
you?
he did
Is that up
something
to
wrong.
you to stop it?
Wait, that's not analogous though, because there's an act of
It's
wrong.
very
And then,
analogous because that's exactly what happened with my little sister and her youngest kid.
okay, but like, was it
But
justified? Is what I'm
was
getting
it
at.
my position to stop it because I thought it was wrong? No, it's not, because he's not my kid.
Well, like, you know what my father would have said to me? Like, if my father, like, would have been like, if you do something that goes completely against how I raised you and your morals, you're no son of mine. So I never did anything that would step out of those boundaries. But like, I can understand due punishment if I was a young kid. And look, I did do some wrong things and I didn't get caught. You know what I mean? I got away with it, but there's still risk. You know what I mean? And I could have been caught for some vandalism or something when I was a young teenager, and I would have suffered a punishment, and I would have took the punishment, like, because I got caught, like.
Yeah, in a country
Just
that's
depends
mostly
on.
white and you don't have the kind of problems that we do with our criminal justice system.
It also depends on the people's morals, Gretchen. You know, like,
What?
that's culture, morals, people's morals. Like,
The
Irish people
school
don't
to
go stab
prison
people because
pipeline has nothing to do with people's fucking morals.
what? School to prison? What? Why into what? I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know because you don't live here.
Yeah, okay. I don't have American contacts, definitely not. But that's not happening here anyway.
Hold on a second. The guy on stage needs to understand that black people are over 90% religious worldwide, and worldwide we get treated like shit. So black atheists talk different with more urgency. Black people in America presently have it bad. Irish people in America do not have it bad.
Yeah, but I would just focus on just Africa, the continent in itself, if I wanted to use a scope of black. And they're, for the majority, they're running their own cities and
That's
nations and towns.
disanalogous. Comparing Africa to the United States, that's disanalogous.
Sorry, I thought
You're gonna compare
I was
take
going
a
off. I was going
continent
off what the
where
person said.
isn't
He
it
said
like
we're
something like 40% of the countries in Africa are like third world countries? And then you're going to compare that to the United States, which is the most affluent country in the world? per capita?
Socially, yeah.
How's that
Socially, yeah.
analogous? How's that analogous?
Socially.
What are you talking about socially?
We're not comparing them economically, are we? Because they're not economically comparable. But we compare like what social trends happen in the unique continent of Africa.
We're not comparable socially either.
Well, yeah, they have completely different cultures and all.
So they're disanalogous.
But like the person said, black people are over 90% religious worldwide, and worldwide we get treated like shit. So I was kind of arguing with that point in Africa. So like, there's not many white people in Africa treating black people bad.
Okay, 90% of American black people are 90% religious, are very religious.
Yeah, I was just contending with the worldwide. That's what I was saying, like worldwide, like he said, and I was just saying, like, well, like I'm just taking in Africa as a totality, as a continent in itself. Yeah.
I'm just saying it's different, and talking like Thinker and all of her cohorts are racist because they aim at people of their own race. I just think that's ridiculous.
Well, I think it's ridiculous that people universalize white people as a monolithic group. I think that's ridiculous. Just because we share the same.
I don't think people do that. I don't think people do that. Who
like
does
white
that?
Privilege in our, well, like, so I have lecturers teaching white privilege in Ireland, right? Which doesn't stem in a European Irish context. It doesn't fit us. So like that's an American unique concept which fits all your history and your troubles. It's not unique to ours. Yeah, exactly. Well, so like it doesn't make sense that we're teaching that to our people, like, like it's I don't know. It comes from America and then it comes over here is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? And it doesn't align with our context and our history. They're vastly different. And it's the same for lots of other European countries. I'm just saying it's same for a lot of also European countries, like all these like your ideas about race and all that stuff, the uniquely American idealism. And then it comes over to here, which we don't have the same concepts or view race or anything the same way. We view it more on a cultural lens. People of different cultures and traditions, etc. That's what we find more important as a European context.
No, I don't know what you expect me to say. I mean, if you don't want any part of the American economy, then cut us off and do your thing, dude. But you'd be fucked without U.S. aid, wouldn't you?
Well, no, we're fucked because we have the concept of money in general, Gretchen. You believe me in that, right?
No.
If we didn't believe money had any value, we just want everything just all the American economy would collapse if no one believed in the US dollar as being valuable. That's how you got rich. You used your currency as a world debt currency. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
Your value is debt. It's not even in the money. China holds your debt, Russia holds your debt. You know what I mean? And you go to war with all these countries. It's the biggest farce in the world, the economic farce. Your monetary fracture banking reserve system.
Uh-huh.
And it just comes back, you know what it comes back to?
Yeah,
Gretchen?
we're not in good shape. Absolutely, we're not in good shape.
But you know what it all comes back to, Gretchen? Making people believe in things. Controlling people's consciousness. That's what everything boils back to.
Yeah, that's what religion does. Particularly
That's what money does.
Christianity.
That's what money does. That's what money is. It's just a belief in something that has no value. It's a piece of paper. We give it the value. It's a completely metaphysical concept.
What is the Irish money backed on? Is it backed on, is it gold backed, silver backed? What? Or is it backed on
No, I agree.
confidence, just
No,
like every other modern fucking country in the world?
that's not contending with my point, Gretchen. That's just saying like it is what it is,
Really? Because I think
and
it
I
just
understand.
destroyed your point. I think it just
No,
shot
it
your
didn't.
point right out of fucking water. That's what I think.
No. Well, one, we're in the euro, so we're not on the dollar. And actually, Ireland does its own thing as far as monetary means. We're an offshore bank account. So actually, we're not really reliant on American
But
law.
that's
We
not what I
store money for
asked you, is
countries.
it? But that's not the question I asked, is it? Is your money
No, what,
backed
can you
by
repeat?
gold or silver? Is your money back? What is your money backed by? Fucking confidence, just like ours.
Most,
Credit.
yeah, yeah. And the
Yeah,
companies, I
confidence,
guess.
just like ours.
Yeah, but what's your point? I don't. Yeah, but that's the
Our
system
problem
that
is
you
we
said
have
you set.
shit leadership.
You set
I'm
up
just
that
saying.
system. You set up that system.
So what? You guys didn't have to adopt it.
No, you forced everyone to adopt that, really, over war conquering, and then like World War II, and it was kind of like,
It
yeah,
wasn't
we're
me.
here now, guys. No, I
I
know,
didn't
but I'm
force.
just
I
saying
wasn't
history.
even
Like,
alive when that happened. I didn't force anybody.
look, I get you. I didn't either,
And I
but I'm not
admitted
in
it.
control of.
When you said, "Oh, your
But I'm not
system
in
sucks
control.
because of this," I'm like, "Yeah, you're right."
But I'm not in control of the monetary system either, Gretchen. I have no say over what people believe in as far as like the value of currency and money. I can't like. All I can say is all I can do is point it out.
You could try to do
You
something.
know? Oh, that mean, it was so hard, Gretchen. People want their taco fries, man, and their easy kebabs and their quick and easy get stuff. They don't want to have to toil for things anymore.
Yeah, because things suck
Yeah.
everywhere.
It all sucks. And we came full circle. It's just everything sucks, Gretchen.
Yeah, things suck fucking everywhere right now.
Yeah, and that's my point. Yeah. And throughout history as well. It sucked pretty much for everyone everywhere all at once. You know? It wasn't easy.
But that's not a reason to go after Thinker in the way she, runs her fucking lives.
I'm not going after them. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going after these
But that's
politicians
where you
telling them that they
started.
can't.
That's where you started, though.
No, I just critiqued their opposition and me not being able to have an opinion. That's all. That's where I kind of started from. Because I will never say I can't have an opinion on something because that's just me being able to free think.
Okay, apparently this is a dumb conversation. We're both wrong saying dumb, tasteless stuff.
There.
Please, Jessica, enlighten us.
They had two prayers of the Irish language before that. The rest was done in Latin. And that's not true, Chuck McNars. I don't know where you got that from. One, the Irish didn't pray, like unless you're talking about what's the Irish translating the Latin verses into Gaelic, I think. No, it's singing in church, remember? No, they do. Táninu, Sonok, Amanu. I can't remember now. Oh. Yeah, you're right with that, Chuck Minars. The pound, we were the Irish pound.
If we're gonna talk about like black atheists versus white atheists, I want to know why we don't see a whole lot more Latino atheists.
Or Chinese, or Japanese, or Korean, or Zimbabwean, or Burkina Faso.
Well, China and Korea, they don't have a super huge population of fucking religious people.
Well, they have Confucianism. Oh, I can't even say that word because I'm dyslexic.
They
What
have
was it?
they have a lot of
Confucianism?
Buddhism and stuff, absolutely. But um, a lot of Buddhists are atheists. They don't believe in an actual creator God. Most of them, some do, I guess, um, but a lot of them are essentially atheists. So they don't run their government based on, what these religions think.
No, but they'd have their own culture
Whereas
and traditions and
Latinos are almost probably not more than 90% fucking religious. They're either Catholic or straight up evangelical. A lot more evangelicals here in the US these days, whereas the ones coming from South America, super Catholic.
But isn't that kind of like what Terrible Name said? Isn't that kind of a contradiction that East Asian atheists are extremely common, yet their societies are run by theology? How does
Huh?
that work out?
Because
He said like East Asian atheists
that's
are
not what he
extremely
said. He
common,
said
but
East 8 just don't need to argue about religion because most of their countries aren't being driven into the ground by theologically motivated politics.
oh right. Yeah, I misread that. Yeah, that's my yeah, that makes sense.
And that's my take. I mean, my son lives in Japan and he said there really isn't a whole lot of religion there. I mean, there's a new push for Shinto, but even that's not a creator
Japanese,
god religion. That's
well,
that's more
Japan
like
is very
Buddhism, but worshiping nature. You know,
mm,
reverence for
like yeah,
ancestors,
like I
but
look.
um,
Yeah, what's
you know,
they
but
did
then
have their own
Shinto's
ancestral
kind of
tradition
making a
religion.
comeback. There's actually a new party they're called the Sensato Party that they want to kick out all of the Western people out of the country and install Shinto as their national religion. And they're
Is that
calling them I forget how you say Japan in Japanese. It's like Napone.
Nippon?
No, that's the word we gave it. They actually say it differently in Japanese.
Okay,
But
I thought it was
it's like
Nippon.
Napone or something. They're calling it Napone Maga.
Okay.
Or Nihon, that's it.
Yeah.
Nihone Maga. So they're calling it
Choto
Japanese
Choto Choto
MAGA.
Mateo.
So yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
like
gonna fly. It's not gonna fly on the main island. You know, the southern island with Tokyo and all the big prefectures there. But my son lives on Hokkaido, which is very urban, and it is
yeah.
flying there. It is. They are
There's an
making
example.
progress there. They just had an
But
election
there's an
last year, and
example.
they picked up a bunch of seats in parliament. So
But it's an
at least that's
example
what
of a
he told
culture of
me.
people. But it's a definite example of like a culture of people. Like the Japanese are very pro Japanese. They're not really pro Western migrants, European migrants, or any type of migrant. You know.
Yeah, that's why my son and daughter-in-law haven't had any kids yet because they don't want to raise any half Japanese, half white kids in Japan because they get picked on.
Yeah.
So,
True.
they want to wait
Would
till
you
they
say?
make
Would
it
you?
back here. But now that Trump got reelected, they're like, yeah, I don't think we're coming back anytime soon. So,
Yeah, Japanese culture is a very interesting culture.
it's the Trump administration won't even give my daughter-in-law a visa to come here.
From Japan?
Yeah, from Japan.
That's fucking mad.
Yeah, even though they got married here, they won't even give her a visa to come visit. So
That's crazy. Like, No,
Hmm.
it was the same for. I have a
Because
Muslim
she's a
friend here. He's from the.
Japanese federal employee.
Yeah, sure. I have a
And
Muslim friend of
the
mine.
reason why is that she works for the post office. So they consider her a federal employee and she's a security risk. So even though she's married to an American citizen, she's screwed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, like I have a Muslim friend here from Morocco, like, and he can't get a visa to Portugal, and he's living in Ireland.
yeah.
So it's all over the place, like.
I know there's a lot of people doing everything they can to bring M's here. But I don't know how that's going.
Yeah, sure. It all
But
works
I
out in
mean,
the end, I guess.
as a doctor, you would think that they'd be able to do that, but I don't know.
Mm. Yeah, it's mad. Because like usually it's like they're always looking for skilled people and all. It doesn't matter, as long as you got the
Yeah, I don't even know what
skills
country
and all
he's
that stuff.
coming from, but
Yeah, sure. Yeah. But yeah, most places I've lived in anyway have been pretty multicultural societies. I lived in Australia for like 3 years.
that's why it pisses me off anytime someone says, "Well, I'm not against immigration. I'm just against illegal immigration." But you know what? Those people are usually fucking bigots, and they don't realize that we don't have a working immigration system. All we have is the fucking loophole immigration system, and that's what you consider to be illegal. So you are against all immigration. So we will get the asshole out of office at
Who,
some
me?
point. I don't think he's gonna live 3 years. I don't think he's gonna make it to the next election.
I
I
just
think he's
hopefully,
dying.
like obviously, I just don't understand. Like, if you kind of know the problem with the system, why can't you just fix it at the system level? And like,
Huh?
just make the legal system easier. I just don't understand why you can't fix it at the legal system level. Make it easier and stuff for people to come in. Like,
You mean in the judicial branch? Because you can't. Because in
no, but like, you
America
know what I mean? Like,
we
people
have three co-equal branches of government in the United States. We've got the executive, the judicial, and the legislative. And the ones in charge of making new law is the legislative. It's all on Congress to do that.
okay, so could Congress do it?
Not as polarized as they are
Is the
now.
question. Yeah. Okay. Fair
We
enough.
would
But
need
it
both
could be done,
houses.
I guess, is that.
We would need both houses of Congress to actually do it, and then we would have to have a president of the same party to sign it.
Has there always been a two-party system in America? Yeah, as far as politics.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we do technically
'Cause ours
have
is a
more
bit
than
different.
two parties. We do have technically
Yeah.
more than two parties. The only difference is here the only the two big parties, they suck up they have all the money. So it's like we have like the Libertarian Party, the Green Party, the American Independent Party, and those smaller parties would be hard pressed to. It would be like a little mom and pop shop going up against fucking Walmart or Amazon.
Yeah. Yeah. So it works out
You
to be
know?
like an oligarchy
Yeah,
rule of
it's
the few.
right. So instead of opening up your mom and pop shop, you just
Yeah.
you go run for the
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
why
You
Bernie
join one.
Sanders
You
ran.
join. Yeah.
Right. That's why even Bernie Sanders, as popular as he was, ran in the Democratic primary because
Yeah.
that's
We've
the
the
way
same
shit
problem
works.
here in
Because that's
Ireland.
where the money was.
Yeah. It's the same issue here. It's literally turned into a two-party Sinn Féin, Fianna Fáil. Like, there's Fine Gael and all that, and the other smaller parties, but it's compared
Well,
to
yeah,
the two
I
major
mean,
parties. Yeah.
look at in America when the presidential elections are, 47 to 50%, it's just between the two parties. And
Yeah.
you've got half the country screaming bloody murder about Obama kicking Romney's ass. Like, oh, we didn't vote for him. Half the country didn't vote for him. How the fuck do you think we're going to get along if only 30% of the country voted for somebody? If 70% voted for different people, who's ever going to respect the guy who won the election with 33%? Nobody. I mean, we literally fight over a damn near 50-50 election. And we act like that we're all fucking hard done by because our guy lost by 3%. And yeah, that's insane. I think if we actually had like 5 parties or 6 parties like some places in Europe, I don't know. I don't think anybody would fucking accept it.
Yeah, because we pretty much have the same kind of issue, like, whereas, like, as well as we got a lot of people that don't vote in Ireland, so it ends up being
Yeah,
like,
well, when you
40.
teach your kids majority rules from the time they're, tiny, and then they grow up to find out that there's no such thing as a fucking majority anymore.
No,
I mean,
it
fucks
also,
with
I've seen,
you.
like, what I've seen in Gretchen, what I've seen in Ireland, because obviously, look, you're not going to know this because Ireland's a different political context, right? So here's what I see in Ireland: is like the only people who vote are like the baby boomers, and they were the ones who came up during like the Celtic Tiger in Ireland, where Ireland was booming. That they were the ones that bought all the houses and got on the housing market and all this stuff. And like,
That's not
when
entirely
the political
different from
class,
here. The baby
yeah,
boomers
okay,
are
that's still
still
cool,
the
yeah.
biggest voting bloc in the United States right now.
Yeah, so it's
The
similar. Yeah,
millennials
it'd
are
be
just
yeah.
coming. The millennials are just coming into the age where they're starting to be the biggest voting bloc now. Gen X, my generation, never was the biggest voting bloc because we were never the biggest. We've always been the smallest generation in like 100 years. So, but. And I don't know how many Gen Z has, if they have more people than millennials do, but pretty soon they're going to be the big voting bloc. I'm just hoping that it happens before they hit their fucking 40s.
Yeah, because I'm part of the millennial class, like, as far as I think I am anyway, but like I've had no kids or anything like that because like it's extremely hard to get on the
Joseph
housing
and his
market and
wife
stuff. Like, houses are
Joseph and his wife Anastasia. What the fuck are you talking about, William Graves?
don't have a clue. But yeah,
Who the fuck is Anastasia? And what Joseph was she married to?
But I guess now you can kind of get the point of why I talk about the money fucking bullshit. Is just like, because like all the older people own all the wealth pretty much, and the younger people coming up, we don't have the money or the income to pay for housing and all this stuff the same way they had it so much cheaper. Like, so it's just it's a good situation for them and a shit situation for us. Like,
yeah.
Which is annoying because I think like the baby boomers were a very selfish generation. I feel like, not trying to really talk them all down around because I wouldn't generalize them, but they're the first ones that weren't like, how do I pass on me wealth? They were more like, how do I gain wealth?
Yeah, the baby boomers put everybody in a really bad situation. And that started shit when I was a kid,
Yeah, no, I remember as well. Sure, well, like you're a bit older than me, but like
I'm Gen X, so
yeah, because when I was growing up, like Ireland was booming economically,
and things changed so much just through my childhood. It's like Gen X was the generation that the boomers didn't really want, so they just sort of ignored us and let us raise each other. But then the boomers were also responsible for the first half of the millennials. And it just seemed like that was the generation they did want. So they actually raised them, you know? And so it's weird. It was just really weird. And then Gen X is responsible for the other half of the boomers. And then the first half of Gen Z. So.
No, an interesting little cycle that's had.
It's all weird. So.
So
okay, I
guess that's why
actually am super tired now. So, and we've been on for 10 hours and 15 minutes. Actually, it's been longer than 10 hours and 15 minutes because RP crashed the first fucking stream after like 2 hours. So.
Yeah, it was going in.
We're coming up
Oh,
on
cheers,
12
hey Jake,
hours.
good to hear you.
So.
Yeah, I was going in, so I took advantage and took me a little nappy nap.
Cool. I'm gonna play a couple songs, then get out of here. Is JR around? JR, you here?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna pop off as well myself and go chill out and have a beer and relax for the evening.
Glad I could help make time.
Peace
Thanks
out,
for the
folks.
chat, Gretchen. It was always good.
As always, Kieran. We don't always agree, but you know, I appreciate the discussion.
Ah, yeah. Look, we don't have to agree. Sure, just as long as we get along is the main thing.
Absolutely.
Take care, girl.
Take care, bye.
Alrighty. Anybody got any requests for songs? Anyone? Darth will be back tonight around. You want the intro song? Yeah, I close out with the intro song with the Welcome to Async. I close out with that one. If JR was here, I was going to play Figure 8 because he fucking digs that one. We got the Figure 8 one. The one, I Used to Be an Atheist. It kind of sounds like Linkin Park. The Figure 8 kind of sounds like Rob Zombie. We got M's, which is the rap song, the Middle Eastern rap song. And Nobody on Fire, which is a grindcore song. Okay. We will do... All right. M song first, then Linkin Park, and then the Async song. Because the M song's only 2 minutes, so it doesn't take up much time. You heard it in other streams? Where the hell did you hear it in other streams? Who's playing it? I thought it was just me. I know Blitz played a clip of it on his show. Yeah, probably Blitz. Yeah. He only did that because I'm one of his mods, and I talked to him in the Discord. He's like, oh, I'll play a little bit of it. But he's not a big fan of AI music, so he was never going to play the whole thing. So. All right, guys. Take care.
Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod. Destroying all five pillars with the voice like a god. Baby, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam. Cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic by a medically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure, but that's a cell phone, bro. Blood clot gone and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait one beat, you're about to get owned. And M's cuts you down with the biology he knows. You think your prophet split the moon, are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad, police be upon him. Justice for Aisha. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslim getting cooked in English and Arabic by a medically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat.
Oh, wait. Wrong one.
With your paperback scars, talking like you travel worlds beyond the stars. You don't understand, I've seen both sides. But your dark years were sneaking beers and teenage fights. Now you're preaching from a pedestal online. You think to send us some rebellious crime. You say you know exactly how we think, but your whole testimony's hanging by a string. You say doubt was just a phase, like curiosity's a craze. Now you weaponize your past to make every question sound so bad. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. Really. You confuse skepticism with hating rules, like every atheist is just a bit of fool. But asking questions is immortal decay. Growing up doesn't mean throwing thought away. Every conversation ends the same. You'll come back to God someday. Like your personal redemption arc automatically wins the argument by default. You treat nuance like a sin. Fake confidence means you always win, but your story falls apart when emotion masquerades as fact. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. You say you escaped the darkness, but never learned what disbelief was. Shadowboxing paper tigers in your head, then declare the whole debate dead. Every conversation's a battle in the war, turning into the same old score. Trust me, bro, I've been there too. No, bro, you just hated curfews. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. You talk like your past gives immunity from criticism. up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You have gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your